Chapter 1681. As a matter of fact, the northern and southern dynasties were very aggrieved. There was nothing in this world that could make them fear or give in. Today, they had advanced to the late immortal Emperor realm, which led to them entering the forbidden land of the Golden Clan a little late. Their original plan was to sweep across the Golden Clan and obtain all the treasures, but never had they thought that such a thing would happen. The person that the northern and southern dynasties hated the most in this world was undoubtedly Jiang Qin. He was the reincarnation of a great sovereign with extraordinary talent and was a peerless genius. He wouldn't put ordinary people in his eyes, but Jiang Qin was like his greatest nemesis. Every time he encountered Jiang Qin, he would be unlucky. No matter how strong he was, what status he had, as long as he encountered Jiang Qin, nothing good would come out of it. The first time he met Jiang Qin in Golden Horizon was at the Broken Edge Cliff. At that time, he displayed his divine might and annihilated countless enemies. Even the mighty Mo Wuqing almost died in his hands. Later on, he chased Jiang Qin for hundreds of thousands of miles, leaving Jiang Qin with no way out. At this time, a long Sand appeared and destroyed his eye of heaven with his fiery golden eyes. The second time, the Xiao Qin appeared. He wanted to stop Wu Ningzhu and kill Jiang Qin with the help of the others, but he failed and was besieged by Jiang Qin and the others, forcing him to flee. This was the third time. Initially, he came here in high spirits and full of ambition, but who would have thought that Jiang Qin would obtain the Sun Divine Feather and annihilate 5 half-step immortal venerable geniuses in advance, causing the northern and southern dynasties to lose the courage to attack him. It was equivalent to him running away after showing his face. He didn't even have the time to look at the Golden Gate. Aggrieved, was there anything more aggrieved than this? The northern and southern dynasties cursed in their hearts, but no tears came out. Northern and southern dynasties, since you've come, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Jiang Qin shouted. He used the Great Void technique and arrived in front of the northern and southern dynasties in the blink of an eye. He used the Sun Divine Feather's aura to completely block the way of the northern and southern dynasties. He and the northern and southern dynasties were old enemies. The northern and southern dynasties were bent on getting rid of Jiang Qin. How could Jiang Qin not have the same idea? They would not miss any opportunity to get rid of each other. Now that Jiang Qin controlled the Sun Divine Feather, if he didn't kill the northern and southern dynasties, when would he? Originally, he felt it was a pity that the northern and southern dynasties didn't appear. Now that the northern and southern dynasties had come to him, how could Jiang Qin let them go? Jiang Qin, do you think you can kill me? Northern and southern dynasties, Leng said. We'll know after we try. Jiang Qin shrugged. His murderous aura filled the air and completely locked on the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Qin, why are you so arrogant? Without the Sun Divine Feather in your hand, you are nothing in front of me. I can kill you with just a finger. Nanbei Chao was infuriated. He rarely got angry, but now, his anger was soaring to the heavens. It was completely stifling. His opponent's cultivation was obviously far inferior to his, but now, he was the biggest threat to him. He was swinging a feather in his hand and looking at Nanbei Chao as if he was looking at a prey. This made Nanbei Chao have the urge to spurt out blood. Unfortunately, I have the Sun Divine Feather, so I can be arrogant. If you are not convinced, then kill me. Jiang Qin said in a strange tone. Hearing these words, many people rolled their eyes. This was too shameless. Damn, I didn't expect Jiang Qin to be so shameless. If I was in the northern and southern dynasties, would probably die from anger. Grandmaster Hao Ran couldn't help but say. He was at his wit's end when facing someone like Jiang Qin. Senior brother, you only know now that he is shameless. It seems like you haven't been in contact with him for long. Tyrant chuckled. He understood Jiang Qin much better than Grandmaster Hao Ran. Moreover, the ones standing in front of Jiang Qin were none other than the northern and southern dynasties. Even if they couldn't kill him, they wanted to infuriate him. You are courting death. The northern and southern dynasties were furious. They waved their palms towards Jiang Qin. They couldn't take it anymore. Even if Jiang Qin had the Sun Divine Feather, they would still take the initiative to attack. Humph. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. The Sun Divine Feather in his hand shook and a fiery light shot out, instantly destroying the attacks of the northern and southern dynasties. Then, the Sun Divine Feather turned into a golden sword and slashed at the northern and southern dynasties with lightning speed. What? Feeling the dangerous aura of the Sun Divine Feather, the northern and southern dynasties' expression changed dramatically. Even though they were mentally prepared, they didn't expect the Sun Divine Feather to be so powerful. It was so terrifying that they couldn't bear it. At this moment they finally understood how Zhang Yulong, Xia Shaotian, and the others died tragically. The armor of immortals appeared on their bodies instantly. The northern and southern dynasties used the Emperor Heaven art to the extreme and broke free from the Sun Divine Feather's shackles. Bang! Unfortunately, they were still a bit too slow. The Sun Divine Feather slashed on their bodies. The armor of immortals instantly collapsed and was burned by the raging fire. Jiang Qin, you destroyed my armor of immortals. The northern and southern dynasties spurted out a mouthful of blood. Their words were filled with anger. As a matter of fact, this wasn't the first time Jiang Qin destroyed their armor of immortals. Back in Saint Origin World, the armor of immortals of his clone was also destroyed by Jiang Qin. After the armor of immortals was destroyed, the northern and southern dynasties didn't dare to be negligent. They continued to flee. The scene in front of them was truly astonishing. Countless people gave a thumbs up to the northern and southern dynasties because they were able to withstand the attack of the Sun Divine Feather without dying. Just this point alone showed that they were much stronger than Zhang Yulong and the others. It was a pity that such a peerless genius was going to fall today. Those who understood Jiang Qin's means and the relationship between Jiang Qin and the northern and southern dynasties were sure that Jiang Qin would never let the northern and southern dynasties go. Where do you think you're going? Sure enough, seeing the northern and southern dynasties continuing to flee, Jiang Qin executed the Great Void technique. His speed reached the extreme, catching up to the northern and southern dynasties in the blink of an eye. The Sun Divine Feather descended from the sky like a matchless divine light, slicing the void in half and landing on the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. Arg! The northern and southern dynasties finally let out a blood-curdling scream. Their bodies were sliced in half by the Sun Divine Feather. The scene was extremely horrifying. Every member of Nanbei family revealed a solemn expression. The death of the northern and southern dynasties was equivalent to the death of the backbone of Nanbei family. This was too great a loss for Nanbei family. Almost everyone thought that the northern and southern dynasties were dead after being sliced in half by the Sun Divine Feather. Only Jiang Qin knitted his brows, because the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties weren't incinerated by the fire of sun like what happened to Zhang Yulong and the others. Instead, they disappeared. Chapter 1682. The scene was dead silent. The atmosphere was too heavy. Everyone was speechless. Even their breathing had become extremely heavy. Too many people had died today. Countless geniuses had died tragically. It was imaginable that if these geniuses didn't die, they would surely become famous figures in the future. It wouldn't be a problem for them to become peerless immortal venerables. It wasn't impossible for them to break through to the legendary sovereign realm. But now, most of those outstanding geniuses had been buried in this golden horizon. The golden horizon only opened once every 5 years, and such a thing had never happened before. This was the first time since the creation of the heaven and earth. Speaking of benefits, this time was undoubtedly the first time these geniuses had obtained the most benefits, but also the heaviest loss. No matter how many benefits they had, what was the use of advancing their cultivation base? What was the use of becoming a half-step immortal venerable? In the end, they still died. Dead. All of them are dead. This is too brutal. The northern and southern dynasties are dead as well. The reincarnation of a great sovereign, an unprecedented genius, the pride and future of Nanbei family, has been killed just like that. Too many people have died. The northern and southern dynasties were the ones who had the hope of becoming sovereigns in the future, but unfortunately, they met Jiang Qin. Zhang Yulang and Xia Xiaotian were also brilliant geniuses with a boundless future. Now that they are dead, there's no point talking about their future. There are also many people who shouldn't have died. If they didn't die, they would surely have a bright future. Unfortunately, there's no if in this world. Everyone was sighing. An unprecedented good situation had turned into an Azura hell. Too many people had died. Many eyes fell upon Jiang Qin. The current Jiang Qin was clad in spotless white clothes. His face was handsome and delicate, but his eyes were incomparably cold and ruthless. Who would have thought that such a young man was actually a mad devil who had killed 4,000 geniuses? Long Shisan and the others flew to Jiang Qin's side. Little Qinzi, you've killed the northern and southern dynasties today. You've finally gotten rid of a big threat. Han Yen said excitedly. He knew very well about the relationship between Jiang Qin and the northern and southern dynasties. Ever since the Qi province of Saint Origin World, both of them had been clashing with each other. Now that the conflict had finally come to an end, Han Yen naturally felt very gratified. He's not dead. Jiang Qin shook his head. What? He's already been split in half, but he's still not dead. Yang Bufan was startled. This is the horror of him. Even though his body was split in half by the Sun Divine Feather, he could still escape silently. Even my Great Void technique couldn't lock onto his qi because he didn't release any qi when he left. However, the northern and southern dynasties have suffered a great loss in today's battle. Even if he's not dead, he won't be able to stir up any big waves. Even if he's the reincarnation of a great sovereign, it's basically impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Jiang Qin said. He rarely put his enemies in his heart, but the northern and southern dynasties had always been a thorn in Jiang Qin's heart. He had to get rid of them, but the northern and southern dynasties had always been like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Even with the Sun Divine Feather, he still couldn't kill them. Although the Sun Divine Feather had severely injured them, Jiang Qin still felt very uncomfortable, because he knew very well that if they couldn't be killed, they would make a comeback. The more they suffered, the stronger they would become. This bastard is really a cockroach that can't be killed. Tyrant said speechlessly. But it doesn't matter. If the northern and southern dynasties were to die like this, wouldn't my future path be less interesting? Jiang Qin smiled. Little Qinzi, what are your thoughts after the trip to the Golden Horizon is over? Yang Bufan asked all of a sudden. I'll take one step at a time. You don't have to worry about me. Jiang Qin patted Yang Bufan's shoulder. He knew what Yang Bufan was worried about. He had killed so many people today. After the Golden Horizon was over, the world would fall into chaos. Countless major powers would hunt him down. He was afraid that there would be no place for him in the three immortal domains anymore. He certainly couldn't return to Great Qian Empire. If he did, it would bring disaster to Great Qian Empire. Hong Long. At this moment, the ruins of the Golden Clan shook once more. The 20 to 30 golden warriors vanished in the golden brilliance in the blink of an eye. Under the reflection of the golden light, the ruins of the Golden Clan began to turn illusory. The ruins are about to disappear. The trip to the Golden Horizon has come to an end. The passageway will open automatically in a while, said Jiang Qin. He raised his head and looked at the disappearing ruins of the Golden Clan. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. In any case, the bloodline of the Golden Clan had been preserved. He had completed the task that De Huang had left for him. He was worthy of the Sun Divine Feather in his hand. Look, the ruins are going to fall silent again. I don't know when it will appear again. It might never appear again. The trip to the Golden Horizon has finally come to an end. The passageway will reopen soon. Everyone, use your identity brocade pouch to sense it. Don't go the wrong way. We have suffered a heavy loss this time. The higher-ups of the sect will surely be furious when we return. Not only you, but the 3 immortal domains will also not have peace anymore. There will no longer be a place for Jiang Qin in the 3 immortal domains after what he has done. Look, he will die for sure. The immortal court won't let him go. And that monkey, he has killed Yi Qingtian. He will also be wanted. At the mention of Jiang Qin, everyone gnashed their teeth in hatred. However, they were almost certain that as long as they walked out of the Golden Horizon, Jiang Qin and Long Shersan would die for sure. At that time, the higher-ups of the major powers would be infuriated. How could they survive? Hong Long. Very soon, the ruins of the Golden Clan vanished completely. Spatial passageways appeared in the void. These passageways were connected to different immortal domains, different regions, and even different sections. The appearance of these passageways indicated that the trip to the Golden Horizon had come to an end. Many of them had found the passageway they came from and flew straight towards it. Ah Yen, Tyrant, both of you will follow King Fan back to Great Qian Empire. Help King Fan eliminate the dissidents, ascend to the throne, and lay his foundation in Great Qian Empire. Jiang Qin said to Han Yen and Tyrant. Little Qinzi, what about you? Yang Bufan asked worriedly. With a wave of the Sun Divine Feather, Jiang Qin tore a huge rift in the void and flashed into it. As the rift vanished, so did Jiang Qin. Is he going to enter the turbulence of the spatial zone? That's too dangerous. Even a mighty immortal venerable wouldn't dare to do that. That's no different from courting death. Once he gets lost in the turbulence of the spatial zone, he won't be able to come out for the rest of his life. Chapter 1683. Don't worry. Little Qinzi has mastered the Great Void technique. Now that the spatial barrier between the Golden Horizon and the outside world has been opened, he can still find a way out even if he enters the spatial crevice. Otherwise, do you think the Great Void technique is a joke? That's the legacy of the Void Sovereign. Yang Lang said with a smile. His tone was full of envy. Everyone knew that the biggest winner in this expedition was undoubtedly Jiang Qin. Putting other things aside, just the Sun Divine Feather and the Great Void technique were enough to drive people crazy. Jiang Qin had also obtained the Fire of Sun, which was something that could only be achieved by someone with heaven-defying luck and fortune. Lan Lingji came to Long Shersan and grabbed his hand. Brother Shersan, what are you going to do next? Lan Lingji was worried about Long Shersan's safety. Lan Lingji was still very worried about Dragon Shersan. After all, Dragon Shersan had made a name for himself this time. He had killed a lot of people along the way and even killed Yi Qingtian in the end. If he was an expert from an ordinary major power, it would be difficult for him to take revenge on Yi Qingtian. However, Yi Qingtian was a figure from the Immortal Court. If the Immortal Court decided to pursue the matter, it would be useless no matter where he fled to. Not to mention the 3 great immortal worlds, even the 9 great immortal worlds wouldn't be able to find shelter for him. Don't worry. It's not that easy to take my life. You go back to exquisite paradise first. I'll find you later. Long Shan said confidently. He didn't know what would happen next, but like Jiang Qin, he would take one step at a time. It wouldn't be easy for anyone or any major power to take his life. All right. I'll wait for you in exquisite paradise. Lan Lingji nodded firmly. She was now deeply in love with Long Shan. She believed in Long Shan's ability. Since he could speak the truth, he would definitely be able to do it. Subsequently, Lan Lingji led the group of people from exquisite paradise and left, disappearing into the spatial passage. In the end, only Yang Bufan and the others were left. Han Yan and Tyrant didn't return to Profound Yin Cult and White Dragon Temple. They were entrusted by Jiang Qin to go to Great Qian Empire to help King Fan. Mo Wuqing and Grandmaster Hao Ran also didn't leave. After this trip to Golden Horizon, Mo Wuqing felt that only by following such a group of people would his life be more exciting. Let's go. The spatial tunnel is about to close. Let's leave. Yang Bufan said as he took the lead and flew into the spatial passage. Long Shan also entered the passage, but chose to leave when he reached the end of Genius Prefecture. Although what he did in Golden Horizon wasn't as bad as what Jiang Qin did, he was still a sensitive character. He was almost certain that if those opponents couldn't find Jiang Qin, they would definitely target him. In order to not bring unnecessary trouble to Great Qian Empire, Long Shan chose to leave directly. In Genius Prefecture, Yang Zanqing, Dong Fangyu, and a group of higher-ups were standing on a spacious square. Their faces were filled with excitement and nervousness. They knew that those geniuses who went to Golden Horizon would return soon. This was a tense moment. They didn't know how much they would gain from this trip to Golden Horizon, nor how many of them would return. Brother Yu, how many of them do you think will come back this time? Yang Zanqing looked at Dong Fangyu. Based on past examples, it's already not bad if half of them can come back. What I'm concerned about now is to what extent have they achieved. Dong Fangyu said. Let's wait and see. I'm still very excited. Yang Zanqing was a half-step immortal venerable supreme expert. Although he was the master of Genius Prefecture, he rarely showed himself in public. Many disciples hadn't even seen what he looked like. He was as mysterious as the emperor. But now, he had personally come to the square, waiting for the triumphant return of the geniuses of Genius Prefecture. To an empire, the geniuses of the younger generation were the foundation, future, and mainstays of the empire. Only when they became stronger would the empire become stronger. Otherwise, the empire wouldn't take such a huge risk to send more than 200 geniuses to the dangerous Golden Horizon. What level do you think that Jiang Qin will reach? Dong Fangyu looked at Yang Zanqing. At the mention of Jiang Qin's name, Dong Fangyu's eyes couldn't help but overflow with radiance. After being in charge of Dan Prefecture for so long, this was the most powerful disciple he had ever seen, and also the person he valued the most. Jiang Qin's talent was extraordinary. He was really looking forward to seeing what kind of surprise Jiang Qin would bring him. I also think highly of him. I hope he can bring us a surprise. Yang Zanqing smiled. Both of them were looking forward to the surprise Jiang Qin would bring them, but they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to accept it. Who? The spatial passageway in the sky continuously swallowed and spat out spatial energy. With a bang, one figure after another was ejected from the spatial passageway. However, Yang Zanqing had already arranged a gentle power around the square, so the people who were ejected from the spatial passageway were not in too bad of a state. They were able to land steadily. Very quickly, everyone was ejected from the passageway. A total of 150 geniuses of Great Qian Empire came out of the passageway. In other words, the loss of Great Qian Empire was far less than half of what Yang Zanqing and Dong Fangyu had expected. So many people. Many of the higher-ups of Genius Prefecture were astounded. In terms of the number of people, they had never had such a good result. After everyone came out, the spatial passageway was closed again. In other words, everyone had walked out of the passageway, except for a few important people. Where's Jiang Qin? Where's King Ping? Where's the Crown Prince? Yang Zanqing asked 3 names in a row. These 3 people were the ones he valued the most. But now, none of them had shown up. Only King Fan had shown up. As a matter of fact, the harvest of Great Qian Empire this time was definitely not small. Yang Lang, Shan Chong and Yang Bufan had all successfully advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. This was beyond their expectations, but Jiang Chen and the others didn't appear together. One should know that if they didn't come out of the Golden Horizon, it meant that they had died in the Golden Horizon. Impossible. Jiang Chen can't be dead. Dongfang Yu's facial expression changed slightly. He would be the first person to not believe that Jiang Chen would die in the Golden Horizon. Bufan, tell me quickly. Where are the 3 of them? Yang Zanqing looked at Yang Bufan. The atmosphere in the square seemed somewhat heavy. Reporting to Master of Golden Horizon. The Crown Prince and King Ping are both dead. They couldn't walk out of the Golden Horizon. Yang Bufan said. There was no way to hide such a thing. Chapter 1684. What? Both of them are dead. Yang Zanqing's expression changed dramatically. The Crown Prince and King Ping were the peerless geniuses of Great Qian Empire. Their deaths were considered a great loss to the empire. Naturally, Yang Zanqing couldn't accept it at the moment. What about Jiang Qin? Dongfang Yu hastily asked. As the master of Dan Prefecture, he didn't care about the deaths of the Crown Prince and King Ping. He only cared about Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was the most heaven-defying genius he had ever seen. He had once protected the dignity of Dan Prefecture and helped him advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm. If Jiang Qin was dead, Dongfang Yu was afraid that he wouldn't be able to accept it. Jiang Qin isn't dead. I'm going to tell you about what happened in Golden Horizon. Yang Bufan said. Tell us quickly. Yang Zanqing and Dongfang Yu said in unison. They were somewhat relieved to hear that Jiang Qin wasn't dead, but since Jiang Qin wasn't dead, why didn't he come out with them? This made them very puzzled. 2 masters, you have to be mentally prepared. Yang Bufan gave them a heads-up in advance, lest they faint from shock. Subsequently, Yang Bufan, Yang Lang and Shan Chong told them everything that happened in Golden Horizon. The focus was naturally on the emergence of the remains of the Golden Clan, the Great Thousand Mirror and the Sun Divine Feather. Hong. Even though they were mentally prepared, the 2 mansion masters and the higher-ups of Genius Prefecture felt as though their heads were about to explode when they heard the whole story. Many of them felt dizzy. They couldn't imagine what kind of scene it would be to kill thousands of people. Quickly inform the Emperor. Genius Prefecture is to be on alert immediately. Yang Zanqing immediately issued the order. He was no longer in the mood to be surprised by the opening of the ruins of the Golden Clan or the appearance of the Great Thousand Mirror. What he needed to do now was to summon the Emperor and the experts of the Great Qian Empire, because something big was about to happen. Yang Zanqing was almost certain that in less than an hour, those big powers would come to his door. According to Yang Bufan, the Nanbei family and the Corpse Yin sect had suffered heavy losses. Each of them had less than 30 people. Even the members of the northern and southern dynasties were killed. One could imagine how angry they were. Also, the people of the 3 immortal courts had died. Thinking about this, Yang Zanqing really wanted to faint. Motherfucker, this guy really brought us a miracle. But this miracle is not something I can handle. Yang Zanqing almost jumped up. He and Dongfang Yu had been expecting Jiang Qin to bring them a miracle. And sure enough, Jiang Qin didn't disappoint them. It was just that this miracle was a little too big. They didn't know how to accept it. Ha! I really didn't misjudge him. This brat is indeed a person with great luck. He can even obtain the divine sun feather and the inheritance of the void sovereign. However, there is one thing I don't understand. Why did he risk his life to prevent others from entering the territory of the Golden Clan? Dongfang Yu laughed. His performance was different from Yang Zonqing's. The more earth-shattering things Jiang Qin did, the more he appreciated Jiang Qin. But what he didn't understand was why Jiang Qin wanted to protect the Golden Clan. However, he knew that Jiang Qin must have his own reasons for doing so. I never thought that such a big thing would happen in this trip to the Golden Horizon. Jiang Qin has made a huge mistake this time. I'm afraid that there is no place for him to hide in the 3 immortal domains. AI. How impulsive. I admire him very much. This brat is capable of doing earth-shattering things. He even dares to kill the people of the Immortal Court. There's nothing under the heavens that can stop him. Besides, Jiang Qin is a righteous man. In order not to implicate our great Qian Empire, he chose not to come back. That's right. The fact that 150 people of our great Qian Empire could come back unscathed and have made such great progress is definitely related to Jiang Qin. It's a pity that Jiang Qin has made a huge mistake this time. He has offended too many major powers. Even if our great Qian Empire wants to protect him, we are powerless. If this brat isn't killed, Jiang Qin will certainly become an overlord. The people of Genius Prefecture were discussing among themselves. They all admired Jiang Qin. There was no way they wouldn't admire a person who could do earth-shattering things. After a brief moment of shock, Yang Zonqing also recovered. After all, he was a mighty half-step immortal venerable. He still had the ability to bear the shock. After a while, he noticed Han Yan and the others. He couldn't help but ask, who are these people? With Yang Zonqing's eyesight, he could naturally see how powerful these people were, especially Han Yan and Tyrant. Their luck was so exuberant that it was shocking. This is the holy son of Northern Xuanyu's profound Yin cult. His name is Han Yan. This is Mo Wuqing. Both of them are geniuses of profound Yin cult. These 2 grandmasters are the genius eminent monks of White Dragon Temple, Grandmaster Tyrant and Grandmaster Hao Ran. They are all friends of Jiang Qin. Yang Bufan hastily introduced them to Yang Zonqing. After hearing the identities of these people, Yang Zonqing and Dongfang Yu couldn't help but be surprised. They weren't strangers to profound Yin cult and White Dragon Temple. One of them was a major power of Northern Xuanyu while the other was a sacred land of Buddhism in ethereal immortal domain. Both of them couldn't be underestimated, especially Han Yan, the holy son of profound Yin cult. Greetings, Master Yang. Han Yan and Mo Wuqing clasped their fists at Yang Zonqing. Tyrant and Grandmaster Hao Ran also put their palms together. Since you are friends of Jiang Qin and King Fan, you are the distinguished guests of Great Qian Empire. Yang Zonqing said, not daring to show the slightest disrespect to Han Yan and the others. Apart from their identity, it was also because of their strength, especially Han Yan and Tyrant. Although they were both late immortal emperors, the qi they emitted was too strong. Yang Zonqing felt that even if he attacked them personally, it was hard to say if he could subdue them. He didn't have the slightest confidence. On top of the black sacrificial altar of Corpse Yin sect, the originally excited higher-ups of Corpse Yin sect couldn't help but feel infuriated when they saw more than 20 disciples in front of them. Jiang Chen and Long Shisan actually dared to kill so many geniuses of Corpse Yin sect. Since the establishment of Corpse Yin sect, we have never suffered such a huge loss. We will never let this matter rest. The sect master of Corpse Een sect roared with a ferocious expression. Flames were spurting out of his eyes. He, old man Corpse Een, had been unhindered in the immortal world. No one had ever dared to provoke him. Today, almost all the geniuses of Corpse Een sect were killed in Golden Horizon. This had undoubtedly aroused his anger and killing intent. Sect master, what should we do now? Asked one of the higher-ups of Corpse Een sect. Go to Great Qian Empire and ask for those people. Chapter 1685. Meanwhile, in Nanbei family. Nanbei family had always been the most ancient family in East Xuanyu. Whether it was the elders or the disciples, all of them were high and mighty, thinking that they were incomparably noble existences. Similar to Great Qian Empire, the higher-ups of Nanbei family were already waiting in a spacious square of the family. Due to the participation of the northern and southern dynasties, the higher-ups of Nanbei family were incomparably confident about this trip to the Golden Horizon. The patriarch of Nanbei family, Nanbei Taixing, seemed to be in his 40s. He was wearing a brocade robe and had an extraordinary bearing. However, at this moment, Nanbei Taixing's expression changed drastically when he saw only 20 people walking out from the spatial passageway. Each and every one of them looked extremely miserable. When he saw that Nanbei Chao didn't come out with them, the entire Nanbei family immediately burst into an uproar. Speak! What happened? Where's young Master Chao? Nanbei Taixing's voice was almost torn apart. He had never dreamt of such a scene. When had the dignified Nanbei family ever fallen into such a sorry state? Patriarch, it's Jiang Qin. A disciple of Nanbei family spoke. When the name Jiang Qin was mentioned, his eyes couldn't help but glint of cold light. He gritted his teeth and had the urge to eat someone alive. What Jiang Qin? Who's Jiang Qin? Nanbei Taixing's face was grim. Subsequently, the disciple of Nanbei family told him everything that had happened in the Golden Horizon. Nanbei Taixing and the higher-ups of Nanbei family flew into a rage. Did you guys see it clearly? Young Master Chao was split into two by Jiang Chen's son Divine Feather. A higher-up of Nanbei family asked. Yes, we saw it with our own eyes. A disciple answered. Young Master Chao's soul fire hasn't been extinguished, which means that he's still alive. Young Master Chao is the reincarnation of a great sovereign. How can he die so easily? A mere Jiang Qin won't be able to kill him. Even if he's split into two, he'll still be able to recover. As a mighty immortal venerable expert whose cultivation base had already stepped into the intermediate immortal venerable realm, Nanbei Taixing's temperament was usually extremely calm, but at this moment, he couldn't control his anger at all. He couldn't remember the last time he was so angry. A little brat who came out of nowhere has brought such a great loss to our Nanbei family. Many of our descendants have died. We must settle this score. Kill him. Even if he has to flee to the ends of the earth, we'll make sure he dies without a burial place. He is from the Great Qian Empire. He will definitely run to the Great Qian Empire to seek protection. Let's go to the Great Qian Empire now to get him. The few immortal venerable elders of Nanbei family were infuriated. One should know that many of those who were killed by Jiang Qin were their direct descendants. They were their hidden existences, their future and hope. Now that all of them had been killed, they simply couldn't accept it. The ancient family that had existed for a long time had never suffered such a huge loss. A large number of experts of Nanbei family soared into the sky and vanished. Just like Corpse Een sect, they flew towards the direction of the Great Qian Empire. The same thing also happened in Divine Line sect, Huangquan Gate, Zhuge family, Great Cloud Empire, Heavenly Jade Dynasty and Limitless Immortal sect. For a time, the world was in chaos. A large number of experts were dispatched towards the same destination, Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire. What's going on? What a powerful pressure. Could it be that the sky is going to change? That's the pressure of an immortal venerable. So many immortal venerables have appeared at the same time. Usually, it's very rare to see a powerful immortal venerable, but so many of them have appeared at the same time. I wonder what's going on. All the immortal venerables are heading towards the same direction. Could it be that the sky of East Xuanyu is going to change? In just an instant, the entire East Xuanyu was alarmed. Many people's facial expression changed drastically. They had never experienced such a thing before. Immortal venerables who usually didn't show up had all appeared, and in such a large number at once. Faced with such a situation, even a fool would know that the sky of East Xuanyu was going to change. At this moment, all the higher-ups of Great Qian Empire had gathered in Genius Prefecture. After receiving the news, Emperor Yang Yu rushed over with the higher-ups as soon as possible. The matter was just too serious. Even the emperor couldn't sit still. Father. Seeing Yang Yu, Yang Bufan hastily went forward. Don't say too much. I already know. Yang Yu's demeanor was extraordinary. He had an intermediate immortal venerable cultivation base and was wearing a dragon robe. Every move he made exuded the dignity of a superior. He was the sovereign of the 9 and 5. Yang Yu raised his head and looked at the powerful pressure in the void. He couldn't help but frown. Given his cultivation base, he could already sense that the sky of East Xuanyu was going to change. The real chaos was coming. Jiang Chen, I've really underestimated you. Yang Yu couldn't help but shake his head. Not only him, but everyone had also underestimated Jiang Chen. No one had expected that Jiang Chen would do such an earth-shattering thing in Golden Horizon. Not long after, the world would be in chaos because of him. Yang Yu admired a young man who could stir up chaos in the world from the bottom of his heart. Your Majesty, it seems like the experts of those major powers are coming soon. Yang Zanqing said. What will come sooner or later. I hereby declare that from now on, Jiang Chen will be expelled from Genius Prefecture. From now on, he will have nothing to do with Great Qian Empire. Yang Yu said loudly. Upon hearing such a decision, everyone nodded silently. They didn't think that Yang Yu had gone too far. Even Yang Bufan and the rest expressed their understanding. The current situation was that Great Qian Empire was going to face the oppression of the 8 major powers. At this time, it was best for them to sever their relationship with Jiang Qin. This was the reason why Jiang Qin didn't return with them from Golden Horizon. He didn't want to bring disaster to Great Qian Empire because of his relationship with Jiang Qin. Given the current situation, Great Qian Empire could only sever their relationship with Jiang Qin completely to ensure the safety of Great Qian Empire. In any case, Jiang Qin had already escaped. They were afraid that Jiang Qin, who was proficient in the Great Void technique and possessed the Sun Divine Feather, wouldn't be easy to hunt down. Once both sides perished, the losses of the 8 major powers would be even greater. Not long after Yang Yu expelled Jiang Qin from Genius Prefecture, the experts of the 8 major powers arrived at the periphery of Genius Prefecture from 8 different directions almost at the same time. Their qi soared into the sky. Qi waves tumbled everywhere. A large number of immortal venerables had appeared at the same time. Boundless pressure pervaded the sky above Genius Prefecture. Great Qian Empire had never experienced such great pressure before. Chapter 1686. Dark clouds loomed overhead. The experts of the 8 major powers had arrived at the mountain gate of Genius Prefecture at the same time. Each of them was brimming with qi and anger. The lowest cultivation base of these people was at least a half-step immortal venerable. All of them were elders of their respective major powers. The immortal venerables of the 8 major powers have come to Great Qian Empire. I wonder what's the matter. Yang Yu spoke in a clear voice. He stood at the forefront of the crowd. His sovereign qi was extremely dense. His voice was like a great bell, reverberating in the void. He was a peerless sovereign, a superior who controlled an empire. His every move showed his domineering and majesty. His facial expression didn't change even in the face of such a large number of people. Yang Yu, cut the crap. Hand over Jiang Chen and that Longsha San, Nanbei Taixing said loudly. Everyone came here for the same purpose. There was no need for pretense or politeness. That's right. Hand over Jiang Chen and Longsha San at once. Otherwise, I swear that I won't let this matter rest. These two bastards have killed so many genius disciples of Corpse Yin sect. We must settle this score with them. Old man Corpse Yin's tone was filled with a gloomy tone that made people's scalp tingle. The leaders of the other major powers didn't speak, but their attitude was obvious. Their purpose was the same. I have just expelled Jiang Chen from Genius Prefecture. From now on, he has nothing to do with Great Qian Empire. Plus, Jiang Chen hasn't returned from Golden Horizon. As for that Longsha San, Yang Yu, have never seen him before. Don't you think it's too much for you to come here with such great fanfare? Could it be that you think my Great Qian Empire is a pushover? Yang Yu's qi was soaring. Even in the face of such a powerful enemy, he couldn't lose the bearing and dignity of Great Qian Empire. Yang Yu, you said that Jiang Chen hasn't returned. Why should we believe you? Nanbei Taixing continued. As a matter of fact, the scene of Jiang Chen disappearing in the spatial crevice had been witnessed by many disciples of the major powers. However, as they were too angry and rushed here, they didn't have the time to inquire about Jiang Chen's whereabouts. They thought that Jiang Chen must have returned to Great Qian Empire. One should know that Jiang Chen had offended so many people and major powers. Any ordinary person would choose Great Qian Empire as their protector. Jiang Chen hasn't returned. It's true that Jiang Chen didn't come back. He disappeared into the spatial crevice. Your major powers have also seen it. If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask. Plus, Jiang Chen had already expressed his intention to leave Great Qian Empire when he was in Golden Horizon. He has nothing to do with Great Qian Empire. As for Dragon San, he isn't a person of Great Qian Empire. We just got to know each other in Golden Horizon. It doesn't make any sense for you to come to Great Qian Empire to demand for him. Yang Bufan stood beside Yang Yu, unleashing the bearing of the evil lord. Both father and son stood side by side. One was more outstanding than the other. Looking at his son, Yang Yu couldn't help nodding silently. Yang Bufan's future achievements were limitless because he dared to point fingers and shout in front of so many experts. If Great Qian Empire was handed over to such a person in the future, Yang Yu would feel relieved. After listening to Yang Bufan's words, the experts of the 8 major powers couldn't help but frown. Indeed, they weren't sure if Jiang Chen was in Great Qian Empire. As for that Longsha San, he didn't seem to belong to Great Qian Empire. Even if they wanted to kill Longsha San, they wouldn't be able to pin the blame on Great Qian Empire. Besides, Yang Yu had already expelled Jiang Chen from Genius Prefecture in the name of the Emperor. It seemed that Jiang Chen really wasn't in Great Qian Empire. Yang Bufan, you said that Jiang Chen has entered the spatial crevice, but I don't believe it. Entering the spatial crevice will very likely send him into the turbulence of the spatial zone. Not to mention a puny Jiang Chen, even I wouldn't dare to do that, said Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring spoke. As the leader of Yellow Spring sect, he was also a ruthless character. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring is right, but what if Jiang Chen has mastered the Great Void technique inherited by Void Sovereign? Yang Bufan said. It wasn't a secret that Jiang Qin could use the Great Void technique, so there was no need for him to conceal it. What? The Great Void technique? Hearing the words Great Void technique, everyone's expression instantly changed. The Great Void technique sounded like a secret technique, but this secret technique itself represented the Void Emperor. Who would dare to neglect it? In the past, the Void Emperor relied on the Great Void technique to dominate the world, and everyone feared him. This damned bastard has actually obtained the inheritance of Void Sovereign. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring and the others were incomparably shocked, but just like what Yang Bufan said, if Jiang Qin had mastered the Great Void technique, he would be able to walk out of the turbulence of the spatial zone effortlessly. This man is too heaven-defying. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. This was the common thought of the 8 major powers. In a single trip to the Golden Horizon, Jiang Qin had obtained the Sun Divine Feather and the inheritance of Void Sovereign. Moreover, Jiang Qin had seized the luck of too many geniuses. He was a peerless madman who would become a disaster sooner or later. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. Therefore, the grudge between you 8 major powers and Jiang Qin is your personal grudge. It has nothing to do with Great Qian Empire. I advise you all to leave as soon as possible. Jiang Qin is unparalleled. He is the most heaven-defying monstrous genius I've ever seen in this world. His speed of growth is extremely fast, and he possesses the Sun Divine Feather and the Great Void technique. I can't tell when he will grow to the point where your 8 major powers will be helpless against him, said Yang Yu loudly. His tone was full of complacency. Although they had lost the Crown Prince and King Ping in this trip to the Golden Horizon, compared to the 8 major powers, Great Qian Empire was undoubtedly the biggest winner. Yang Yu, even if Jiang Qin isn't in Great Qian Empire now, he was able to enter the Golden Horizon because of the quota he obtained from your empire. Now that our 8 major powers have suffered such a great loss, your empire must pay a certain price. The Emperor of Great Cloud Empire, Yun Tianzuan, gnashed his teeth. The 3 empires of Eastern Xuanyu had always been at odds with each other. This time, Great Cloud Empire had suffered a great loss. Even Yun Zhangshao had died. This had infuriated the emperor. Pay a price. Yun Tianzuan, do you think a price is a price just because you say so? Do you think my Great Qian Empire is a pushover? I've already said that Jiang Qin isn't in Genius Prefecture, and that has nothing to do with Great Qian Empire. Why should I pay a price to you? Why don't you 8 major powers join forces and see if I, Yang Yu, am afraid of you? At worst, we'll have a life and death struggle. I'd like to see what kind of price you 8 major powers can make my Great Qian Empire pay. Chapter 1687. Yang Yu, do you think we won't dare to do so? The Golden Horizon has brought us such great losses. How can we leave just because of your words? Yun Tianzuan bellowed, releasing a powerful aura that wasn't any weaker than Yang Yu's. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, just do it. My Great Qian Empire has never been afraid of trouble. Let's fight to the death. A wave of air rose from the top of Yang Yu's head. It was a tyrannical qi. Upon seeing this, the leaders of the 8 major powers began to hesitate. They didn't expect Yang Yu's attitude to be so overbearing. As a matter of fact, even if they had the intention to attack the Great Qian Empire, they also had great concerns. After all, this was the territory of the Great Qian Empire. As one of the 11 major powers in Eastern Xuanyu, everyone knew how powerful the Great Qian Empire was. If they really fought to the death, even if the 8 major powers emerged victorious, they would still suffer great losses. It seems like Jiang Qin really isn't in the Great Qian Empire. If we attack the Great Qian Empire now, it won't do us any good. Our priority now is to hunt down Jiang Qin, find him, and kill him instead of fighting to the death with the great Qian Empire. If that happens, Jiang Qin will reap the benefits. His luck is heaven-defying. If he's given enough time to grow, he will become a disaster for our 8 major powers. Don't forget that he has the Sun Divine Feather and the Great Void Technique in his hands. The patriarch of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Qiong, spoke. He was dressed like a scholar and looked to be in his 30s. His eyes were constantly flickering with the light of wisdom. Chief Zhuge is right. The great Qian Empire still has a patriarch who hasn't appeared. If we really fight, we might not gain any advantage. Furthermore, we don't need to start a war with the great Qian Empire just because of Jiang Qin. Celestial Venerable Yun and the great Qian Empire have never been on good terms. Now, he wants to use us to get rid of the great Qian Empire. There's no need for us to be used by him. Our top priority now is to kill Jiang Qin. The threat of this person is much greater than the great Qian Empire, the sect master of Limitless Immortal Sect said. Although they came here in anger, none of them were fools. It wasn't worthwhile to start a life-and-death struggle with the great Qian Empire at this time. The 8 major powers had already suffered great losses in the Golden Horizon. Moreover, compared to the great Qian Empire, the threat of Jiang Qin was undoubtedly the greatest. Let's go. There's no point in wasting our time here. We can't really start a war anyway. If Celestial Venerable Yun wants to fight, let him start a war with the great Qian Empire. Now, we have to exert all our strength to kill Jiang Qin and Long Shersan. I heard that Long Shersan is the descendant of the Battle Saint Ape. His Battle Saint technique is incomparably terrifying. He's also a great threat. Old ancestor Yellow Spring was also a shrewd person. How could he not weigh the pros and cons? No matter how one looked at it, starting a war with the great Qian Empire was not worth it. It was obvious that Celestial Venerable Yun wanted to use them. Celestial Venerable Yun was a smart person, but they were not fools. How could they allow others to use them? Yang Yu, we're going after Jiang Qin now. I hope your great Qian Empire won't get involved. Nanbei Taixing said to Yang Yu. Of course. Jiang Qin has nothing to do with my great Qian Empire anymore, said Yang Yu, smiling bitterly in his heart. He really wanted to get involved and help Jiang Qin, but there was nothing he could do. He knew very well how big the trouble Jiang Qin had caused this time was. The 8 major powers were probably just the beginning. There was still the Immortal Court and the other 2 major powers of the Immortal World and the Immortal Court. Chapter 1688. The world was in chaos. Experts from various major powers had been dispatched to kill the same person. This was the first time in the history of Eastern Profound Domain. Jiang Qin and Dragon Shersan had become famous. No one wasn't shocked by this. Among the major and minor powers, in the streets and alleys, the topic of discussion was Jiang Qin and Dragon Shersan. The 2 most wanted criminals had almost become 2 legends that won people's praises. A single battle has made him famous. He has killed so many geniuses. If such a thing happens to me, my life will be worth it even if I'm captured and killed by the 8 major powers. While living in this world, everyone desires to do something spectacular. Either we live a spectacular life, or we die a spectacular death. Only someone like Jiang Qin wouldn't have come to this world in vain. Even if he dies, his name will be recorded in the annals of history, and the later generations will revere him. That's right. This is the miracle of the young generation. He's the idol of countless young men. As a man, he should be like Jiang Qin, doing what others can't and dare not do. Jiang Qin's name had become the idol of countless people. Which cultivator didn't have the slightest bit of courage? Sometimes, it would be stimulated. What they couldn't do didn't mean that they couldn't look forward to it, and what they yearned for didn't mean that they could achieve it. When what they yearned for was achieved by someone else, that person's figure would become incomparably tall and unreachable in their hearts. The experts of the 8 major powers had been dispatched, searching for Jiang Qin all over the world. Even half-step immortal venerables could only stay in their sections. Although the 8 major powers were bent on killing Jiang Qin, they knew how terrifying Jiang Qin was, or rather, how terrifying the Sun Divine Feather was. Even the half-step immortal venerable geniuses of the Immortal Court couldn't withstand a single attack from the Sun Divine Feather. Given Jiang Qin's ferocity, he wouldn't show any mercy once he encountered him. The next day, experts from the major powers of North Xuanyu, South Xuanyu and West Xuanyu began to appear in East Xuanyu. As the number of experts increased, East Xuanyu became even more chaotic. This was a matter of the entire ethereal immortal domain. The Immortal Court hadn't even made a move yet, but it had already caused such a huge commotion. The vast East Xuanyu was hundreds of millions of miles wide. At this moment, the sky was filled with powerful pressure. Some people were hiding in their residences, not even daring to come out. There were too many experts and immortal venerables. Divine senses were crisscrossing in the void. It seemed like the experts of the major powers were going to turn the entire East Xuanyu upside down in order to find Jiang Qin and Long Shan. However, it was as if Jiang Qin and Dragon Shan had completely vanished from this world. The experts of various major powers were busy searching for them, but none of them could find them. Not even a strand of monkey hair could be found. In the depths of the void, a silhouette was shuttling back and forth like a dragon. It was none other than Jiang Qin. The spatial crevice was a place that even the divine sense of immortal venerables couldn't reach. Only Jiang Qin, who had mastered the Great Void technique, could walk in it as he pleased. Jiang Qin's face was full of sadness. He didn't think about what was happening outside, nor did he think about his own situation. This wasn't the first time he had experienced being surrounded by enemies. Jiang Qin's mood was very heavy. He looked at the Sun Divine Feather in his hand that was glowing with flames, and thought of De Huang's reckless departure. Yan Qinyu was now in the immortal burying coffin. Wu Ningzhu had entered the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao and didn't come out of Golden Horizon. De Huang Dog had entered the legendary Great Thousand Mirror. Jiang Qin had suddenly become a loner. He was used to being alone, but he was afraid of being alone. It was a different feeling. Some people had never obtained something, so they were used to being alone. Some people once had something, but once they lost it, they would feel especially lonely. Jiang Qin belonged to the latter group. His heart was heavy. The once greatest saint, the once peerless old ancestor, was now entangled by countless questions. There were too many questions and too many secrets. Jiang Qin didn't know anything about them. Why is Xiao Yu in the immortal burying coffin? Is that person in the coffin really Xiao Yu? If not, where is she now? If she is, what's her relationship with Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zongxian? That damn De Huang left just like that, leaving behind a pile of questions. Jiang Qin shook his head. In the past, De Huang was full of mystery when he was around him. Jiang Qin wasn't in a hurry. He felt that De Huang would tell him everything when the time came. But now that De Huang had left, Jiang Qin suddenly didn't know what to do next. It turned out that he had long developed a sense of dependence on that dog. It was a spiritual dependence. What happened to the Golden Clan in the past? Why can't I see the faces of the enemies in that great battle? What's the meaning of the images left by the Great Thousand Mirror? Is it to warn the future generations? Who is that young demon sovereign that appeared in the end? Why does he have such an impact on De Huang? Could it be De Huang himself? There were too many questions and doubts. Jiang Qin couldn't calm down for a long time. He, who was once omnipotent, suddenly felt that he was so insignificant. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. In the end, Jiang Qin simply stopped thinking about it. His attention began to focus on the dragon transformation skill. When he was in the Golden Horizon, the dragon transformation skill had already shown signs of metamorphosis. The phantom of the ancestral dragon of slaughter had even appeared. Unfortunately, Jiang Qin still hadn't mastered the Tao of slaughter. The dragon transformation skill had fallen silent again, showing no signs of metamorphosis. Jiang Qin knew that it was because he hadn't killed enough to stimulate the metamorphosis of the dragon transformation skill. I've been in the spatial crevice for so long. I have no idea what's happening outside. Let's go out and have a look. Jiang Qin locked onto a direction and found an exit in the spatial crevice. With a sway of his body, he flew out. He concealed his qi and used the Zulong Tower to conceal his qi. Given his current condition, he would look like the most ordinary mortal among the crowd. It would be incomparably difficult for the experts of the major powers to find him. As soon as he walked out of the spatial crevice, Jiang Qin felt the powerful pressure in the void. His facial expression changed instantly. For God's sake! So many experts. East Xuanyu has brought so many immortal venerables. It seems like the experts of the other 3 major domains have also come. They really think highly of me. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Given his intelligence, he could naturally guess why so many immortal venerables had appeared in East Xuanyu. Obviously, they were coming for him. Subsequently, Jiang Qin gazed into the distance and murmured, "After I settle a matter in my heart, I will come back and turn this heaven and earth upside down." Chapter 1689. Tianyun Pavilion. Ever since Jiang Qin killed Tianmuyun, Tianyun Pavilion had ruled the entire One-Line Sky, becoming the true overlord of One-Line Sky. Under the leadership of Daoist Yufeng, Tianyun Pavilion also prospered day by day, causing the entire One-Line Sky to prosper. From this point alone, Daoist Yufeng's contribution couldn't go unnoticed. Furthermore, Daoist Yufeng was a person of virtue and prestige. He was a figure from the era of Ouyang He and was very popular. In addition, Jiang Qin personally appointed Daoist Yufeng as the pavilion master of Tianyun Pavilion. Therefore, no one in Tianyun Pavilion dared to disobey him. At this moment, as night fell, the sky above Tianyun Pavilion was cast with a layer of shadow. The entire mountain gate was filled with an oppressive aura, making it hard for people to breathe. Inside the meeting hall of Tianyun Pavilion, a group of higher-ups were sitting together. Everyone was frowning. The scene was silent and appeared particularly stressful. 2 people were sitting in the main seat. One was naturally Daoist Yufeng and the other was Tianji. Tianji's meridians were broken, causing him to lose his cultivation base. All of this was caused by Tianmuyun. Although Jiang Qin later helped him restore his vitality with the wood's spiritual energy, he couldn't cultivate anymore and could only be a cripple for the rest of his life. However, no one in the entire Tianyun Pavilion dared to say that Tianji was a cripple. Everyone's respect for him even surpassed that of Daoist Yufeng. Right now, he was like the overlord of Tianyun Pavilion. He didn't speak on normal days, but as long as he spoke, everyone had to obey him. This was because Tianji was Jiang Qin's master. Everything in Tianyun Pavilion today was built by Jiang Qin. Now, Tianji also had a worried look on his face. Sect Master, Elder Tianji, that old devil gave us 3 days. Tomorrow is the deadline. We can't just sit here and do nothing. An elder sighed. Are we really going to move away? Another elder said angrily. No, Tianyun Pavilion has stood tall in One-Line Sky for so many years. It was created by Brother Jiang Qin. This is his painstaking effort. Moreover, when Jiang Qin left, he handed over Tianyun Pavilion to me. If I just hand it over to others, how would I have the face to see Jiangqin? Even if I die, I would not have the face to see sect leader Ouyang. Daoist Yufeng spoke. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling incomparable rage. Right now, his cultivation base was still at the Immortal King realm. When he thought of how terrifying that old devil was, he felt helpless. If we really can't do it, we can only move away. Where there's life, there's hope. We have to protect the thousands of lives in Tianyun Pavilion. Tianji spoke. It could be seen that Tianji was having a great struggle in his heart when he said this. 3 days ago, an old man suddenly appeared in Tianyun Pavilion. He was a mighty immortal emperor. He had taken a fancy to the mountain gate of Tianyun Pavilion and wanted to occupy it for himself. Hence, he gave Tianyun Pavilion 3 days to move away. Otherwise, he would massacre everyone in Tianyun Pavilion. After tonight, that would be the deadline. To Daoist Yufeng, this was an incomparably difficult thing. He would rather die here to protect the mountain gate of Tianyun Pavilion. To a major power, there was nothing more important than the mountain gate. How humiliating would it be if the mountain gate was taken away? Besides, this mountain gate was the biggest foundation of Tianyun Pavilion. It had existed for many years. It was built by Ouyang He and revived by Jiangqin. Now that Ouyang He was dead and Jiangqin was gone, everything was handed to Daoist Yufeng. How great was the pressure on Daoist Yufeng? If they moved away, Tianyun Pavilion would never be revived. If they didn't move away, thousands of people in Tianyun Pavilion would lose their lives. To a bloodthirsty devil, massacre was nothing. That was a mighty immortal emperor. Tianyun Pavilion would never be able to resist. Jia Jia. As soon as Tianji's voice faded, a sinister laughter suddenly rang in the void of the main hall. Then, a black mist emerged and turned into a human figure. It was a black-robed old man. He seemed to be in his 60s. He was incomparably thin and weak, the kind that could be blown away by a gust of wind. However, the qi radiating from the old man was terrifying. His eyes were like a venomous snake, like a specter, representing the will of death. Hua! As soon as the old man appeared, everyone in the main hall stood up all of a sudden. Their faces began to turn incomparably unsightly. Old devil, it's not the deadline yet. What are you doing here? An elder spoke. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak like this in front of me? The old devil's body flickered and appeared in front of the elder. His speed was extremely fast. His palm grabbed the elder's chest, then he slowly dug out the elder's heart, threw it into his mouth and began to chew. His hand and mouth were full of blood, but his face was full of enjoyment. Delicious. Delicious. The old devil licked his lips. The scene was horrifying to the extreme. This scene was too eerie. Daoist Yufeng and the others felt their breathing getting heavy. In front of this old devil, they didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. I gave you 3 days, but you didn't do anything. Truly insincere. It just so happens that I don't want to wait any longer. It's too late for you to move away now. Tonight, I will start a massacre in this mountain gate and kill to my heart's content. I will kill all of you without leaving a single one alive. Kiki, the old devil laughed sinisterly. He took pleasure in killing. After hearing this, everyone's expression changed. There was only one thought in their mind: it's over. The end of Tianyun Pavilion has arrived. This old devil was their calamity. Master, can you give us another chance? We're willing to move out. We'll move out tonight. Tianji spoke, wanting to fight for the last chance for Tianyun Pavilion. No, I won't take back my words. I said that I will kill all of you, so I will definitely kill all of you. What qualifications do you have to bargain with me? The old devil was bloodthirsty. In his eyes, these people in front of him were nothing but ants. They were just tools for him to vent his desires. Expert, I am the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion. How about killing me and sparing thousands of disciples? Daoist Yufeng said helplessly. He could see that there was no reason to reason with such a person. If his life could be exchanged for the lives of thousands of disciples, he was willing. No, I want your life and the lives of the others. Now, I will start killing you all. I will stain this place with your blood, Kiki, the old devil laughed. Chapter 1690. This sudden voice immediately disrupted the bloody and tense atmosphere in the hall. Who is it? The old monster's face turned cold as he shouted at the void. There was actually someone who could appear in this hall without him noticing. He couldn't help but care about such a character. Daoist Yufeng and the others couldn't help but feel delighted because they vaguely felt that this voice was very familiar. The void rippled and a figure emerged, standing in front of the old monster. He was clad in white and had an extraordinary handsomeness. Who else could it be but Jiang Qin? Sect Master. Seeing the sudden appearance of Jiang Qin, Tianjizi and the others immediately exclaimed. In their hearts, this young man was the real boss of Tianyun Pavilion. As long as he was here, even Daoist Yufeng would have to step aside. Several elders immediately burst into tears as they recovered from the despair just now. In their hearts, Jiang Qin was an omnipotent existence. He had created too many miracles. Now that Jiang Qin had appeared, Tianyun Pavilion could be considered to be completely saved. No matter how powerful the opponent was, they didn't care. They believed that Jiang Qin would be able to deal with it. The name Jiang Qin was like an omnipotent god in everyone's heart. He was the soul of a sect, a kind of deified blind confidence. This was a pleasant surprise. Who would have thought that Jiang Qin, who had gone far away, would suddenly come back in the middle of the night, as if he had predicted the tribulation of Tianyun Pavilion? It turned out that Jiang Qin had not truly abandoned Tianyun Pavilion. Tianjizi came to Jiang Qin's side, watching Jiang Qin's continuous growth with a gratified expression on his face. Master, I've startled you. Jiang Qin bowed deeply to Tianjizi. Tianjizi was definitely one of the people that he respected. Back then, Tianjizi's cultivation base and meridians were destroyed because of him. When Jiang Qin left, he swore that he would find a way to heal Tianjizi within a year. After coming out of Golden Horizon, the first thing he did was to return to Tianyun Pavilion and help Tianjizi recover from his injuries. This was the most basic respect for one's master. This was Jiang Qin's promise. Jiang Qin was glad that he had returned in time. It turned out that Tianyun Pavilion was facing a calamity. It seemed that if he had returned half a step later, everything would have been too late. Master is fine. I'm very pleased that you were able to return at this time. Tianjizi smiled. The person he was most proud of in his life was this young man in front of him. Kid, who are you? Old Devil's cold eyes fell on Jiang Qin. When he found out that Jiang Qin was merely a half-step immortal emperor, he didn't put Jiang Qin in his heart. Jiang Qin didn't answer Old Devil's question. Instead, his eyes fell on the corpse of the elder whose heart had been dug out by Old Devil. Killing intent burst out from his body all of a sudden. I don't care who you are or where you come from. Today, you have come to the wrong place. Jiang Qin spoke Lang. Ha! What an arrogant kid. A puny little half-step immortal emperor dares to speak like this in front of me. You really don't know the meaning of death. Old Devil laughed loudly, totally not putting Jiang Qin in his heart. He was just a little surprised that a young half-step immortal emperor could appear in such a small sect. One should know that such a figure was considered a rare genius even in a big place like East Xuanyu. Old man, you really shouldn't kill people here. Jiang Qin shook his head. This old man was just a puny intermediate immortal emperor. To Tianyun Pavilion, he was indeed an unreachable expert, but in front of Jiang Qin, an intermediate immortal emperor was just an ant that he could kill with a raise of his hand. Brat, you look very arrogant. I'm going to kill everyone here today. I'll start with you. Old Devil was infuriated. Whether it was his cultivation base or status, there had never been a kid who dared to talk to him like this. How could he stand it? Old Devil moved. His terrifying sharp claws lunged at Jiang Qin. His face was filled with a sinister smile. He stuck out his tongue and licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. In his point of view, the heart of a genius was the most delicious thing. The appearance of Jiang Qin was just to deliver food to him. Be careful, sect master. Daoist Yufeng hastily warned. He had experienced the terror of this old devil, reminding Jiang Qin not to be careless. Paw! Before the sharp claws of the old devil could touch Jiang Qin's body, a tremor was heard in the void. Jiang Qin's palm had firmly grabbed the sharp claws of the old devil. What? The old devil was shocked. Immediately, he exerted a powerful force, but to his horror, no matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't budge an inch under the control of his opponent. This old devil wasn't a fool. He knew that he had encountered a monstrous genius. He was afraid that he had kicked an iron plate today. Chi. Wisps of flames rushed out of Jiang Qin's palm like spiritual snakes. In just a blink of an eye, the old devil's arm was engulfed in flames. Arg! The old devil let out a shrill scream. The cultivation law that he cultivated was evil. This kind of flame was like a natural enemy to him, making him feel excruciating pain. What Jiang Qin casted was the fire of sun, which had fused with Jiang Qin's energy. It wasn't something that the old devil could deal with. His entire arm was instantly incinerated, turning into ashes. Swish! The eyes of Daoist Yufeng, Tianjizi, and the others immediately lit up. Jiang Qin's growth had always been beyond their imagination. Only now did Daoist Yufeng realize that his warning just now was completely superfluous. This old devil, who stood high above them, was as weak as a baby in front of Jiang Qin. Brat, this lord will fight you to the death. The old devil roared. Suddenly, 3 silhouettes appeared and surrounded Jiang Qin. Corpse puppets. Jiang Qin's eyes trembled. The thing that the old devil summoned was a corpse puppet. Jiang Qin couldn't be more familiar with this kind of thing. So it's the scum of Corpsine sect. Jiang Qin sneered. He didn't feel the slightest burden in killing the people of Corpsine sect. These 3 corpse puppets were only intermediate immortal emperors. Under the control of the old devil, they pounced at Jiang Qin, but these corpse puppets posed no threat to Jiang Qin. With a flick of his finger, 3 rays of fire of sun rushed out. With a bang, the 3 corpse puppets turned into a sea of fire and were incinerated into ashes. Damn it! My corpse puppets! The old devil was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. The people of Corpsine sect cared about corpse puppets the most. They treated them as treasures. These 3 corpse puppets were refined by the old devil with great effort. Now, they were incinerated by Jiang Qin so easily. How could he bear it? But so what? This young man who came out of nowhere was just too powerful. He was no match for him. Brat, just you wait. Today's matter isn't over yet. Your sect will be razed to the ground sooner or later. The old devil left a ruthless remark, then tore the void and prepared to escape. In his point of view, even if he wasn't a match for Jiang Qin, it would still be easy to escape. Chapter 1691. Seeing that the old devil was about to escape, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. If a puny intermediate immortal emperor escaped from his hands, it would be a humiliation to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen would never allow such a humiliation to happen. Jiang Chen gently grasped the void. The body of the old devil, which had just entered the spatial zone, couldn't move anymore and was pulled out by Jiang Chen. The matter isn't over yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Jiang Chen said with a smile. All right, I admit defeat today. Kid, how do you want to end this? The old devil spoke maliciously, but at this time, he had no choice but to yield. After all, he had to lower his head under the eaves. The young man in front of him was just too powerful. He was no match for him at all. Although there was a gap between their cultivation base, their combat strength wasn't on the same level. Ever since his debut, he had never suffered such a great humiliation and loss. Because of his identity, who wouldn't give him some face? Even if he had gone too far, the other party wouldn't dare to say anything. Today, he had undoubtedly failed miserably. He had already lost an arm in the hands of a kid. This made the old devil extremely depressed. Naturally, a debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Since you have killed someone, you should leave your life behind. Isn't that very reasonable? Jiang Chen said in a casual manner. What? The old devil was stunned for a moment. He suspected that his ears were playing tricks on him. Then, he burst into laughter. Kid, did I hear it wrong? You dare to kill me? Do you know who I am? A disciple of Corpse Yin sect. Jiang Chen looked at the old devil with great interest. He was a little curious about the identity of this old devil. Judging from the old devil's tone, it seemed like he really had a high status. The old devil's smile stopped abruptly. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. You know Corpse Yin sect? That's great. I might as well tell you that I'm the younger brother of old man Corpse Yin. If you dare to kill me, your entire Tianyun pavilion will be buried together with me. Old man Corpse Yin's younger brother, looks like I really can't kill you. Jiang Chen's eyes trembled. He didn't expect to catch such a big fish today. If this guy had a different identity, he would have died immediately. But since he was the younger brother of old man Corpse Yin, he was really reluctant to kill him. Wouldn't it be a pity? Boy, you know what's good for you. If you kneel down and kowtow to me, bow your head to me, and offer this mountain gate to me, I may spare the thousands of lives in Tianyun Pavilion. The old devil was certain that Jiang Chen was afraid. After all, in East Xuanyu, his reputation was nothing, but old man Corpse Yin's reputation was enough to make people tremble in fear. Coupled with the terrifying methods and style of the Corpse Yin sect, who wouldn't be afraid? What I don't understand is how did old man Corpse Yin have such a useless younger brother? Jiang Chen shook his head. He was indeed puzzled about this. One should know that old man Corpse Yin was the sect master of Corpse Yin sect and had an intermediate immortal venerable cultivation base. No matter how weak his younger brother was, he should at least be a half-step immortal venerable, but he was only an intermediate immortal emperor. Furthermore, this bastard didn't stay in East Xuanyu Pavilion, but came to One Line Sky to break the rules. It seemed like he didn't want to improve himself. What did you say? The old devil's face turned cold, but he didn't dare to make a move. He wasn't a fool. He knew that he was absolutely no match for this young man. It seems like you still don't know anything about the Golden Horizon. I won't kill you, but it doesn't mean that I'll let you go. I might make you wish you were dead instead. Jiang Chen said, then suddenly stretched out his palm and pressed it on the old devil's forehead. A wisp of sunfire entered his body through the old devil's forehead. Arg! Arg! The old devil let out a blood-curdling scream. He felt his whole body heating up, as though there was a fire dragon wreaking havoc in his body, wanting to incinerate everything. That wisp of sun fire had destroyed his meridians and chi. In just a minute, the old devil had become a cripple. You crippled me. You actually crippled me. Arg, the old devil's heart was torn apart. As an intermediate immortal emperor, he was used to flaunting his prowess and dignity. Once he was crippled, it was like falling from the top of the pyramid into the deep soil, never to climb out again. That kind of feeling wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. It was truly worse than death. Kill me. Hurry up and kill me. The old devil had gone mad. He felt that he no longer had the courage to continue living. What was the point of living in this state? Humph. It's hard for you to die now that you've fallen into the hands of me, Jiang Qin. Just wait to meet your brother. Jiang Qin struck out a few seals to seal the old devil, giving him no chance to commit suicide. After that, he threw the old devil into the Zulong Tower. Master is getting more and more terrifying. An elder spoke. Everyone's eyes were filled with respect when they looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen's growth was beyond their imagination. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's return today, they were afraid that everyone in Tianyun Pavilion would have been killed by the old devil. Why did Chen Er come back all of a sudden? Could it be that he predicted that Tianyun Pavilion would be in trouble? Tianji said with a smile. Now that the crisis of Tianyun Pavilion had been resolved, everyone's mood had become incomparably relaxed. Master, I came back this time to treat your injuries. Coincidentally, this old devil was going to harm Tianyun Pavilion, so I dealt with him along the way. Jiang Qin said. He was relieved to see that Tianji was still as lively as ever even though he couldn't cultivate. What? Qin, were you able to heal my injuries? Tianji didn't dare to believe it. At this moment, he was so excited that even his voice began to tremble. He was very clear about his injuries. In fact, he had long since given up hope that he would be able to recover to his original state. Today, Jiang Qin came back from thousands of miles away and said that he was going to treat his injuries. If these words didn't come out from Jiang Chen's mouth, he wouldn't believe it at all. Yes, master. I have a way to help you recover. Jiang Qin smiled. Good. Chen Er, even if I can't recover, your kindness is already a great comfort to me. Tianji seemed incomparably excited. His eyes were a little red. Compared to Ouyang he was the luckiest. Chapter 1692. Daoist Yufeng, don't spread the news of my return. I don't want to cause any commotion. It won't be good for Tianyun Pavilion. I'll leave after Master's injuries are healed. Jiang Qin said to Daoist Yufeng. Yes, Sect Master. Daoist Yufeng nodded. He didn't ask why. He knew that Jiang Qin must have his reasons for making such an arrangement. The main purpose of Jiang Chen's return this time was to heal Tianji's injuries. After that, he would leave. Daoist Yufeng was very clear about this point. Subsequently, Jiang Qin brought Tianji into the 33rd floor of Zulong Tower. Tianji's injuries would probably take a lot of time to heal, so it was best to do so in the 33rd floor. As for the reason that Jiang Qin specially arranged for Daoist Yufeng to conceal the news of his return, it was also for the sake of Tianyun Pavilion. Given his reputation and status in Tianyun Pavilion, once the disciples knew that he had returned, there would definitely be chaos. What Jiang Qin was worried about was that the news of his return would spread to East Xuanyu. Given his current situation, he was afraid that he would immediately bring disaster to Tianyun Pavilion. His enemies were much more terrifying than Old Devil. In the 33rd floor, Tianji was sitting cross-legged with an excited expression. His face was full of expectation. For a person who had lost all his cultivation base, nothing could make him more excited than the news of recovery. Jiang Chen took out a drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk and handed it to Tianjizi. Master, this is Great Earth Immortal Milk. It has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. It's enough to help you reconstruct your meridians. At that time, not only will you recover to your original state, but your cultivation base will also improve greatly. Your body will be improved, and you will be reborn. Jiang Chen said. A drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk was enough to help Tianjizi recover. What? The legendary Great Earth Immortal Milk. Tianjizi couldn't maintain his composure any longer. He had browsed through the ancient books and learned about a lot of magical heavenly and earthly treasures. He also knew about the Great Earth Immortal Milk, but this saint item only existed in the books and legends. He had never seen it before. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen had even obtained the Great Earth Immortal Milk. How could this not make Tianjizi excited? He was very clear about the effect of the Great Earth Immortal Milk, so he couldn't control his emotions. Master, swallow the Great Earth Immortal Milk now. I will help you refine it. Jiang Chen said. Yes. After calming himself down, Tianjizi swallowed a drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk according to Jiang Chen's instruction. Normally, he wouldn't have the guts to swallow the Great Earth Immortal Milk even when he was in his prime, let alone now that he had lost all his cultivation base. The energy contained in a drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk was unimaginable. Given his previous cultivation base, swallowing it was no different from courting death. But it was different now. Tianjizi trusted Jiang Chen too much. Hong. As soon as the Great Earth Immortal Milk entered his body, a terrifying energy immediately spread out. Tianjizi couldn't bear it and immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. Calm your qi and focus your mind. Jiang Chen yelled. Both of his hands grabbed Tianjizi's wrist. Strands of energy penetrated into Tianjizi's body. Under the guidance of this energy, the terrifying energy of the Great Earth Immortal Milk was quickly controlled. 3 days later, Tianjizi's broken meridians were completely repaired. The newly reconstructed meridians were emitting a milky white light. The qi of the Great Earth Immortal Milk was everywhere. His meridians were extremely tough. It was impossible to damage them any further. One had to admit that the Great Earth Immortal Milk was indeed a rare treasure. Chapter 1693. Walking in the void was as easy as taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard, like an ethereal immortal. The world was vast and there were thousands of worlds. He could go anywhere, including the spatial crevice, the void turbulence and the world barrier. There was nothing that could stop him. This was the Great Void Technique. Rumor had it that when the Great Void Technique was cultivated to the extreme, one could travel to different worlds. That level was beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. He had only learned a little bit of the Great Void Technique. If he could master the Great Void Technique as skillfully as Void Sovereign, he was afraid that even the world law of the immortal world wouldn't be able to suppress him. He would then be able to leave the immortal world and return to Saint Origin World at any time. Of course, this was based on the fact that he had cultivated the Great Void Technique to the extreme. Given Jiang Chen's current condition, he couldn't do it. When one was alone, one's thoughts would be in a mess. Just like now, Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of De Huang Dog, everything that happened in Golden Horizon, the scene in the Great Thousand Mirror, the secret of the Golden Clan and the desolate ancient land. Desolate ancient land, where is this place? Jiang Chen frowned. De Huang Dog had left a message for Jiang Chen, asking him to go to desolate ancient land to save him. One should know that De Huang Dog would rarely say the word save. Since he wanted Jiang Chen to save him, it meant that there must be something in desolate ancient land that De Huang Dog couldn't handle. I won't think about these unrealistic things for now. Putting aside the fact that I still don't know what kind of place desolate ancient land is, even if I know, I'm afraid that I won't be able to help De Huang with my current cultivation base. My top priority now is to improve my cultivation base as soon as possible. Jiang Chen's eyes glinted with determination. Instead of thinking too much, it was better to just do it. Nothing was more important than strength. Whether it was to save De Huang and Yan Qinyu, or to deal with the current situation, Jiang Qin needed to be strong. Right now, he was surrounded by enemies from all over the world, so he had to increase his cultivation as fast as possible. In order to advance to the Immortal Emperor realm, I have to transform the dragon transformation skill and comprehend the Tao of Slaughter. Now that the ancestral dragon of slaughter in the depths of my soul has fallen silent again, it seems like my killing intent isn't enough. In that case, I'll slaughter again, using the heart of slaughter to comprehend the Tao of slaughter and stimulate the transformation of the dragon transformation skill. As long as the dragon transformation skill evolves, I will be able to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. The killing intent that had disappeared reappeared on Jiang Chen's body once again. For the sake of the dragon transformation skill's transformation, he had to continue doing something. In East Xuanyu, immortal venerables were everywhere. Apart from the experts of the 8 major powers in East Xuanyu, the immortal venerables of the other 3 major domains had also appeared. The entire East Xuanyu was like a huge net. As long as Jiang Qin jumped into it, he would never be able to get out. In the sky above an empty mountain range, a mighty early immortal venerable was hovering in the sky with a solemn face. His body was surrounded by trembling whirlpools of air. His divine sense had covered tens of thousands of miles, trying to search every corner of this area for Jiang Chen's shadow. He was an elder of Nanbei family with a dignified face. He was a mighty immortal venerable who usually wouldn't show himself, but today, he had taken the initiative to show himself for the sake of a mere Jiang Qin. Chapter 1694. In order to kill the people of Nanbei family, Jiang Qin wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy. What he needed now was slaughter. The higher the realm of the enemies he killed, the better it would be. Now that so many immortal venerables had appeared in Eastern Profound Domain, all of them were here to kill him. Naturally, Jiang Qin wouldn't be merciful in his attacks. This was in line with the Tao of slaughter of the dragon transformation skill. The Sun Divine Feather was too terrifying. Flames spread out, immediately sealing the void. The area within 100 miles was turned into a sea of fire. The void was torn into pieces. The Sun Divine Feather turned into a sharp sword and appeared above the elder's head in the blink of an eye. What? The elder of Nanbei family exclaimed. His facial expression changed dramatically. An extremely dangerous qi rose from the bottom of his heart. That was the taste of death. As a mighty immortal venerable, this was the first time in his life that he felt that death was so close to him. Clang! A terrifying combat saber immediately appeared in the elder's hand. In the face of the powerful Sun Divine Feather, he didn't dare to be negligent. He gathered all the energy in his body into the combat saber in his hand to resist the Sun Divine Feather. Hong Long! The combat saber and the Sun Divine Feather collided. Both sides seemed to be on completely different levels. The elder let out a miserable shriek. His entire body was sent flying away, and the combat saber in his hand flew away. Jiang Chen grabbed the combat saber. This was a powerful immortal weapon of a venerable. As a spoil of war, Jiang Chen naturally had to keep it. Barf! The elder was struck a few hundred meters away. His flesh was almost cracked. Blood spurted out from his mouth like a fountain. One had to admit that an immortal venerable was indeed an immortal venerable. He didn't even die from a single strike from the Sun Divine Feather. The elder of Nanbei family trembled in fear. He would never understand how terrifying the Sun Divine Feather was if he didn't face it head-on. Unfortunately, it was already too late by the time he found out. Jiang Chen never gave his enemies any chance. Almost as soon as the elder stabilized his body, Jiang Chen arrived before him like a shadow. The Sun Divine Feather turned into a sharp sword and slashed at him. No, the old man let out a miserable shriek. A dignified immortal venerable expert didn't even have the chance to escape. This in itself was a very sad thing. Puchi. The sun god feather cut off the old man's head. However, the moment before the old man died, he crushed a spirit talisman in his hand. A messenger talisman. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. He grabbed the old man's head and left. Jiang Chen has appeared. Tens of thousands of miles away, there were immortal venerables who sensed the shattering of the talisman. Their chi immediately fluctuated and they flew over. At the same time, there were at least a dozen immortal venerables. Let alone tens of thousands of miles, even millions of miles could be crossed in an instant by powerful immortal venerables. Almost as soon as Jiang Chen left, more than a dozen powerful experts appeared. Most of them were experts of Nanbei family. After all, the messenger talisman was made by Nanbei family. Unfortunately, despite their speed, they were still a step too late. By the time they arrived, they saw a headless corpse lying at the bottom of the mountain. There was no trace of Jiang Chen. Big brother. An elder burst into tears when he saw the headless corpse. His eyes turned red. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Jiang Chen, I'm going to shred you into 1,000 pieces." Jiang Chen can't have gone far. Everyone, hurry up and chase after him. Be careful. It seems that the Sun Divine Feather in Jiang Chen's hand has the power to kill an early immortal venerable. Our messenger talismans have been connected. Once you find any trace of Jiang Chen, don't fight him. Crush the talisman immediately. Someone spoke aloud. The sight of the headless corpse made everyone's heart heavy. They knew that they had underestimated Jiang Chen's strength, or rather, the power and lethality of the Sun Divine Feather. In other words, Jiang Chen now had the power to kill an early immortal venerable. Everyone had to be extra careful. The news of the death of an immortal venerable spread like wildfire, adding a sense of heaviness to the already tense atmosphere. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would dare to take the initiative to attack at this time and kill an immortal venerable. This had caused a huge uproar in East Xuanyu. Jiang Chen has appeared. This bastard is truly audacious. Now that so many experts are looking for him, he should be hiding, but he has taken the initiative to attack. I'm afraid there's no one else who has the courage to do this except for him, Jiang Chen. This Jiang Chen is too terrifying. He has actually killed an immortal venerable of Nanbei family. That's an immortal venerable we're talking about. Damn it. How could he kill him just like that? This is heaven-defying. It's not that Jiang Chen is powerful, it's that the Sun Divine Feather is too powerful. The Divine Feather extracted from the gold feather fan is extraordinarily powerful. Not even an immortal venerable can withstand it. But what puzzles me is that Jiang Chen, a half-step immortal emperor, is actually able to display the full power of the Sun Divine Feather. I wouldn't believe it if it didn't happen in real life. The sky is going to change. Even an immortal venerable is dead. I heard that Jiang Chen has mastered the Great Void technique. He can come and go without a trace. So many immortal venerables couldn't find him. I guess Jiang Chen will strike again. East Xuanyu is going to be plunged into chaos. No one wasn't shocked. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would take the initiative to attack. In this way, the situation in East Xuanyu would be plunged into chaos. In the depths of the spatial zone, after killing an immortal venerable, the killing intent in Jiang Chen's body intensified. The phantom of the ancestral dragon of slaughter emerged in the depths of his soul once again, urging Jiang Chen to continue his slaughter. Kill. I can't stop. This time, I have to keep going until the dragon transformation skill evolves. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. He knew that he was in a very dangerous situation, but at the same time, it was incomparably exciting. Under this kind of stimulation, Jiang Chen was ready to strike again. Ha! In the wilderness, 4 half-step immortal venerables were standing in the sky. They were experts from South Xuanyu. Their faces were incomparably solemn, looking in different directions. Everyone, be careful. That Jiang Chen has the strength to kill an early immortal venerable. If we encounter him, we must not fight him. Just use the message talisman to summon the experts. Someone spoke. Voila! However, as soon as his voice faded, a dazzling golden light carrying steaming flame struck out from the void. The expert who spoke didn't even have the chance to react before his head was chopped off. Not good. Jiang Chen has appeared. Hurry up and send the message. Chapter 1695. Swoosh. Jiang Chen appeared. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He didn't use his dragon form, as it didn't make any difference to him now. The power of the Sun Divine Feather was the same. Both of his eyes were bloodshot. His whole body was filled with killing intent. The ancestral dragon of slaughter in the depths of his soul was roaring unceasingly. The current Jiang Chen had undoubtedly become a peerless god of slaughter. Jiang Chen, you can't run away anymore. We have already crushed the signaling talisman. Powerful experts will be here soon. Just surrender. One of them yelled, but his voice was trembling. Clearly, he lacked confidence. Roar! Jiang Chen roared madly. The roar of a dragon shook the sky like an erupting beast. The Sun Divine Feather sprinkled out thousands of rays of divine light, shrouding the 3 experts. The 3 of them immediately fled in different directions. They didn't dare to confront Jiang Chen, thinking that it was no different from courting death. Arg! Even though their speed was fast, 2 of them still died under the Sun Divine Feather. Jiang Chen carried the 2 heads and did not chase after the 3rd one. He cast the Great Void technique and fled far away. He didn't want to continue fighting, because he knew very well that these immortal venerables had signaling talismans in their hands. In the next moment, countless experts would arrive. Jiang Chen didn't bother to chase after the 4th person. Swoosh! Similarly, as soon as Jiang Chen left, a large number of experts arrived. There were many intermediate immortal venerables among them. Unfortunately, they only saw 3 headless corpses when they arrived. Bastard! Bastard, he got away again. The sect master of the invincibility school flew into a rage. As a mighty immortal venerable, he had never felt so aggrieved before. He felt like he was being toyed with by a brat. Sect master, that brat has learned the Great Void technique. He can come and go without a trace. Now that he has the Sun Divine Feather, he's going to treat our people as his prey. One of them spoke in an incomparably tense tone. At this time, the half-step immortal venerable who had left earlier reappeared. He was the only one among the 4 of them who managed to escape. He felt lucky, but the thought of what happened earlier still made his heart palpitate. Too scary. The Sun Godly Feather is too scary. That kid is a homicidal maniac. This expert was still in a state of shock. This was the first time in his life that he felt fear. In the following period of time, Jiang Chen continued to appear in different places of East Xuanyu. Wherever the Sun Divine Feather passed, the heads of immortal venerables were chopped off. By this time, many immortal venerables began to tremble in fear. Some of them were looking forward to meeting Jiang Qin, but now, they were afraid of meeting Jiang Qin. They had set up an inescapable net in East Xuanyu just to find Jiang Qin. Now that Jiang Qin had made his move, they had become his prey. Because Jiang Qin's attack was too fast and disorderly, coupled with the unparalleled Great Void technique that allowed him to vanish without a trace, the experts of the major powers of ethereal immortal domain had to work together for the first time. Now that everyone was panicking, they couldn't come up with a perfect countermeasure. That night, Jiang Qin appeared again. He came to the top of the highest mountain in Eastern Profound Domain, strung a dozen human heads into a string, and hung them high up in the sky. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. It was really scary. For a moment, the entire East Xuanyu was in chaos. This was a blatant provocation. Jiang Qin alone was challenging countless major powers. Those hideous heads showed the failure and loss of the major powers, casting a shadow over the hearts of the major powers. The major powers were no longer as imposing as before. To them, Jiang Qin and the Sun Divine Feather weren't scary. What was scary was that they couldn't find him. Jiang Qin was like a ghost. No one would ever know when he would appear or where he would appear. That kind of killing in the dark was the most frightening. My God! Those are all famous experts. The strongest among them is at least a half-step immortal venerable. Now, their heads have been chopped off and placed neatly on the ground. Jiang Qin is flaunting his prowess to all the major powers. This is only the first day and so many people have died. Jiang Qin will never stop. The grudge between him and those major powers can no longer be resolved. With the Sun Divine Feather and the Great Void technique, he isn't afraid of anything. Now, he's going to turn into a killing god and reap the lives of his enemies. Those high and mighty immortal venerables have become his prey. He's like a ferocious tiger hiding in the dark, ready to pounce at you at any time. There has never been such a peerless figure in the immortal world. This is truly heaven-defying. It will only get more and more lively. I'm afraid that today is just the beginning. Those major powers must be both angry and nervous now. Everyone was shocked. The world had fallen into chaos. Jiang Qin had appeared out of nowhere and started a massacre. In just a day, he had killed more than a dozen powerful experts. Their heads were hanging in the sky. He had gone mad. Great Qian Empire, Genius Prefecture. Han Yan and Tyrant had a look of excitement on their faces. Little Qinzi has begun to attack. This is just the beginning. Those major powers are going to suffer. Han Yan smiled. He and Tyrant knew Jiang Qin too well. They knew that Jiang Qin wouldn't attack, but once he did, it would be earth-shattering. Jiang Qin had always been fearless. He had always been cruel to his enemies. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. When someone was determined to put you to death, what you had to do was to fight back ruthlessly. Enemies were meant to be killed. If Jiang Qin doesn't die, he will become the #1 sovereign in the world. Yang Zanqing said solemnly. Yang Yu and Dong Fangyu who were beside him couldn't help but look at Yang Zanqing. They knew how arrogant Yang Zanqing was. They had never heard Yang Zanqing evaluate someone like this. The #1 sovereign in the world. What kind of title was that? It was unprecedented. No one had ever dared to call themselves the #1 sovereign. He is walking on his own great sovereign path. The whole world is his enemy. He wants to trample all his enemies under his feet to pave the way for his own path, said Yang Yu. His evaluation of Jiang Qin was also very high. Now, he was very glad that Great Qian Empire didn't make Jiang Qin their enemy. It was an incomparably terrifying thing to make an enemy of such a person. For a figure like Jiang Qin, you had to either kill him in advance or give him a chance to grow. That would be the doomsday of the enemy. Even immortal venerables would have their doomsday. In the face of Jiang Chen's massacre, even immortal venerables would tremble in fear. The world was shocked. Not long after the dozen heads appeared, they were taken away by the experts of the major powers. They didn't say any harsh words. Their expressions were very miserable. At this time, none of the major powers would retreat. They had no way to retreat. A person like Jiang Qin must be killed no matter how great the loss was. They couldn't give him a chance to grow. Chapter 1696. This night, the world was stirred. Billions of people couldn't calm down. A name spread rapidly. The name of God of Slaughter was completely established tonight. This was the first person in the history of the immortal world. No one knew how many years had passed since the immortal world existed. Peerless figures had appeared one after another. Each of them had left their name in the records of history and had done many great things. However, none of them was like Jiang Qin, who dared to challenge the major powers of the immortal world and take the initiative to hang the head of an immortal venerable in the sky despite being the enemy of the whole world. That night, Jiang Qin didn't attack again, but the major powers didn't dare to be negligent. There were nearly 50 major powers in 4 major domains. Including the half-step immortal venerables, there were hundreds of experts who had almost controlled the entire East Xuanyu. This was a major event that had never happened in East Xuanyu before. There had never been so many immortal venerables. It was said that after the head incident, the old ancestor of Corpse Yin sect had appeared. He was a late immortal venerable supreme expert. Normally, he wouldn't show himself, but today, he had personally come to capture a half-step immortal Emperor Jr. To the old ancestor of Corpse Yin sect, this was an unimaginable matter. That's right. The old ancestors of the other major powers didn't show up. After all, experts of their level rarely showed themselves. They were all working hard to advance to the next level. How would they have the time to care about the matters below? Furthermore, given their status, it would be too embarrassing for them to hunt down a half-step immortal emperor personally. They couldn't afford to lose their face like this. Comparatively speaking, the style of Corpse Yin sect was different. They only cared about efficiency and results. Face was something they didn't care about. The matter is getting bigger and bigger. Now, even the old ancestor of Corpse Yin sect has appeared. If Jiang Qin attacks again, he will most likely be targeted by the old ancestor of Corpse Yin sect. At that time, it will be difficult for him to escape. It's hard to say. Jiang Qin has mastered the Great Void technique. That is the orthodoxy left behind by the Void Emperor. If he deliberately evades, I'm afraid the Corpse Yin sect ancestor won't be able to catch him. Jiang Qin's methods are too ruthless. Right now, he and the other major powers are as incompatible as fire and water. The grudges between them are impossible to resolve. They are destined to fight to the death. After today's matter, the other major powers will no longer dare to underestimate Jiang Qin. They will all be extra careful and work hard. Let's see, even if the Corpse sect ancestor appears, I guess Jiang Qin will definitely appear tomorrow. He is a fearless person who dares to provoke a tiger. On this night, no one was able to remain calm. Discussions were going on everywhere, and the air was filled with an intense pressure. Some of the weaker ones were trembling under this pressure. There had never been so many immortal venerables. Those who weren't involved were watching the show. Such an unprecedented show was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Many of them concluded that given Jiang Chen's style of action, he would attack again tomorrow. In Great Qian Empire, Yang Yu, Yang Zanqing and the others couldn't sleep either. They were constantly paying attention to the situation outside. Although they had severed their relationship with Jiang Qin, they still regarded Jiang Qin as one of their own, a part of Great Qian Empire. They had no choice but to sever their relationship with Jiang Qin just to protect Great Qian Empire. Late at night, in King Fan's prefecture, a beautiful figure was looking up at the night sky. Today's night sky was very dark. The pressure of immortal venerables had covered the moon and stars. "Big brother Jiang will be fine," the woman murmured. Her eyes were bright and beautiful, but there was a trace of pitifulness in her eyes. "Of course, the one who can kill your big brother Jiang hasn't appeared yet." Just at this moment, a voice was heard. Then, a white-robed man appeared beside the woman. Who else could it be if he wasn't Jiang Qin? The woman turned around abruptly. When she saw Jiang Qin, her face was instantly filled with ecstasy. She couldn't control her emotions and threw herself into Jiang Qin's arms. Jiang Qin patted the woman's shoulder and couldn't help but sigh. What an ill-fated relationship. "Qingqing, aren't I fine now?" Jiang Qin spoke softly. There were some feelings that couldn't be avoided. Some people were destined to face. He couldn't avoid Yan Qingqing's feelings for him. Since he couldn't avoid it, Jiang Qin didn't try to hide anymore. "Big brother Jiang, those major powers are hunting you everywhere. You won't be discovered, right?" After a brief moment of excitement, Yan Qingqing began to worry. She couldn't help but worry because she knew Jiang Qin's current situation. The entire immortal world was shaken. Countless immortal venerables were hunting Jiang Qin. To Yan Qingqing, an immortal venerable was an existence she never dared to imagine. "Don't worry. Unless I show myself, no one will discover me." Jiang Qin spoke. With the Great Void technique, he could go wherever he wanted. Now that he had come to King Fan Prefecture stealthily, no one would be able to find him. Back then, he left Yan Qingqing alone in King Fan Prefecture and didn't take care of her. He felt somewhat indebted to her. "Qingqing, the reason I came here this time is to help you improve your cultivation base and physique. This is East Xuanyu after all, the true immortal world. Improving your cultivation base is the most important thing." Jiang Qin spoke, then took out the Great Earth Immortal Milk. He didn't expect Yan Qingqing to encounter great opportunities like Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qinyu, but he still hoped that Yan Qingqing could become stronger bit by bit. "And, all right." Yan Qingqing nodded. She didn't ask what the thing in Jiang Qin's hand was. In any case, it must be a rare treasure. Ever since she came to King Fan Prefecture, she had acknowledged Old Man Bai Wang as her master. She had been cultivating diligently day and night, but it was still difficult for her to improve. Yan Qingqing loved Jiang Qin, but she knew very well that Jiang Qin was destined to achieve great things. That was why she kept working hard and didn't want to be a burden to Jiang Qin. Just like Wu Ningzhu, she wouldn't let go of any opportunity to improve herself. In order to become Jiang Qin's woman, she was destined to be extraordinary, and this extraordinary was destined to be very tiring. She was willing and satisfied with the tiredness. Jiang Qin used the Great Earth Immortal Milk and the Wood Spiritual Qi to cleanse Yan Qingqing's meridians. Then, he left the rest to Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing was different from Tianjizi. Her foundation was much stronger than Tianjizi. Therefore, she could absorb the Great Earth Immortal Milk by herself. When all of this happened last night, the sky had already turned bright. "Qingqing, I'm leaving now. After you refine the Great Earth Immortal Milk, I'll ask King Fan to send you to Genius Prefecture to cultivate. Don't worry about me. I won't die," Jiang Qin said. "And, be careful. I heard that the old ancestor of Corpse Ean's sect has appeared and is looking for you everywhere. He's a late immortal venerable expert," Yan Qingqing reminded. "Humph. I already know that. Since old ghost Corpse Ian has left Corpse Ian's sect, I'm going to attack him and make Corpse Ian's sect disappear completely. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. He had no good impression of this Corpse Ian sect. He had long vowed to get rid of this evil major power one day. Since Corpse Ian's sect was so eager to kill him that even their old ancestor had appeared, Jiang Qin naturally wouldn't be polite. Jiang Qin cast the Great Void technique. His target was the mountain gate of Corpse Ian's sect. Now that the old ancestor of Corpse Ian's sect had appeared, the current Corpse Ian sect must be empty. Jiang Qin was going to give this sect a fatal blow, a devastating blow. Corpse Ian's sect was located in the Corpse Ian mountain range. Its mountain gate was built inside the mountain range. The entire mountain range was exuding cold and evil qi, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. Jiang Qin came to the center of Corpse Ian mountain range. He stood in the sky, his black hair fluttering in the wind. The sun divine feather in his hand was emitting crackling sounds. The Corpse Ian qi in the surroundings was incinerated. Corpse Ian sect, today I'll destroy your mountain gate to teach you a lesson. I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me, Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin arrived in the sky above Corpse Ian's sect and raised the sun divine feather in his hand. Rumble, a huge hole was immediately created in the sky. The sun divine feather turned into a fire dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long. A blood-red pillar of light soared into the sky. This was the intense fire of the sun. The fire dragon danced in the sky. Jiang Qin let out a roar and the huge fire dragon slashed towards the mountain range of Corpse Ian sect. It was a river of fire that fell from the sky. Before the people of Corpse Ian sect could react, it directly slashed down without any warning. Rumble, the earth shook and the sky changed color. This was an immeasurable and terrifying energy. Under the impact of the terrifying fire dragon, the entire Corpse Ian sect was directly split in half. Palaces, altars, and countless other buildings were smashed into pieces. Just this attack alone killed countless people. Soon after, the entire Corpse sect was engulfed in a monstrous calamity. This was the powerful Sunfire, the Corpse sect's greatest nemesis. Ah! Countless screams echoed. Large numbers of Corpse Ian sect disciples were engulfed in flames. They were instantly turned into a sea of fire and burned to ashes. It's Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin has appeared. Quickly inform the ancestor. Inform the sect master and ancestor to come back. Otherwise, our Corpse Ian sect will be destroyed. Ah! Damn it, this deranged guy actually destroyed our mountain gate. The Corpse Ian sect was in complete chaos. The blow that Jiang Qin dealt to the Corpse Ian sect was too great. It was an irrecoverable loss. Swoosh! Two immortal venerables of the Corpse Ian sect appeared. They summoned their corpse puppets and attacked Jiang Qin. They wanted to delay Jiang Qin until the ancestor returned. Their eyes were red. Corpse Ian sect had never suffered such a huge loss before. Even their sect was split in half. Half of their disciples died tragically in the fire. Although they were very angry, their faces were also filled with fear. That was the fear of Jiang Qin. They already knew that Jiang Qin had killed an immortal venerable. So even if they wanted to delay Jiang Qin, they would use their corpse puppets to block the attack. Chapter 1697. Voila! Jiang Qin's sun divine feather swept out. All the corpse puppets were incinerated. Seeing this, the two immortal venerables were frightened to the extreme. As immortal venerables, each of them was incomparably confident in their own strength. However, they would never understand the terror of Jiang Qin before confronting Jiang Qin head-on. Just like now, when the corpse puppets were killed in an instant, they finally thought of the skulls that were floating in the sky last night. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before their skulls would be hung in the sky as well. Thinking of this, they didn't dare to delay any longer. They turned around and fled. In any case, they had already sent out the messenger talisman. Jiang Chen wasn't someone they could fight against. The flames of the Sun Divine Feather had an extremely strong restraining effect on corpse insect. Facing the Sun Divine Feather in such a situation was almost certain death. Jiang Chen didn't chase after them. He swept out the Sun Divine Feather once more. A large number of fireballs flew towards the mountain gate of corpse insect. Each fireball was like a giant cannonball with earth-shattering destructive power. Hong Long. Innumerable fireballs landed in different places of corpse insect. Looking at it from afar, the surrounding 10,000 miles had already been plunged into a sea of fire. Even if the two immortal venerables didn't send out the messenger talisman, Old Man Corpse Yin and the old ancestor of Corpse Yin sect would still be able to sense such a huge commotion. Half of East Xuanyu would be alarmed. Miserable screams filled the sky. This fire was a devastating blow to the Corpse sect. Corpse sect disciples who were covered in flames could be seen everywhere. Not only did these fireballs contain blazing flames, but they also had a very powerful attack power. Under this kind of attack, many people were seriously injured. How could they have the strength to resist the terrifying sunfire? The sunfire was the biggest nemesis and natural enemy of the Corpse sect. Looking at the miserable state of Corpse Yin sect, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Then, his body flickered and vanished. Not long after Jiang Chen disappeared, the experts of Corpse Yin sect returned. Old Man Corpse Yin and the old ancestor of Corpse Yin sect were the fastest. When they saw the miserable state of Corpse Yin sect, they almost spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Old Man Corpse Yin was shivering with anger. It wasn't easy to anger a mighty immortal venerable to such an extent. Bastard! Old Man Corpse Yin roared. His body flickered and appeared above the sea of fire. Violent energy turned into a layer of dark cloud. Under the pressure of the cloud, the fire was extinguished very quickly, but there wasn't a single intact building left in Corpse Yin sect. Not only had this fire destroyed all the buildings, but at least half of the disciples of Corpse Yin sect had been killed. This was an immeasurable loss in the history of Corpse Yin sect, and all of this was caused by Jiang Chen. As soon as the old ancestor of Corpse Yin sect appeared, he immediately sealed the area, but he couldn't find any trace of Jiang Chen. He knew very well that Jiang Chen had already escaped if he was one step away. The Great Void technique has actually reached such a level. The old ancestor spoke coldly. He knew very well that the reason why Jiang Chen was able to escape so quickly was because of the Great Void technique. If it wasn't for the Great Void technique, Jiang Chen wouldn't have dared to come to the mountain gate of Corpse Yin sect even if he was given 2 times more guts. We must tear this man into pieces. Corpse Yin sect will become the laughingstock of the entire world after today's incident. Old Man Corpse Yin's eyes turned red with anger. He gritted his teeth. If Jiang Chen was next to him at this moment, he would definitely eat Jiang Chen one bite at a time. The 2 immortal venerables who had escaped earlier appeared. They came to the side of Old Man Corpse Yin and the old ancestor, trembling. The thought of the power of the Sun Divine Feather still lingered in their hearts. Sect Master, the Sun Divine Feather is too terrifying. It's simply the bane of Corpse Yin sect. The powerful corpse puppets we have cultivated are completely vulnerable in front of the Sun Divine Feather. One of them spoke. Old Ancestor, Sect Master, that Jiang Chen has cultivated the Great Void technique. With this technique, he can go anywhere in the world. It's simply impossible to guard against him. He ran over and killed us, then left without leaving a trace. Today, Corpse Yin sect has suffered such a huge loss. It's unprecedented. The other man spoke. As a mighty immortal venerable, he had never seen such a heaven-defying genius. Don't worry. Jiang Chen will die sooner or later. We will make that little beast pay the price for our loss. The loss of Corpse Yin sect will sound the alarm to the other major powers. Can a puny little half-step immortal emperor really overturn the heavens? Old man Corpse Yin spoke viciously. Inside the ancestral dragon pagoda, Jiang Chen looked at the old devil with interest. At this moment, the old devil was completely dumbfounded. He was still immersed in the cruel scene of Jiang Chen destroying Corpse Yin sect, and couldn't get it out of his mind. That's right. Did you see that? This is the end of Corpse Yin sect. Do you still think that being a disciple of Corpse Yin sect is something to be proud of? In my hands, a Corpse Yin sect will be destroyed sooner or later. I will destroy it with my own hands. Your elder brother and your old ancestor will all die. Today is just a lesson. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. The old devil sat on the ground. He was in complete despair. His last bit of hope had been completely shattered. Now, his intestines were green with regret. He didn't know what was wrong with him. If he hadn't gone to One Line Sky, he wouldn't have fallen into the hands of Jiang Chen and he would still be free and unfettered in the heavens and earth. Originally, the old devil still had his last hope, and that was his elder brother. But after seeing Jiang Chen's actions today, he was in complete despair. He finally understood what kind of heaven-defying existence he had offended. Destroying Corpse Yin sect was something he didn't even dare to think about, but Jiang Chen actually did it. When the sky brightened, East Xuanyu was already in an uproar. The matter of Corpse Yin sect caused a huge uproar. It was even more shocking than the head incident last night. It felt like the entire sky of East Xuanyu was about to move. People guessed that Jiang Chen would make a move the next day, but no one thought that it would be this big. The entire Corpse Yin sect has been destroyed. Not a single building is intact. I heard that half of their disciples were burned to death. It's too tragic. One of the 11 major forces in East Xuanyu, the Corpse Yin sect that no one dares to provoke, actually suffered such a huge loss. Their sect was destroyed. Jiang Chen's methods are too ruthless. I've never seen such a terrifying bastard. It seems like there's nothing in this heavens and earth that Jiang Chen doesn't dare to do. He's just too ferocious. He actually destroyed Corpse Yin sect. That's right. Chaos, complete chaos. A devil incarnate has appeared. Countless major forces have joined forces but still couldn't catch him. Every time he makes a move, it will cause an earth-shattering movement. Chapter 1698. The incident of Corpse Yin sect was the biggest event in the history of East Xuanyu. 11 major powers had fought against each other and dominated the entire East Xuanyu. The other major powers had long wanted to get rid of a powerful force like Corpse Yin sect, but none of them had caused the slightest loss to Corpse Yin sect. Today, however, a puny Jiang Chen had almost annihilated Corpse Yin sect. The destruction of their sect was like a slap to their face. Corpse Yin sect was destined to become the laughingstock of countless people in the future. There was no doubt about it. Jiang Chen's fire had burned Corpse Yin sect to the ground and killed nearly half of its disciples. Such a loss wouldn't be able to recover even if they were given 10 years. Just like what old man Corpse Yin said, the incident of Corpse Yin sect had sounded the alarm bell for the other major powers. The old ancestors of the major powers didn't dare to show up. They could only guard their sects wholeheartedly. Otherwise, given Jiang Chen's character, he was afraid that he wouldn't fare any better than Corpse Yin sect if he went to their sects and massacred them. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't plan to continue attacking the other major powers. He wasn't a fool. After dealing with corpse insect, the major powers would increase their vigilance. The last person Jiang Qin wanted to encounter now was the old ancestors of the major powers. All of them were late immortal venerable supreme experts. Even if he went there with the sun divine feather, he wouldn't be a match for them. In the depths of the void, Jiang Chen's hair was disheveled. The killing intent all over his body had almost condensed into a substance. The ancestral dragon of slaughter in the depths of his soul had completely revealed itself. It was a blood-red dragon with emotionless eyes, full of bloodthirst. The body of the ancestral dragon was thousands of miles long. It was spiraling like a boundless mountain range. Finally, the time has come. After my continuous slaughter and the destruction of corpse insect today, the dragon transformation skill is finally going to make another breakthrough. The Tao of slaughter has been integrated into my body. Once the dragon transformation skill advances, my cultivation base will advance to the peak of early immortal emperor realm. Jiang Chen's face was filled with surprise. He had been waiting for this day for too long, and it was finally here. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, the thing that excited him the most was every time the dragon transformation skill underwent a transformation. Swoosh! With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin flashed into the 33rd level of Zulong Tower. He was afraid that the transformation of the dragon transformation skill would take a long time, because it was different from the past. This time, he was comprehending the Tao of slaughter. The great Tao was the most illusory and elusive thing. Therefore, according to Jiang Chen's estimation, this seclusion would take at least 2 months. 2 months in the Zulong Tower was equivalent to 2 days in the outside world. In the 33rd level, Jiang Qin kept the sun divine feather and circulated the dragon transformation skill to the extreme. The image of the ancestral dragon of slaughter continued to hover in the void. Jiang Chen's entire soul seemed to have integrated with the will of the ancestral dragon. He sat cross-legged there. Dragon scales began to emerge on the surface of his body. The outside world was still in chaos. Countless forces began to unite together. Even those who used to be hostile to each other chose to unite now. They really saw the threat of Jiang Qin. Such a person must be eliminated. They couldn't give him another chance to grow. Previously, because the forces didn't put Jiang Qin in their eyes and acted separately, Jiang Qin was able to take advantage of the loophole. Not only did he kill so many experts, he ruthlessly slapped the faces of the forces. He also destroyed the powerful Yin Corp sect and used the reputation of the forces to establish Jiang Chen's name as the god of slaughter. The experts of the 4 domains had appeared and began to unite with each other to ensure that as long as Jiang Chen appeared, they would be able to besiege him. Furthermore, the distribution of their strength was balanced. Even if Jiang Qin had the sun divine feather, he wouldn't be able to cause any harm to them silently. The experts of the major powers weren't fools. They could see that Jiang Qin could kill early immortal venerables with the sun divine feather, but intermediate immortal venerables were more than enough to deal with Jiang Qin. This point could be deduced from the fact that Jiang Qin had never attacked intermediate immortal venerables. Eastern Xuanyu had fallen into a state of tension, but there were 3 major powers that remained very calm. They were Great Qian Empire, Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. Due to the appearance of Jiang Qin and Longsha Sand in the Golden Horizon, Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley didn't suffer any great losses. Instead, they had gained a lot of benefits, especially Lan Lingji and Hua Shaoqian. These 2 sanuses had been saved by Longsha San. They were very grateful to Longsha San and Jiang Qin. Therefore, the 2 major powers were paying close attention to the situation. Like Great Qian Empire, they had the intention to help Jiang Qin, but they couldn't. The enemy was just too strong. Not only would they not be able to help Jiang Qin and Longsha San, they would also be involved in this storm. One should know that all the major powers were feeling depressed, especially the 8 major powers of Eastern Xuanyu. They had been facing losses because they couldn't catch Jiang Qin. If Great Qian Empire and Exquisite Paradise were to act at this time, they would undoubtedly find a punching bag for them to vent their anger on. Yang Yu had been in a state of high tension for the past 2 days. Yang Zanqing and Dong Fangyu were also paying attention to the situation outside. The incident of Corpse Insect had made them shudder. They simply couldn't predict how much trouble Jiang Qin would cause. This kid has completely exceeded my expectation. I can't help but admire him for being able to cause such a huge loss to Corpse Insect. Yang Yu wasn't stingy with his praise for Jiang Qin. Your Majesty, now that all the major powers have united, do you think Jiang Qin's life will be in danger if he acts again? Yang Zanqing asked with some concern. Don't worry. Jiang Qin isn't a fool. Although he is decisive and ruthless, he is never impulsive. Everything he does is very wise. If it wasn't for the old ancestor of Corpse Insect, Jiang Qin wouldn't have had the chance to take advantage of the loophole. But even I don't know what kind of trouble this guy will cause. Yang Yu's face was filled with anticipation. This was going to be a great show, a splendid show. No matter if they were involved in it or not, they were all paying close attention to it. Naturally, Yang Yu was the same. Jiang Qin was the genius that he valued the most. He didn't want anything to happen to Jiang Qin, but he also hoped that Jiang Qin could create another miracle. I'm also looking forward to it, but this crisis is really not going to be easy to overcome. The Immortal Court hasn't taken action yet. I hope they won't. Otherwise, things will get out of hand. Dong Fangyu sighed. Ever since the end of the trip to Golden Horizon, he hadn't been able to calm down. Chapter 1699. The next day, just when countless people thought that Jiang Qin would strike again, East Xuanyu had calmed down. All the major powers were ready, waiting for Jiang Qin to show up again. Unfortunately, Jiang Qin seemed to have vanished completely. Countless immortal venerables searched the void of East Xuanyu, but they couldn't find any trace of Jiang Qin. However, these experts were already used to this. They all knew the scariness of the Great Void technique. They knew that Jiang Qin could hide in the spatial crevice or even the turbulence of the void. It was incomparably difficult to find him. The only thing they could do was to wait for Jiang Qin to show himself. Isn't Jiang Qin going to show up? Of course. Jiang Qin isn't a fool. If I were him, I wouldn't show up either. Now that all the major powers have joined forces, showing up is equivalent to courting death. Jiang Qin is very shrewd. That's true, but this matter certainly won't end here. If Jiang Qin isn't killed, those major powers won't be able to sleep peacefully. Jiang Qin has become a thorn in their eyes, or even their nightmare. That's true. Countless people were talking about Jiang Qin all the time. The temporary calm only represented the arrival of a more violent storm. Everyone was looking forward to something. In the Zulong Tower, a month had already passed. The dragon transformation skill had successfully advanced. The ancestral dragon of slaughter in the depths of his soul had vanished, forming a dragon seal in the depths of Jiang Qin's soul. The slaughter dragon seal is another powerful combat technique. Jiang Qin was delighted. Every time the dragon transformation skill transformed, he would receive great benefits. The slaughter dragon seal contained an endless amount of killing intent, and it carried the will of the ancestral dragon of slaughter. Once it was unleashed, it would be like a raging storm. Just the killing intent alone was enough to kill someone. Wang wang. The energy in Jiang Qin's body buzzed. His whole body trembled violently. This situation made Jiang Qin even more excited. The comprehension of the Tao of slaughter and the advancement of the dragon transformation skill had brought great benefits to Jiang Qin. His cultivation base had begun to break through. He was already a peak half-step immortal emperor, and was about to advance to the true immortal emperor realm. Jiang Qin had been waiting for this moment for too long. New dragon marks began to condense, filling up Jiang Qin's qi. The number of dragon marks reached 1.3 million in an instant. Jiang Qin's cultivation base had officially stepped into the immortal emperor realm. However, this wasn't the end. The advancement of the dragon transformation skill didn't stop there. The new dragon marks were still rising. Jiang Qin's accumulation was just too strong. Now that it had erupted, his cultivation base would surely advance to the peak of early immortal emperor realm. To Jiang Qin, advancement had always been a very fast process. Very soon, the number of dragon marks in his body had reached 1.34 million. As expected, his cultivation base had reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm. He only needed the last 10,000 dragon marks to advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Very good. I've finally advanced to the immortal emperor realm. I have no idea how much my combat strength has improved, but it's still far from enough to fight those major powers. After losing the Sun Divine Feather, I'll only be slaughtered by them. I'm not in a hurry to go out now. I'll first stabilize my cultivation base in the 33rd level and carefully comprehend the Slaughter Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled. He didn't plan to go out right away. He knew the situation outside very well. Even if he went out, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything great. Besides, Long San wasn't a fool. He knew that it was useless even if he didn't admit it. These immortal venerables weren't idiots. It was too easy for them to determine his identity. He was afraid that those disciples of Golden Horizon had already described his appearance. It was basically impossible for him to restore his cultivation base to the immortal venerable realm. Hong Long. Being trapped by Old Man Corpsine, Dragon Shursan's ferocious nature burst out. He faced the sky and let out an earth-shattering roar. His body instantly expanded, turning into a golden violent ape. He executed the Battle Saint technique to the extreme and fiercely slammed towards Old Man Corpsine's palm. The earth-shattering attack actually caused cracks to appear on Old Man Corpsine's palm. At the same time, Long San used the life symbol art and found a trace of the profound meaning of life, allowing him to escape from the cracks on Old Man Corpsine's palm. Voila! However, Long San couldn't escape at all. He was firmly besieged by the other immortal venerables. In such an environment, even the life symbol art couldn't find a chance of survival. Damn it! Old Man Corpsine was appalled. Not just him, everyone on the scene was appalled. Each of them turned to look at Long San. Even though they were immortal venerables, they couldn't help but shiver in fear. They had never seen such a heaven-defying bastard who almost killed an early immortal venerable with a single strike. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare to believe it. Ha! You all have to pay the price if you want to kill Master Monkey. Long San laughed wildly. His body was 30 meters tall like an iron tower. His fiery golden eyes shot out endless fiery light as he stared at one of the early immortal venerables. Arg! The immortal venerable was caught off guard. When his eyes met Long San's fiery golden eyes, his eyes exploded on the spot. Blood gushed out and he let out a heart-wrenching wail. Even the eyes of heaven of the northern and southern dynasties didn't dare to look into Long San's fiery golden eyes, let alone the eyes of an ordinary person. It was simply courting death. Ha! Long San went mad. He casted a secret technique that increased his speed to the extreme. In a blink, he had reached the immortal venerable whose eyes had exploded. His giant palm grabbed the head of the immortal venerable and crushed it with a bang. It was too fast. The dozens of immortal venerables didn't have time to react. The main reason was that the fiery golden eyes was too terrifying. No one had thought that this monkey would still dare to attack again after being trapped like a turtle in a jar. My God! What's the origin of this Longshan? How can he be so heaven-defying? Damn it! There's Jiang Chen and now Longshan. How can there be so many monstrous geniuses? Compared to them, the geniuses of those major powers can't even be called geniuses. Ferocious. This is the ferocious nature of an immemorial battle spirit. Even in such a situation, he still dares to kill. 2 immortal venerables have already fallen in his hands. Chapter 1701. Kill him. Old Man Corpsine bellowed. The huge commotion had attracted the attention of over 100 immortal venerables, trapping Longshan firmly. It was a situation of certain death. Even if Jiang Qin appeared in person, he wouldn't be able to escape. There were 7 to 8 intermediate immortal venerables. At least, all the sect masters of the 8 major powers of East Xuanyu had come. Each of them was gnashing their teeth in hatred for Longshan. An incomparably ghastly sharp blade appeared in Old Man Corpsein's hand and slashed at Longshan. The iron staff appeared in Longshan's hand. Longshan had transformed into a violent ape. No matter how strong his opponent was, he would still dare to fight back. The moment the iron staff and the sharp blade collided, the void was torn apart. Barf! Longshan spurted out a mouthful of blood. Old Man Corpsein was an intermediate immortal emperor after all. No matter how heaven-defying Longshan was, he was only a late immortal emperor, not even a half-step immortal venerable. He was absolutely no match for an expert like Old Man Corpsein. It was already a matter of pride for Longshan to survive the furious strike of Old Man Corpsein. Old Man Corpsein, don't kill him. A voice sounded. It was none other than the patriarch of Nanbei family, Nanbei Taixing. Why? Old Man Corpsein glared at Nanbei Taixing. Using this man to lure Jiang Qin out is our chance. As long as we have him, Jiang Qin will definitely appear. Otherwise, we won't be able to find Jiang Qin once he cultivates the Great Void technique. Nanbei Taixing spoke. That's right. Patriarch Nanbei is right. Jiang Chen is the real calamity and a great threat to us. With this Longshan, we won't have to worry that Jiang Chen won't appear. As long as he appears, we will kill Jiang Chen at all costs. The Emperor of Great Cloud Empire, Yun Tianzuan, said. He felt that Nanbei Taixing's words were very reasonable. Jiang Chen will die, and so will Longshan. I'll kill Longshan and use his corpse to attract Jiang Chen. Old Man Corpsein had already made up his mind to kill, and it seemed that he would not change his mind. While speaking, the sharp blade in his hand once again slashed toward Longshan. That's right. Kill Longshan and use his corpse to lure Jiang Chen. That monkey's body is stained with the blood of our geniuses. We can't let him live. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring said fiercely. With a sway of his body, he and Old Man Corpsein lunged at Longshan at the same time. How could the already injured Longshan resist 2 intermediate immortal venerable experts? Pu Chi. The void was completely locked by countless immortal venerables. Longshan had no strength to fight back. The sharp blade of Old Man Corpsein plunged into Longshan's chest, piercing his heart. 2 of Old Ancestor Yellow Spring's sharp fingers pierced Longshan's eyes, destroying his fiery golden eyes. Old Man Corpsein's attack was incomparably fierce. The sharp blade in his hand exuded terrifying chi, shattering the internal organs of Long Shersan and hanging him on the blade. Long Shersan's body wriggled a few times, and then he lost all signs of life. The iron staff in his hand seemed to have a spirit of its own as it vanished. Is he dead? AI. What a pity. A genius of a generation, an immemorial battle spirit, has died just like that. If Long Shersan didn't die, he would certainly become an earth-shaking figure in the future. It's useless to say so much. He can only blame himself for offending powerful enemies, but Long Shersan's death is worth it. He has dragged two immortal venerables with him before he died. Long Shersan is dead, but this matter is far from over. I'm afraid that these major powers are going to use Long Shersan's corpse to lure Jiang Qin out. They're really shameless. That's right. The major powers are really shameless to use such a despicable method. Many of them were lamenting the death of Dragon Shersan. This peerless monstrous genius was destined to be just a flash in the pan. The act of those major powers using Dragon Shersan's corpse to attract Jiang Qin had become a shameless act, but they were also feeling very aggrieved. They were all people who cared about their reputation. If there was a way, they wouldn't use such extreme means, but they couldn't care less about it now. Their reputation wasn't as important as killing Jiang Qin. Send out a message. Give Jiang Qin a day. If he doesn't show up after a day, destroy Long Shersan's corpse. Old man Corpse Yin spoke aloud, and then hung Long Shersan's corpse in the sky, completely imitating what Jiang Qin had done that day. Long Shersan was suspended high in the sky. His body was still bleeding. Both of his eyes had been completely destroyed. The fiery golden eyes could no longer produce the divine glow of the setting sun. There were mighty immortal venerables everywhere. They were waiting for Jiang Qin to appear. They believed that given the relationship between Jiang Qin and Long Shersan, he would certainly appear. As long as Jiang Qin appeared, he would die for sure. Exquisite paradise. Lan Lingji was agitated. She flew out of the mountain gate, but was stopped by Venerable Ling Long. Master, I'm going to save Brother Shersan. Lan Lingji was inconsolable. Long Shersan is already dead. It's useless for you to go. Venerable Ling Long spoke. She seemed to be in her 30s. She had an exquisite figure and wore a jade-colored robe. There was a sense of majesty in between her brows, giving people a feeling of valiance. Venerable Ling Long was very beautiful. Her impressive figure showed her maturity. A woman like her was destined to be looked up to. No, Brother Shersan won't die. He can't be killed. Tears flowed down from Lan Lingji's eyes. She didn't believe that Long Shersan would die. Even though it had become a fact, she still wasn't willing to accept it. Accept the reality. The enemy is too strong. There's nothing we can do. Venerable Ling Long's eyes were full of helplessness. She had the intention to help, but just like Yang Yu, she had many concerns. She felt very sorry for Long Shersan's death. After a long time, Lan Lingji recovered. She raised her head, looked at Venerable Ling Long, and said in a pleading tone, Master, let me go and see him. Regardless of life or death, Lan Lingji wanted to see Long Shersan for the last time, even if it was just from a distance. AI. All right, I'll bring you there. Venerable Ling Long sighed and vanished with Lan Lingji. Great Qian Empire, Genius Prefecture. Han Yen and Tyrant had also received the news that Old Man Corpse Yin and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring had killed Long Shersan. Now, they were going to use Long Shersan's corpse to lure Jiang Qin out. The death of Long Shersan had made Han Yen and Tyrant fall into a state of rage. They couldn't stay calm anymore. What should we do now? We can't let the monkey's corpse hang there. Han Yen gritted his teeth and said. Ba. Ah Yen, wait for a while. Little Chenzi will definitely appear. He will definitely avenge the death of the monkey. These major powers are playing with fire. They are provoking Jiang Qin, provoking a terrifying beast. Tyrant couldn't maintain his mercy anymore. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew it wouldn't help, he and Han Yen would have already rushed out. Everyone thought that Long San was dead, but as a matter of fact, would Long San, who cultivated the life symbol art, die so easily? The mighty battle Saint Ape, a rare immemorial battle spirit, might not be so easy to kill. Chapter 1702. In books, there was a saying about black clouds covering a city. Right now, black clouds were directly covering everyone's heads, as well as the entire world's heads. Black clouds filled the sky of the eastern Xian region. That was a pressure condensed from fury and killing intent. It gave the entire world an apocalyptic feeling, causing people's hearts to tremble. In the distant sky, Long San was floating. His blood had already flowed out. He had turned into a monkey as tall as a human. The golden fur on his body had turned dim. There was no sign of vitality or qi in his body. Countless immortal venerables surrounded his corpse. The sky was filled with a desolate smell. Venerable Ling Long and Lan Lingji were standing at an extremely far distance, looking at each other. Brother San. Lan Lingji screamed hoarsely. Her voice had turned hoarse. Tears were pouring down her face. She wanted to rush forward regardless of everything. Even if they couldn't live together, she wanted to die together. Lingji. Venerable Ling Long firmly controlled Lan Lingji, not allowing her to do anything stupid. Presently, all the major powers were in a state of rage, especially Old Man Corpse Yin and Nanbei Taixing. Anyone who had any intention of harming Long San would be regarded as an enemy by them. If Lan Lingji rushed forward, she would certainly die. No, don't. Lan Lingji's beautiful face was twisted by pain. She was the saintess of a generation, but at this moment, she was wailing loudly without caring about her image. Her cries were heart-wrenching and earth-shattering. Although Lan Lingji and Long San hadn't known each other for long, they had a deep affection for each other. Ever since Long San rescued her from the hands of He Lang, his shadow had been firmly imprinted in her heart. A proud woman might never look at her pursuers. They were cold and arrogant, thinking that no man in the heavens and earth was worthy of their nobility, but the more such a saintess was, once her psychological defense was broken, her feelings would get out of control. You said you would come to exquisite paradise to look for me. I've been waiting for you. Long San, how did you fall just like that? Aren't you known to be invincible? Lan Lingji squatted down in the void, hugging her shoulders, shivering and sobbing. Sigh. Venerable Ling Long heaved a sigh. She had watched Lan Lingji grow up and treated her like her own daughter. How could she feel good seeing Lan Lingji in such a painful state? At this time, two figures appeared beside them. They were Hua Gai and Hua Xiaoqian. Hua Xiaoqian's face was also filled with sorrow when she saw Lan Lingji. She raised her head to look at the lonely figure hovering in the sky, unable to calm her heart for a long time. She would never forget what happened in the ancient city. She would never forget who saved her and her sisters from Yen Yulong's hands. That godlike man, that invincible immemorial battle spirit, had died so miserably. Hua Xiaoqian was unable to accept this. I haven't even repaid young Master Dragon for saving my life, and now we're separated from each other. A tear rolled down Hua Xiaoqian's cheek. Hua Gai looked at Venerable Ling Long and said, I wonder if we can snatch Long San's corpse back if we join hands. Let's give it a try then. Two rays of cold light shot out from Venerable Ling Long's eyes. Both of them felt that they owed Long Shersan a favor and couldn't bear to see Long Shersan's corpse hanging there. Don't be impulsive. At this time, a voice sounded. Yang Yu had appeared beside them out of nowhere. Yang Yu, Jiang Chen is a man of great Qian Empire. Shouldn't you do something? Venerable Ling Long spoke. Do you think I don't want to? Jiang Chen is my most valued genius disciple. He will certainly raise the prestige of my empire in the future. But what can we do even if the three of us join hands? What can the three of us do? Old Man Corpsine and the others are at the end of their fury, otherwise, they wouldn't have killed Dragon Shersan. If we make a move at this time, we will only give them an excuse to deal with us. I believe that many of them will be very happy to eliminate us. The 8 major powers are now full of anger and depression and have nowhere to vent their anger. If you go there now, you will only give them a place to vent their anger, a reason that they won't be able to find. At that time, it will be the doomsday of our 3 major powers. You don't have to think about yourselves, but you have to think about the lives of the thousands of disciples of your sections. Yang Yu said coldly. Upon hearing this, Venerable Ling Long and Hua Gai halted their steps. What Yang Yu said was true. They wanted to take action, but it seemed that they were powerless. Just like what Yang Yu said, even if the 3 of them joined hands, they might not be able to snatch Long Shersan's corpse. On the contrary, it would give the major forces an excuse to eliminate them. In that case, it would be a disaster for the 3 major forces. Are we just going to watch Long Shersan's corpse being taken away? Venerable Ling Long frowned. Don't worry. There's still 1 day left. Jiang Qin will definitely appear. Yang Yu said. Are you so sure? Hua Gai asked. Of course. Jiang Chen is a person who values friendship and righteousness. Don't underestimate Jiang Qin. He's a ferocious tiger, a ferocious beast. Once a ferocious beast is enraged, it's very terrifying. The major forces have killed Long Shersan and used his corpse as a hostage. This has touched Jiang Chen's bottom line. Just wait and see. Once a ferocious beast is enraged, the immortal world will no longer be peaceful. Yang Yu said. His evaluation of Jiang Qin was too high. But even if Jiang Qin appears, I'm afraid it won't help. He's just relying on the Great Void technique and the Sun Divine Feather. But given the current situation, even if Jiang Qin comes with the Sun Divine Feather, I'm afraid he won't be able to save Long Shersan. He might even get himself into trouble. If Jiang Qin isn't a fool, he won't show up. Hua Gai had never seen Jiang Qin before, so she didn't know Jiang Qin well. That was why she said such words. Jiang Qin will definitely show up. He won't just watch 13's corpse being destroyed here. A voice sounded from behind. It was Han Yan and the others. No one knew Jiang Qin better than him. Back then, in order to repair his broken arm, Jiang Qin didn't hesitate to obtain the regenerative lotus. What Yang Yu said was right. These major forces were enraging a ferocious beast. Once the ferocious beast made its move, they would be bitten all over. However, looking at the camp, Tyrant, Han Yan, and Yang Bufan couldn't help but worry. The current situation was too difficult. Chapter 1703. But if little Chenzi shows up, how will he deal with the current situation? Yang Bufan's face was full of worry. Don't worry. Little Chenzi has been through all kinds of storms and waves. I believe he will have a way to prevent them from destroying 13's corpse, said Han Yan. He and Jiang Qin had known each other for the longest time. They had met in Qi province, and later in Black sect. Jiang Qin had created too many miracles. Both Han Yan and Tyrant had an inexplicable belief in Jiang Qin. Such miracles were something that ordinary people couldn't understand or believe. But now, looking at the floating corpse of Long San, the sorrow and anger in their hearts had reached an uncontrollable level. Their brother was being humiliated, but they could only watch from afar. That kind of depression was something that ordinary people couldn't understand. Han Yen and Tyrant wanted to rush forward and retrieve Long San's corpse, but it was useless. If Jiang Chen knew about it, he would surely scold them. They couldn't create trouble for Jiang Chen anymore. AI, do you think Jiang Chen will show up tomorrow? It's hard to say. Jiang Chen isn't a fool. If I was him, I definitely wouldn't show up. That's why you won't be Jiang Chen in this life. I heard that Jiang Chen is a man who values friendship and loyalty. He has a deep brotherhood with Long San. He will never leave Long San's corpse alone. I think he will definitely show up. But even if Jiang Chen shows up, it won't help anything. I'm afraid that there are still late immortal venerables hiding in the dark. Once Jiang Chen shows up, he will surely die. Although the Sun Divine Feather is strong, it's only a feather after all. It's not a complete gold feather fan. Besides, Jiang Chen's strength is limited. If he shows up, I'm afraid he won't be able to save Long San's corpse. Let's see. I think Jiang Chen will show up. He's a fearless man. Ever since the end of the Golden Horizon, East Xuanyu hadn't had a moment of peace. For the past 3 days, Jiang Chen had killed a dozen immortal venerables and hung their heads as a provocation. Then, he destroyed the mountain gate of Corpse Yin sect. Now, Long San's corpse was also hung there, waiting for Jiang Chen to show up. No one knew what would happen next. In the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower, time was passing rapidly. Jiang Chen was in a state of seclusion. Light was flickering on the surface of his body. Dragon roars could be heard from time to time. His black hair was fluttering even though there was no wind, making him look extremely divine. A month's time passed by quickly. Jiang Chen finally opened his eyes. His eyes were gleaming with sharp divine light. The dragon transformation skill had undergone a complete transformation. His cultivation base had reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm. More importantly, due to the transformation, the ancestral dragon pagoda had also received tremendous benefits. It had condensed to the 42nd level. This was what made Jiang Chen the happiest. The pagoda had always been the treasure that Jiang Chen cherished the most. Every level that was condensed in the pagoda represented an increase in strength. The pagoda had always been Jiang Chen's most cherished treasure. This time, the transformation of the dragon transformation skill is really great. Not only has my cultivation base improved greatly, but the Zulong Tower has also been upgraded. I have also gained control of the Slaughter Dragon seal. Jiang Chen turned his palm. A blood-red dragon roar appeared in his palm, spiraling constantly. Then, the dragon seal turned into a slaughter blood dragon. Its eyes were cold, merciless and lifelike, like a real divine dragon. The stronger the killing intent of the slaughter dragon seal, the stronger the power it could radiate. This was the essence of the slaughter dragon seal. Jiang Chen was very clear about this. 2 days should have passed in the outside world. I wonder what the major powers are doing now. I might as well go out and have a look. Jiang Chen stood up and walked out of the Zulong Tower with a sway, but his chi was still shrouded by the Zulong Tower, perfectly concealed. Although his cultivation base had improved greatly, the current situation was still very dangerous. The Sun Divine Feather was the biggest reliance for Jiang Chen to fight against the immortal venerables of the major powers. Of course, his combat strength was enough to kill an immortal venerable in his dragon form. Of course, he could only kill an ordinary immortal venerable. However, as soon as Jiang Chen walked out of the Zulong Tower, his scalp tightened. A large dark cloud appeared above his head. A feeling that he hadn't felt for a long time instantly filled his body and struck his heart. Heavenly tribulation. Jiang Qin exclaimed. Then, his face was filled with excitement. This feeling was really nostalgic. Back in Saint Origin World, he would trigger a heavenly tribulation every time he advanced to the next realm. He hadn't experienced any heavenly tribulation in the immortal world. This time, he finally found the feeling of heavenly tribulation after the transformation of the dragon transformation skill. Ha! Awesome! I've got another trump card. Jiang Chen laughed and quickly retracted his qi. He could now control the tribulation as he pleased. He could do it whenever he wanted. Ha! 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 A powerful heavenly tribulation was destructive. Any cultivator who underwent it would have a slim chance of survival. In the immortal world, a great sovereign tribulation would only be triggered when a cultivator advanced to the great sovereign realm. Anyone below the great sovereign realm wouldn't be able to trigger a heavenly tribulation. This indicated that the heavenly law of heaven and earth in the immortal world was relatively strong. It was very rare for a heaven-defying existence to appear. This was also the reason why Jiang Qin hadn't triggered a heavenly tribulation until now. Now that the dragon transformation skill had evolved, Jiang Qin had triggered another heavenly tribulation. Everyone feared the heavenly tribulation like a tiger. A guy like Jiang Qin who was so excited that he was about to jump up was really a weirdo. If someone saw Jiang Qin's attitude towards the heavenly tribulation, they would probably spurt out blood from depression. However, to Jiang Qin, the heavenly tribulation itself was a trump card. Judging from the current situation, the power of the heavenly tribulation was much more terrifying than the sun divine feather. Jiang Qin felt that if he were to undergo the heavenly tribulation in the sky above Nanbei family, it would certainly be very spectacular. Even the old ancestor of Nanbei family wouldn't dare to attack him. Walking in East Xuanyu, the heavenly tribulation was still as strong as before. This was within Jiang Qin's expectation. Walking in the sky, he saw many cultivators flying towards a certain direction in panic. Curious, Jiang Qin followed behind them. Let's go and have a look. The time is almost up. I heard that Jiang Qin hasn't appeared yet. Old man Corpse Yin is going to burn Long Shisan's corpse in public. Sigh, I knew that Jiang Qin wouldn't dare to appear. After all, compared to his brother's corpse, his own life is more important. Both of them spoke. Swoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Just as they were about to curse, they saw the other party's eyes that were as cold as hell, causing their souls to tremble in fear. What are you two talking about? Long Shisan is dead. Chapter 1704. The two of them had never seen such a sharp gaze before. They had no idea where this young man came from, standing in front of them. Their hearts almost froze as their bodies trembled. For a time, they couldn't even speak. No matter what, the two of them were powerful immortal kings, but right now, they were truly afraid. Speak! Jiang Qin shouted loudly, causing the duo's ears to buzz and blood to seep out from their mouths. The two of them were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. How would they dare to be careless? They immediately bowed to Jiang Qin. This young master actually doesn't know. Yesterday, Long Shisan was imprisoned by Old Man Corpse Yin and the others, and Old Man Corpse Yin blinded Long Shisan. Old Man Corpse Yin directly killed Long Shisan and hung Long Shisan's corpse in the sky, saying that if Jiang Qin didn't appear in a day's time, he would destroy Long Shisan's corpse. Now, a day has almost passed, but Jiang Qin still hasn't appeared. We wanted to go and watch the show. Young master, we didn't do anything wrong. The two of them spoke in a trembling voice while wiping their cold sweat. Hong! A towering rage suddenly gushed out from Jiang Chen's body. The rage almost materialized, blotting out the sky and covering the earth like tidal waves. Even the void was about to be incinerated by the rage. The two immortal kings were directly sent flying hundreds of meters away by the impact of Jiang Chen's powerful aura. Blood flowed out from their 7 apertures, but how could they care about their injuries? They were so scared that they started crying. Spare us, young master. We don't know what we did wrong. The two of them knelt there and kowtowed repeatedly, crying bitterly. They truly didn't know what they did to offend this young man. With a single glance, they could tell that this young man was a peerless genius from a major power. Such a character was the most terrifying. He wasn't someone they could deal with. I'm Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he transformed into a beam of light and flew forward. Everywhere he passed, the flames of anger formed a line, and the void shattered inch by inch. Long San was dead. Jiang Chen only felt his head buzzing. He had no other thoughts. His eyes were bloodshot. The will of the ancestral dragon of slaughter had filled his whole body. The intense killing intent couldn't be stopped at all. Jiang Chen was furious. He had never been so furious before. Long San was dead. He couldn't accept this reality. The two people who were injured by Jiang Chen's aura looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Jiang Chen, he is Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has appeared. Something big is going to happen. The two of them were too shocked. They had never thought that this white-robed youth was the legendary unparalleled Devil King, Jiang Chen. Now that Jiang Chen had appeared, there was bound to be another fierce battle. In the sky, the corpse of Long San was still hovering there. This area was already filled with people. Everyone was paying attention to the scene. There were immortal venerables everywhere. It was afraid that there were quite a number of immortal venerables in the entire ethereal immortal domain. They were all figures who wouldn't show up during normal days. Today, all of them had come out for the sake of a single Jiang Chen. A day's time was up, but Jiang Chen still hadn't appeared. Lan Lingji had stopped crying. Her face looked a lot more haggard. She had been in despair for a day, unable to accept the fact that Long San was dead. The time is almost up, but Jiang Chen still hasn't appeared. It seems like he doesn't dare to come out. Hua Gui said. She looked very anxious. Jiang Chen will definitely appear, said Han Yen firmly. No one knew Jiang Chen better than him. In the sky, Old Man Corpse Yin's face was incomparably gloomy. The reason why so many immortal venerables were guarding here was to wait for Jiang Chen to appear. If Jiang Chen didn't show up, their wait would be in vain. I don't think Jiang Chen will show up. He isn't a fool. The master of Northern Xuanyu Invincibility School spoke. What should we do if Jiang Chen doesn't show up? Are we really going to destroy Long San's corpse? Zhuge Qiong spoke with a frown. Obviously, although he really wanted to kill Jiang Chen, as a major power, he still had to consider his own face. Long San was already dead. If they were to destroy Long San's corpse, Zhuge Qiong admitted that he wouldn't be able to do it. If Jiang Chen doesn't show up, I think we can forget about Long San's corpse. After all, it's not a glorious thing. In any case, Long San is already dead. The master of Limitless Immortal Sect spoke, feeling that Zhuge Qiong's words made sense. They were all people who wanted to save face. You want face, but I don't. As long as Jiang Chen doesn't show up, I will personally destroy Long San's corpse, Limitless Immortal Sect's master said coldly. Corpse Yin Sect didn't care about face at all. Not to mention, Corpsine sect had suffered heavy losses because of Jiang Qin. Old man Corpsine simply couldn't let go of such hatred. As long as Jiang Qin didn't show up, he would vent his anger and resentment on Long Shisan's corpse and destroy it. Many people frowned. All the major powers in eastern Xuanyu were disgusted with Corpsine sect. Normally, they wouldn't deal with them at all. If it wasn't for the fact that they had reached an agreement to kill Jiang Qin, they wouldn't have conspired with someone like Old Man Corpsine and lowered their status. Time passed bit by bit. The scene was extremely quiet. Many people were looking forward to something and were worried about something. If Jiang Qin would show up, then this was the calm before the storm. Rumble. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Qin wouldn't show up, a big hole suddenly exploded in the distant sky. A half-human half-dragon dragon man appeared with endless anger. His whole body was covered in blazing flames and he was holding the Sun Divine Feather in his hand. If it wasn't Jiang Qin, who else could it be? Dragon Transformation and Sun Divine Feather were the biggest symbols of Jiang Qin. It's Jiang Qin, he really showed up. My God, he really isn't afraid of death. Good, there's going to be a good show. Jiang Qin is the #1 genius among the younger generation. His appearance at this time is enough to show that he is a person who values friendship and righteousness. Even if the other party only threatened him with the corpse of his brother, he still showed up without hesitation. So domineering, worthy of being an unprecedented genius. If I can be as domineering as him one day, even if I die, it won't be in vain. Forget it, take a piss and look at yourself first. You still want to compare yourself with Jiang Qin. Stop talking, let's all stay away from here. This is bound to be an earth-shattering battle. I'm afraid Jiang Qin won't be able to escape today even with the Sun Divine Feather and the Great Void technique. This is an inescapable net. Chapter 1705. The appearance of Jiang Qin immediately caused an uproar. No one could keep their calm. Han Yan and Tyrant's blood was boiling, but they couldn't make a move. Hua Gai's gaze fell on Jiang Qin. Her eyes were also filled with shock. This was her first time seeing Jiang Qin. Even with her eyesight, she had to admit that Jiang Qin was a dragon among men. It had been a long time since such a powerful figure had appeared in the immortal world. Venerable Ling Long was the same. Just like Hua Gai, she was deeply shocked by Jiang Qin's domineering aura when she saw him for the first time. Yang Yu looked at Jiang Qin with blazing eyes. This was his favorite disciple. He suddenly felt that Jiang Qin might create another miracle today. Hua La. The instant Jiang Qin appeared, a large number of immortal venerables immediately swarmed forward and surrounded Jiang Qin in an instant. Even if Jiang Qin could cast the Great Void technique, he wouldn't be able to escape from such an encirclement. Jiang Qin, it seems that you are really courageous. You actually dared to show up. Nanbei Taixing yelled. Jiang Qin, you have destroyed my Corpsine sect. I'm going to tear you to pieces today. Old man Corpsine gnashed his teeth, his eyes glinting fiercely. Jiang Qin's attraction was too great. Everyone had besieged him, completely ignoring Long Shisan's corpse. After all, Long Shisan was already a dead man. His only use was to attract Jiang Qin's attention. Now that their goal had been achieved, who would care about the corpse? Apart from old man Corpsine, no one else would destroy a corpse. Facing the siege of so many immortal venerables and the wrath of an intermediate immortal venerable like old man Corpsine, Jiang Qin remained indifferent. His eyes were fixed on Long Shisan who was floating in the distance. He didn't say a word, but his anger was erupting like a volcano. His eyes were so red that blood was about to seep out. In an instant, he had turned into a killing maniac. His brother's corpse was right in front of him. Old Man Corpse Yin's action had completely infuriated Jiang Qin. In Yang Yu's words, when a bloodthirsty beast was enraged, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on Old Man Corpse Yin and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring, and said faintly, "It's the two of you who did it." Jiang Chen's voice was hoarse. The killing intent in his body was about to erupt at any time. "That's right, Jiang Qin. You have destroyed my Corpse Yin sect, so I'll kill your brother and let you know what pain is. Since you have come, you'll accompany your brother on his way, but I won't let you die so easily." Old Man Corpse Yin said viciously. "Is that so? It seems like you haven't suffered enough." A cold smile was revealed at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He clawed at the void and grabbed a person from the Zulong Tower. It was the old devil who had been crippled by Jiang Qin. "Brother, save me, brother." The old devil was being held in Jiang Chen's hand like a dead chicken, struggling constantly. When he saw Old Man Corpse Yin and his big brother, he became incomparably excited, as though he had seen hope. He believed that if there was anyone in this heavens and earth who could save him, it would certainly be his big brother. No one knew how terrifying his big brother was better than him. Second brother. Old Man Corpse Yin's expression changed greatly when he saw his brother falling into Jiang Chen's hands. He never thought that such a change would happen. "Jiang Qin, let my second brother go!" Old Man Corpse Yin shouted. Although his younger brother was a good-for-nothing, Old Man Corpse Yin had always doted on him and protected him in everything. Even if his brother ran amok outside, Old Man Corpse Yin would let it go and support him in all aspects. He never thought that his brother would fall into the hands of Jiang Qin. Old Man Corpse Yin wouldn't be worried if his brother fell into the hands of anyone else, but the other party was Jiang Qin, the devil who killed people more ferociously than him. Boom! Jiang Qin simply ignored Old Man Corpse Yin's threat. With a fiendish grin on his face, a flame suddenly shot out from his hand and rushed into the old devil's body. In an instant, the old devil's body turned into a sea of fire. He issued an earth-shattering scream. That was the tyrannical sun fire, and the old devil simply couldn't withstand it. In the blink of an eye, the old devil was burned to ashes, not even a speck of him was left. On the opposite side, Old Man Corpse Yin was furious. He let out a roar. Watching his own brother being burned alive by the enemy in front of him, this kind of feeling was something that ordinary people couldn't understand. "Jiang Qin, this seat will tear you into 1,000 pieces." Old Man Corpse Yin crazily attacked Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen's battle prowess soared to the sky. The sun divine feather in his hand slashed towards Old Man Corpse Yin. At the same time, Jiang Chen's momentum completely erupted, triggering the heavenly tribulation. Hong long long. The heaven and earth shook. The heavenly tribulation came too quickly. In just a blink of an eye, the sky was covered with dark clouds and flashes of lightning. The intense heavenly might spread out, making many people feel as though their souls were about to be torn apart. This was the true heavenly tribulation, a tribulation that only great sovereigns could trigger. The unimaginable pressure of the heaven and earth wasn't something that those immortal venerables could compare to. "What's that?" "It's the heavenly tribulation," someone exclaimed, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. In the sky, countless immortal venerables who were about to attack Jiang Qin had a drastic change of expression when they saw the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. Even Old Man Corpse Yin's face turned pale. Damn it! How can there be a heavenly tribulation? This is the true heavenly tribulation. This heaven-defying bastard is the heavenly tribulation that Jiang Qin has triggered. This is a tribulation that only great sovereigns can trigger. No one can resist it. The heavenly tribulation has arrived. It's extremely fast. The heavenly might is inviolable. Damn it! Everyone, hurry up. Don't get close to Jiang Qin, or else you will be punished by the heavenly lightning and fire. Damn it. Run. Hurry up and run. Entering the range of the heavenly tribulation is equivalent to death. The powerful immortal venerables were instantly thrown into chaos. Each of their faces turned pale and unsightly. At this time, who would still have the mood to kill Jiang Qin? They couldn't wait to stay as far away from Jiang Qin as possible. After triggering the heavenly tribulation, Jiang Qin was like a hedgehog with thorns all over his body. Anyone who got close to him would be covered with cuts and bruises. Killing Jiang Qin was important, but their own lives were more important. Chapter 1706. My God! He actually triggered the heavenly tribulation. In the immortal world, only great sovereigns can trigger the tribulation, but rumor has it that when a heaven-defying existence appears, it will also arouse the jealousy of the heavens, causing the heavenly tribulation to descend. However, such monstrous geniuses are very rare. There hasn't been one since ancient times. Hua Gai couldn't keep her composure anymore. The appearance of Jiang Qin had given her too many surprises. He's that heaven-defying person. If he doesn't die, he will certainly become a great sovereign in the future. Venerable Ling Long sighed, unable to control her excitement. Tyrant and Han Yen were afraid that the only ones who could remain calm were Tyrant and Han Yen. They knew how heaven-defying and terrifying Jiang Qin was. Heavenly tribulation was as common as eating a meal to Jiang Qin. Back in Saint Origin world, Jiang Qin had often gone through all kinds of tribulations, but this was his first time in the immortal world. Good, very good. I never thought that this brat would be so heaven-defying. None of the major powers had ever thought that such a scene would happen. The inescapable net that they had set up has collapsed in an instant. One should know that what Jiang Qin has triggered now is his own tribulation. If the others were to fall into it, they would also trigger their own tribulation. Triggering a tribulation at a time when one shouldn't be transcending the tribulation is absolutely devastating. Not to mention the likes of Old Man Corpse Yin and Nanbei Taixing, even their old ancestors would die under the heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid that the world will be plunged into chaos today. Jiang Qin will never calm down. Yang Yu's eyes sparkled. Previously, when the 8 major powers went to Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire, Yang Yu felt incomparably sullen. Now, when he saw those peerless geniuses fleeing in front of Jiang Qin, like mice that had seen a cat, the gloominess in his heart had finally been released. Now, he felt extremely happy. Jiang Qin stood in the void, completely ignoring the rumbling thunder above. Transcending a tribulation was just like having a meal to him. His body had already developed an immunity to it. An ordinary heavenly tribulation wouldn't be able to cause any harm to him. Jiang Qin came to Long Shisan's side and hugged him. Hong Long. At this moment, a dazzling lightning descended from the sky and struck right on Jiang Qin's head. The lightning instantly enveloped his and Long Shisan's corpses, forming a dense electric net that made one's scalp tingle. However, such a terrifying heavenly tribulation couldn't even shake Jiang Qin's body. Jiang Qin drew out a lightning and struck it into Long Shisan's body, trying to stimulate Long Shisan's vitality. At the same time, a large amount of Wood's spiritual qi entered Long Shisan. At first, Jiang Qin was just trying his luck, but to find that Long Shisan's body was automatically absorbing the tears and Wood's spiritual qi. The monkey is not dead. This was no small matter. Jiang Qin's face immediately revealed an ecstatic expression. If Long Shisan was dead, it would be impossible for him to automatically absorb the lightning and Wood's spiritual qi. Since he could still absorb them, it meant that Long Shisan was not dead. Oh, this guy has cultivated the life symbol art, which can allow him to narrowly escape death. He can also put himself in a dead end and come back to life. The secret skill of the Battle Clan is really terrifying. However, 13's injuries are too serious. His fiery golden eyes have been destroyed, and his internal organs are all shattered. It won't be easy for him to recover. Jiang Chen frowned. In any case, Longsha San was not completely dead. At the last moment, he used the life symbol art to preserve a glimmer of life. This was a great thing. Vitality began to appear in his body. Jiang Chen sent a drop of great earth immortal milk into Longsha San's mouth, then kept him in the 33rd floor of Zulong Tower. Monkey, watch this brother avenge you. The murderous intent in Jiang Chen's body and the 9 tribulations of slaughter had almost formed a tacit understanding. Although Longsha San didn't die, the injuries he had suffered would inevitably cause someone to pay a heavy price. Moreover, Jiang Chen knew very well that if it wasn't for Longsha San's life symbol art, he would have died for sure. Swish! Jiang Chen's dazzling eyes looked at Old Man Corpse Yin in the distance. Immediately, he cast the Great Void technique and rushed towards Old Man Corpse Yin at lightning speed. Seeing Jiang Chen moving, the heavenly tribulation in the sky also moved at the same speed as Jiang Chen. Wherever Jiang Chen went, the heavenly tribulation would follow. Chapter 1707. Son of Abtch. Seeing this, Old Man Corpse Yin's complexion instantly changed. He cursed in his heart. This damned guy, he's not focused on transcending the tribulation. He's thinking of killing people at this time. Even if he wants to take the lives of others, he shouldn't throw away his own life. It should be known that the heaven tribulation itself represents the might of the heavens. It is the most terrifying tribulation in the world. Even a great emperor wouldn't dare to be careless when transcending the tribulation. It should be known that the slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. This was also the reason why those immortal venerables didn't leave. After all, in their minds, the heavenly tribulation was sacred and terrifying. Even a great sovereign wouldn't dare to be distracted while transcending the heavenly tribulation. One should know that even if they were to single-mindedly resist the heavenly tribulation, they wouldn't be able to guarantee that they would survive the heavenly tribulation. If they were distracted, they would die for sure. They wouldn't have thought that this wasn't the first time that Jiang Chen was transcending the heavenly tribulation. Transcending the heavenly tribulation had already become a habit for Jiang Chen. His body already had the attribute of transcending the heavenly tribulation. His ability to resist the heavenly tribulation wasn't something that an ordinary expert could compare to. At this moment, Old Man Corpse Yin had no time to think. Even though he hated Jiang Chen to the core, the fear of Jiang Chen's heavenly tribulation made his heart tremble. The fear of the heavenly tribulation was like seeing a plague. Old Man Corpse Yin's speed was extremely fast, but Jiang Chen, who was proficient in the Great Void technique, was able to pinpoint his location accurately. Adding on to the fact that Old Man Corpse Yin wasn't fully prepared, he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would rush towards him despite the heavenly tribulation. As a result, he was caught up by Jiang Chen in an instant. Hong Long. Just at this moment, the second heavenly tribulation of the 9 tribulations of slaughter poured down. The terrifying dragon of slaughter and lightning turned into a sea of lightning that instantly besieged Jiang Chen and Old Man Corpse Yin. Arg! A miserable wail sounded from the sea of lightning. It was the wail of Old Man Corpse Yin. He was an intermediate immortal venerable and the sect master of Corpse Yin sect. It was imaginable what kind of pain he was suffering at the moment. Some people saw that Old Man Corpse Yin was completely covered by the thunder and fire that filled the sky. He had triggered his own heavenly tribulation, and under the attack of the heavenly tribulation, he directly turned into ashes, leaving not a single residue behind. Looking at Jiang Chen again, that terrifying killing thunder dragon didn't cause any harm to him at all. Countless thunder lights filled the surface of his body, as if he was wearing a layer of thunder and lightning armor. He looked extremely mighty. Jiang Chen's true dragon body was too abnormal. The power of thunder and lightning didn't affect his body at all. Instead, it continued to refine his body. Those thunder lights also became his nourishment. Old man Corpse Yin died tragically under the heavenly tribulation. He died in the sea of lightning without leaving a single residue behind. The sect master of a generation, one of the famous overlords of Eastern Xuanyu, had died an incomparably miserable death. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes widened. They had never seen such a scene before, and they didn't dare to imagine it at all. They were afraid that Jiang Qin was the only one in the world who could use the heavenly tribulation to kill someone. My God! This Jiang Qin is too abnormal. When they saw Jiang Qin now, it was as though they had seen a ghost. It was a very shocking scene. They were afraid that only Jiang Qin could make these mighty immortal venerables flee in panic. Although these immortal venerables ran very fast, they couldn't outrun Jiang Qin's great void technique. In a blink, Jiang Qin appeared in front of an immortal venerable, opened his arms, and hugged the immortal venerable tightly. No, the immortal venerable let out a heart-wrenching scream. His tribulation was triggered. His entire body was instantly covered by lightning and fire, and was burned to ashes by the heavenly tribulation. At the same time, the third heavenly tribulation descended. The few immortal venerables who hadn't escaped in time were also caught in it. Chapter 1708. Miserable wails resounded across the sky. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the four early immortal venerables were engulfed by the lightning and fire. Their bodies were instantly incinerated and turned into nothingness. Despite their strength, they couldn't put up the slightest bit of resistance against the mighty heavenly might. Once they were enveloped by it, only death awaited them. Insane. He's truly insane. He's a madman. This is too brutal. Those were mighty immortal venerables, but they died just like that. The heavenly might is just too powerful. It's impossible to violate it. I have no idea how Jiang Qin could be so heaven-defying. He wasn't afraid of the heavenly tribulation. By relying on the Great Void technique, he continuously directed the heavenly tribulation towards those immortal venerables. This technique is just too brutal. No one wasn't shocked. This was an incomparably shocking scene that subverted everyone's imagination and cognition. In their hearts, immortal venerables were unreachable, mighty and omnipotent existences that stood at the top of the pyramid. But now, those immortal venerables who would never appear on normal days were dying tragically one after another. And the cause of all this was just an immortal emperor young man. After killing a few immortal venerables, Jiang Qin went completely mad. He rampaged through the group of immortal venerables. His speed was just too fast. By the time those immortal venerables recovered from their shock, it was already too late. Jiang Qin broke into the camp of 5 to 6 immortal venerables. He casted out the true dragon palm and grabbed each of them. Those immortal venerables didn't even have the chance to escape before they were struck to death by the heavenly lightning and fire. In just a few blinks, more than 10 immortal venerables had died in the hands of Jiang Qin, including old man Corpse Yin. This was just too terrifying. There were a few late immortal venerables who had attracted Jiang Qin this time. Their appearance was to prevent Jiang Qin from having the slightest chance to escape. They wanted to kill this huge threat once and for all. But at this moment, even those old ancestors were scared out of their wits. How would they dare to show themselves? If Jiang Qin charged at them recklessly, even a late immortal venerable would die. Run! Leave this place. This is a madman. Someone shouted loudly. Only then did those immortal venerables react to the situation. How would they dare to delay in the slightest? All of them fled like stray dogs. Jiang Chen let out a wild laugh. His laughter was incomparably carefree. Seeing this group of people fleeing in all directions and seeing him as if he had seen the plague of ghosts and gods, Jiang Chen's heart was indescribably comfortable. His depression could be said to have been completely vented. This scene was just too majestic. Countless immortal venerables ran away, causing many people to open their mouths wide. It would be great if this scene could be recorded. Even if it can't be recorded, Jiang Chen's tribulation today will be recorded in the history of the immortal world. In the entire history of the immortal world, no one has ever done something like this. All the immortal venerables of the immortal world fled like stray dogs. Countless people sighed. They simply couldn't believe the scene in front of them. It was just like a dream. Since these immortal venerables were fleeing, Jiang Chen naturally had to take advantage of the situation to chase after them. If he could kill one more, he would kill one more. These people would become a huge threat in the future. Since they were already enemies, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Moreover, this was in line with the meaning of the Tao of slaughter. Swish! Jiang Chen's speed was simply too fast. Given his current strength and the Great Void technique, ordinary immortal venerables wouldn't be able to escape from his pursuit. Hong Long. The fourth lightning tribulation poured down, landing on Jiang Chen's body. It couldn't cause any damage to Jiang Chen, but the immortal venerable that Jiang Chen caught up with was unlucky. He died miserably in the sea of lightning, not even ashes were left behind. Howl! A sky-shaking sword howl resounded. The heavenly saint sword turned into an azure dragon and appeared, shuttling back and forth in the sea of lightning. It had been a long time since the heavenly saint sword underwent tribulation. The baptism of heavenly tribulation was the best way to temper it. Very soon, all the immortal venerables disappeared without a trace from this spatial zone. Jiang Chen looked around with a kind of heroic spirit. He didn't continue to chase after those immortal venerables. Instead, he focused on the heavenly tribulation. This time, he had killed many immortal venerables and old man Corpsine. His only regret was that he didn't kill old ancestor Yellow Spring. Old ancestor Yellow Spring had destroyed Long Shursan's fiery golden eyes. This revenge must be taken. However, the life of old ancestor Yellow Spring would be his sooner or later. Initially, Jiang Chen could continue to chase after those immortal venerables, or even go to Nanbei family to undergo the tribulation, but Jiang Chen didn't have that many options. After all, it wasn't easy for him to obtain this heavenly tribulation. He had to consider his own benefits. He couldn't use it to increase his strength no matter how many immortal venerables he killed. Jiang Chen was very clear that even if he killed all the immortal venerables this time, he wouldn't be able to wipe out those major powers. Each major power had incomparably strong foundations. Even if he killed them, there would still be more powerful experts. Therefore, the most important thing now was to increase his strength. There are still 5 heavenly tribulations left, which can bring me 2 benefits. One is that I can absorb the lightning energy and endure until the end of the heavenly tribulation. In that case, my cultivation base will break through to the intermediate immortal emperor realm, but the power of the 9 tribulations of slaughter will bring me a certain amount of damage and weaken me. At that time, those old ancestor-grade immortal venerables will attack me. I may not even have the chance to escape. It's not worth it. The other option is to let the Zulong Tower absorb the lightning energy. In that case, the Zulong Tower will be able to condense at least 3 more floors, reaching the 45th floor. Jiang Chen thought to himself. After a brief thought, he decided to refine the Zulong Tower. His cultivation base could be improved little by little. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's cultivation base had been improving too fast recently. He wanted to stop and stabilize it, but the advancement of the Zulong Tower was incomparably difficult. The condensation of each floor required too much energy. This was a rare opportunity that Jiang Chen didn't want to miss. Hong Long. As the speed of the heavenly tribulation was very fast, Jiang Chen couldn't afford to neglect it. Immediately, he opened the door of the Zulong Tower. Sensing the rolling heavenly lightning, the Zulong Tower immediately became excited. The door of the Zulong Tower was like the mouth of an ancient beast. When the fifth lightning struck down, the Zulong Tower absorbed all of them at once. The ancestral dragon pagoda was just too abnormal. Even though Jiang Chen had been controlling it for a long time, he was still shocked by it. It seemed like there wasn't any kind of energy that this pagoda couldn't absorb. It could even absorb the heavenly tribulation. The more abnormal the Zulong Tower was, the more Jiang Chen looked forward to it. He dared not imagine what would happen when the 99 floors of the Zulong Tower were condensed and reached its peak state. Jiang Chen had been looking forward to this day. Chapter 1709. Rumble. Lightning flickered inside the Zulong Tower as if it was experiencing an unparalleled catastrophe. The rolling sea of lightning was absorbed by the Zulong Tower and transformed into terrifying energy. Half of the space on the 43rd floor was condensed in an instant. The energy absorbed by the heavenly lightning was incomparably pure. It was much more beneficial than absorbing the energy of those demonic devils. This was an incomparably mystical scene that left everyone dumbfounded. Jiang Chen just stood there motionlessly, letting the countless lightning strike his body and then disappear. It didn't cause any harm to Jiang Chen at all. Even Jiang Chen's body didn't move at all. How can this be? Even if Jiang Chen is heaven-defying, he shouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful energy. He actually absorbed all the energy into his body. How is this possible? Hua Gai was horrified. She couldn't believe such a scene. Although she had never experienced a heavenly tribulation before, she knew how terrifying it was. Even a great sovereign could only resist the heavenly tribulation and absorb a little of its energy to temper his body. Even the sect master had to survive the heavenly tribulation. She had never seen someone like Jiang Chen who was absorbing the lightning energy without any resistance. He was truly a weirdo in the heavenly tribulation boundary. Jiang Chen's face was filled with disbelief. Such a person can't be judged by common sense. His existence has surpassed all the great sovereigns in the history of the immortal world. Even the valiant existences like Immortal Execution King and great sovereign Zhang Xian couldn't do what he did. Yang Yu sighed. Jiang Chen was always able to shock him, and the shock was getting more and more intense. Therefore, even though Jiang Chen was absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation unscrupulously, Yang Yu didn't find it strange at all. In other words, no matter what kind of miracle happened to Jiang Chen, he wouldn't be too surprised. Han Yan and Tyrant smiled without saying anything. Others might not know Jiang Chen's secret, but Han Yan and Tyrant knew it very well. Just like what Hua Gai said, no matter how heaven-defying Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't be able to absorb the energy of the heavenly tribulation unscrupulously because it was no different from courting death. The reason why Jiang Chen could do all this so easily was because of the Zulong Tower. The power of heaven shook. The 9 tribulations of slaughter was more terrifying than the previous one. The energy contained in each of them was like a vast ocean. However, this terrifying heaven's tribulation could not cause any harm to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood under the heaven's tribulation like a peerless god of war. He was calm and composed to the extreme. He absorbed the energy of the heaven's tribulation as easily as drinking water. When the 7th heavenly tribulation fell, the 44th level of the ancestral dragon pagoda had been condensed. When the 8th heavenly tribulation fell, the 45th level of the ancestral dragon pagoda would be condensed. At this time, some fluctuations appeared in the void again. Some immortal venerables had returned. They were like hunters hiding in the dark, completely treating Jiang Qin as their prey. These immortal venerables were incomparably astute. They knew that Jiang Qin's heavenly tribulation was about to end. Now, Jiang Qin could rely on the heavenly tribulation to make them fear him, but as soon as the heavenly tribulation ended, Jiang Qin would once again become a turtle in a jar. No one would let go of such a great opportunity to kill Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was just too terrifying and threatening. It wasn't easy for them to lure him out. If they let him escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would be almost impossible to catch him again. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. His eyes fell upon a spot in the void with the most violent fluctuation. He discovered that it was a powerful late immortal venerable expert. Judging from the gloomy qi that was being emitted, he was from Corpsine sect. Jiang Qin could tell that this expert was from Corpsine sect. Needless to say, the late immortal venerable of Corpsine sect must be the old ancestor of Corpsine sect. Since you all want to kill me, I, Jiang Qin, won't be polite anymore. Today, I will completely destroy your Corpsine sect and make it disappear from the immortal world. Jiang Qin was infuriated. He was a courageous man. There was nothing in the heavens and earth that he didn't dare to do. Before the 8th tribulation descended, Jiang Qin closed the door of the Zulum Tower, then used the Great Soul Derivation Technique and Great Void Technique to locate the old ancestor of Corpsine sect. With a sway of his body, he vanished from the heavenly tribulation. The next moment, Jiang Qin appeared not far away from the old ancestor of Corpsine sect. Old ancestor Corpsine, where do you think you're going? Jiang Qin yelled. He grabbed the tail of the slaughter lightning dragon and hurled it at the old ancestor. This scene was too heaven-defying. Someone could actually control the heavenly tribulation while transcending the tribulation and grab the tail of the heavenly tribulation. This was too heaven-defying. As a matter of fact, the reason why Jiang Qin could borrow the power of the heavenly tribulation for a short period of time was entirely due to the slaughter dragon seal. The slaughter dragon seal contained the Tao of slaughter and carried the will of the ancestral dragon of slaughter, which coincided with the will of the 9 tribulations of slaughter. At this moment, the slaughter dragon seal that Jiang Qin used immediately resonated with the 8th slaughter lightning dragon. Damn it! Corpsine ancestor roared. His snake-like eyes instantly panicked. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately ran away. The old ancestor of Corpsine thought that he had hidden himself well and only appeared after Jiang Qin's heavenly tribulation. In his opinion, even if Jiang Qin had discovered him, Jiang Qin wouldn't continue to use the heavenly tribulation to deal with him. After all, the longer the heavenly tribulation was, the more terrifying it would be. Being distracted at this time was equivalent to throwing away one's life. Taking a step back, even if Jiang Qin attacked without any regard for his life, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape with his own ability. Unfortunately, without confronting Jiang Qin, he would never understand how terrifying Jiang Qin was. The Great Void Technique was unparalleled. Anyone who underestimated the Great Void Technique was questioning the power of the Void Emperor and was destined to have a bad end. Old man Corpsine was already dead. If he killed the old ancestor of Corpsine sect, then the Corpsine sect would be completely finished. A powerful sect would also be destroyed. Corpsine ancestor's escape speed was very fast, but he was still a bit too slow. The lightning dragon hit his shoulder, and half of his body was smashed to pieces. The remaining half of his body also triggered its own lightning tribulation, and endless lightning fire covered it. No. Chapter 17:10. This was the terror of the heavenly tribulation. If it wasn't for the heavenly tribulation, even if Jiang Qin had advanced to the early immortal emperor realm, even if Jiang Qin had the sun divine feather, he would still have no choice but to flee when he encountered a powerful figure like old ancestor Corpsine. Now that he had killed old ancestor Corpsine, it could be said that he had gotten rid of a great threat. From now on, the entire Corpsine sect would no longer be a threat to him. The scream soon disappeared into the sea of lightning. The Corpsine ancestor had died again after old man Corpsine. From now on, the Corpsine sect had no leader and completely collapsed. The Corpsine sect was already riddled with holes, so what else could it rely on to survive in the Eastern Profound Domain? Everyone was shocked. Each and every one of them found it difficult to breathe. The scene was just too shocking. They could still accept the death of those immortal venerables. After all, Jiang Qin had killed immortal venerables with the sun divine feather at the very beginning. For Jiang Qin, killing immortal venerables wasn't a rare thing, but the one he had just killed was a peerless figure of old ancestor. It's over. Corpsine sect is completely finished this time. Even the old ancestor is dead. How is it going to survive in the future? It's good that he's dead. This evil sect has even refined the corpse. It should have been destroyed long ago. It shouldn't exist in the immortal world. I hope that Jiang Qin can uproot this major power completely. Only then will it be satisfying. It can be said that old ancestor Corpsine's death was a tragedy. If he didn't appear, Jiang Qin wouldn't have the chance to kill him. He has underestimated Jiang Qin, which eventually led to his own death. How sad. It's mainly because Jiang Qin is too heaven-defying. He killed an old ancestor at the end of the heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid only Jiang Qin is capable of such a feat. The world was shocked. The death of an old ancestor almost represented the downfall of a major power. No one knew how long it had been since the death of a late immortal venerable in East Xuanyu. Voila! Seeing the death of old ancestor Corpsine, those immortal venerables who were eager to give it a try hastily fled as far as they could, fearing that Jiang Qin's attention would fall on them. Even though there was only one bolt of heavenly tribulation left, no one was willing to risk their lives. Jiang Qin raised his head. It was the last bolt of tribulation. Since the Zulung Tower had been put away, there was no need to open it again. The appearance of the Corpsine ancestor made him make a crazy decision. Today, he was going to do something earth-shattering. He was going to eradicate a major force and a major sect from this world. Jiang Qin didn't even bat an eyelid, and it came to matters that countless major forces couldn't do, things that countless major forces wanted to do but didn't dare to. Jiang Qin's eyes shifted to the direction of Corpsine sect. The sun divine feather had already destroyed more than half of the mountain gate of Corpsine sect. Today, he was going to make this major power disappear completely, including those evil cultivators of Corpsine sect. Before leaving, Jiang Qin looked over at Yang Yu and the others. His eyes fell upon Lan Lingji, who was in agony. He couldn't bear to see her like this, so he transmitted a message to them. Don't worry. Monkey isn't dead. He has cultivated the life symbol art, so he still has vitality. I'll find a way to bring him back to life. After saying that, Jiang Qin flew towards the direction of Corpsine sect. The last strand of heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Jiang Qin had no more time to waste. After the tribulation, he would have to flee again. So before that, he had to inform Lan Lingji and the others about the news of Long Shersan. What? Brother Shersan isn't dead. Lan Lingji, who was on the verge of losing her heart, was jolted all of a sudden. Her face revealed a look of ecstasy. This news was too important to her. It turned her tears into a smile. I always knew that he wouldn't die so easily. Lan Lingji said excitedly. How is this possible? Long San was obviously killed by Old Man Corpse Yin and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. How could he still be alive? Hua Gai couldn't understand. Monkey is a battle saint ape, a powerful immemorial battle spirit. How can he die so easily? Besides, if Little Chenzi said that he's still alive, then he must be alive. Han Yen said with a smile. He had never doubted Jiang Chen's words. Now that he knew that Long San was still alive, his and tyrant's depressed mood was lifted. Look, what is Jiang Chen going to see? Mo Wuqing shouted. That's the direction of Corpse Yin sect. That bastard is going there to face the last strand of heavenly tribulation. Yang Yu was horrified. Crazy. That madman. Venerable Ling Long was speechless. Corpse Yin sect is going to be finished. Hua Gai let out a sigh. Jiang Chen left. Countless people could see through his intention. For a moment, the scene became restless once more. Countless silhouettes flew towards the direction of Corpse Yin sect. That's right. That's right. Something big was going to happen. The historical moment of East Xuanyu was about to come. He's insane. He's going to destroy a sect with a long history. I wonder how many people are going to die this time. The violent bloodthirsty devil. Jiang Chen is going to do something that will shake the heavens and earth. He's going to destroy a big sect. I can't believe such a magnificent feat will be done by a single man, and not a big power. Quick, go and have a look. East Xuanyu is going to change completely. If Corpse Yin sect is really destroyed, the 11 major powers of East Xuanyu will be reduced to 10. Crazy. Everyone went crazy. Many young people were shouting. Their blood was boiling. They had a deep admiration for Jiang Chen. They wanted to chase after him to witness this historic moment, to witness the true miracle in the history of East Xuanyu. Many people in the Corpse Yin sect were busy rebuilding the sect. It had to be said that the Corpse Yin sect was indeed worthy of being a big force. In just 2 days, half of the destroyed sect had been restored. This kind of speed was not something an ordinary person could achieve. However, all their efforts were destined to be in vain. The biggest disaster of Corpse Yin sect had just arrived. Rumble, all of a sudden, dark clouds covered the city. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Everyone in Corpse Yin sect was shocked. They raised their heads and saw a dragon man flying towards them. In the blink of an eye, the sky above Corpse Yin sect was completely covered by rolling thunder. Countless lightning bolts fell down like giant pythons. Rumble, the arrival of the heavenly tribulation was equivalent to the end of the world. Many disciples of Corpse Yin sect didn't even have time to react before they died in the sea of lightning. The buildings that had just been repaired were instantly destroyed. The last bolt of heavenly tribulation descended and didn't give the Corpse sect any chance to explain. This was like a punishment from the heavens. Under the might of the heavens, they were like ants. They didn't even have the ability to crawl and could only wait for death. Death was the only path left for them. He had to admit that he had underestimated the power of the last tribulation of the 9 tribulations of slaughter. Although he had destroyed the Corpse sect, he had also withstood the tribulation by himself. The Zulong Tower didn't help at all. My current state might be a bit disadvantageous for my escape later. Jiang Chen frowned. The heavenly tribulation was about to end, but before that, he wouldn't be able to run away, because no matter where he went, the heavenly tribulation would follow him. At this moment, he had no idea how many pairs of eyes were watching him in the dark. They were all extremely powerful experts. Once he was surrounded, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Jiang Qin couldn't care so much now. He had to overcome the heavenly tribulation eventually. For the time being, he had to take one step at a time. He used the wood's spiritual qi to heal his injuries. The heavenly tribulation ended very quickly. The corpse sect had completely disappeared from this world. Countless people had died. Some of the survivors who managed to escape could only drag out an ignoble existence. The famous corpse sect was destined to become history, a thing of the past. The corpse sect was different from the other major powers. The other major powers might still have people in the immortal court, but the corpse sect couldn't. The immortal court wouldn't allow such an evil force to enter the immortal court. Therefore, the death of the old ancestor and old man corpse Een meant the destruction of the corpse sect. The scene was silent. Everyone was looking at the billowing black smoke of the corpse sect. This place was destined to become a land of death. Rumble. As soon as the heavenly tribulation ended, a big hole was blasted in several places in the sky. Endless pressure spread out in an instant. Everyone could see several powerful figures emerging. Their chi was incomparably powerful, no weaker than the old ancestor of corpse Een. They came from different directions and completely sealed the void the instant the heavenly tribulation ended. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen's facial expression changed completely, because to his horror, he discovered that there were too many experts that had appeared at this moment. Apart from these late immortal venerables, there were even more experts that had appeared. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 late immortal venerables appeared in the sky. Each of them was an old ancestor. They came from East Xuanyu, West Xuanyu, South Xuanyu, and North Xuanyu. They were the supreme experts of the entire ethereal immortal world. Their appearance had almost sealed the entire East Xuanyu. Even if Jiang Qin had the Great Void technique, he wouldn't be able to escape. Moreover, Jiang Qin had just experienced the heavenly tribulation, so his body was somewhat weak. Damn it! The heaven is going to change. There are so many old ancestors. Jiang Qin is finished this time. This is too ruthless. This has never happened in the immortal world before. All the old ancestors have appeared. It seems like they have seen the threat of Jiang Qin and no longer care about their face. If they don't kill Jiang Qin now, I'm afraid that they won't have the chance to do so in the future. Obviously, these old ancestors have been paying attention to the development of the situation for a long time. They didn't want to show themselves, but after this heavenly tribulation, they have seen the threat of Jiang Qin. They have no choice but to show themselves. As soon as the heavenly tribulation ended, all of them have appeared. This scene is much bigger than the previous one. What should we do now? Is Jiang Qin really going to die? Now that he has lost the heavenly tribulation, it seems like he can't escape with the Great Void technique. I'm afraid that the Sun Divine Feather alone won't be enough. These old ancestors are all late immortal venerables. Let's talk about it again if you can kill me. Jiang Qin glanced at Nanbei Taixing. Today's situation was too dangerous. He couldn't escape from the Great Void technique. The only thing Jiang Qin could rely on now was Zulong Tower. He didn't know if Zulong Tower could save his life, but the continuous improvement of Zulong Tower gave Jiang Qin some confidence. If it came to a critical moment, he could only fight. He couldn't just stand here and wait for death. Humph. Jiang Qin, you will definitely die today. However, you alone can stir up chaos in the world and attract so many old ancestors. Even if you die, you can still be proud. Now, I will give you a chance. Hand over the Sun Divine Feather and the cultivation method of the Great Void technique, and I will let you die a quick death. Otherwise, our means are not something you can imagine. It is enough to make you beg for death." The old ancestor of the Promise Immortal sect coldly snorted. In his opinion, Jiang Qin was definitely going to die, but before he died, it was best to hand over the Sun Divine Feather and the cultivation method of the Great Void technique. These two treasures were too precious. The Sun Divine Feather was fine. After all, it was only a feather stripped from an emperor's weapon. Although it was precious, it was definitely not as precious as the Great Void technique. That was the inheritance of a Void Emperor, a heaven-defying method. If a major power could obtain the cultivation method of the Great Void technique, it would be hard for them not to rise. The Sun Divine Feather and the cultivation method of the Great Void technique? I can give it to you, but so many of you want it. Who should I give it to? Jiang Chen laughed heartily and threw out a bait. Hearing that Jiang Chen was really going to hand over the Sun Divine Feather and the cultivation method of the Great Void technique, many old ancestors couldn't help but feel restless. There was no other way. The allure of the Great Void technique was too great. Since the disappearance of the Void Emperor, this mysterious secret technique had also disappeared. Until now, it was obtained by Jiang Qin. And from Jiang Chen's previous performance, it was enough to see the terror of this secret technique. If Jiang Chen hadn't taken the initiative to appear, even if these old ancestors came out, they wouldn't be able to find traces of Jiang Qin. Escaping into the void, invisible and formless. That was the pinnacle of the control of the space law. Just by relying on this secret technique, he had achieved the name of the Void Emperor. Everyone, don't panic. This kid is very cunning. He wants to use the Great Void technique as bait to make us panic first, then find an opportunity to escape. At this moment, the old ancestor of the Nanbei family shouted loudly. The old ancestors regained their senses after hearing what Jiang Qin said. Each of them looked at Jiang Qin with eyes filled with boundless killing intent. This kid was too cunning. Chapter 1713. Intense killing intent burst out of the old ancestor of Nanbei family, but he didn't attack Jiang Qin directly. He still needed to listen to the other old ancestors. Killing Jiang Qin was no longer a matter of one person. Besides, if it was just to kill Jiang Qin, it didn't matter who did it. But the key now was the Great Void technique. Since Jiang Qin had already become a turtle in a jar, it was impossible for him to escape. As such, they had to find a way to obtain the Great Void technique. All the major powers had suffered heavy losses in the hands of Jiang Qin. Obtaining the Great Void technique could be considered as some compensation. Otherwise, it would be too depressing for them. Alright, I agree with old ancestor Nanbei. Cripple this little beast first, then extract his memories using the soul assimilation technique. That way, we can obtain the Great Void technique. The old ancestor of Huangquan Gate spoke sternly. He was the old ancestor of Huangquan Gate. His status was much higher than old ancestor Yellow Spring. He rarely appeared in public. Old ancestor Yellow Spring was just the sect master of Huangquan Gate, which was completely different from being an old ancestor. Then let's not talk so much. Let me kill him. The old ancestor of Great Cloud Empire spoke. He was ready to strike and kill Jiang Qin. Hold on. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from afar. Soon after, a valiant figure appeared. It was also an old man who appeared to be in his 50s. His beard was half black and half white, but every movement he made exuded a noble aura. In a flash, he arrived in the sky. He was also a late immortal venerable expert, but he wasn't an old ancestor of any major power. Greetings, venerable tornado. Even the patriarchs had to bow when they saw the old man. Venerable Xianfeng was a famous immortal venerable in ethereal immortal domain. No ordinary late immortal venerable could compare to him. Even these old ancestors couldn't compare to him. Wang Xianfeng was as famous as Venerable Wang Qing. Not only in ethereal immortal domain, but also in the 9 immortal domains. His cultivation base was infinitely close to a half-step sovereign. More importantly, Wang Xianfeng was a member of the immortal court. Although the major forces in East Xuanyu were incomparably powerful, they were not on the same level as the immortal court. The people of the immortal court have also come. I didn't expect that Jiang Chen's incident would cause such a sensation that even the immortal court would show up. You should know that the immortal court is the pinnacle existence in the immortal world. They would never care about the battle between the major powers, but today, they have come for a puny Jiang Chen. This is really unbelievable. Is that the legendary venerable Whirlwind King Whirlwind? One of the most powerful venerables in the heavens and earth, an existence infinitely close to a half-step sovereign. I have never thought that he would show up in person. Jiang Chen has killed many geniuses of the immortal court. It's only natural that the immortal court would show up. There's nothing we can't figure out. The appearance of Wang Xianfeng had set off a storm once more. The appearance of an expert of the immortal court had completely changed the meaning of the matter. Jiang Chen's fate was no longer determined by those old ancestors. Jiang Chen knitted his brows. He could feel the terror of this Wang Xianfeng. He had only experienced such terror from one person, the old liar Shao Wangqing. Now that the people of the immortal court had come, especially the powerful venerable Whirlwind, Jiang Chen's situation had become even more unsightly. Even if he hid in the Zulong Tower, he wouldn't be able to escape the detection of Venerable Whirlwind. Venerable Whirlwind's eyes turned incomparably cold as he looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you are the most insane person I have ever seen. Impressively, he was another terrifying immortal venerable. Venerable Thunder King, Lei Badian. What's wrong? Does this have anything to do with your Radiance Immortal Domain? This doesn't seem to be the territory of Radiance Immortal Domain. It doesn't seem appropriate for you to come here, right? Seeing the newcomer, Venerable Whirlwind frowned and his tone became unfriendly. Venerable Thunder King. Damn it. A powerful guy has appeared. All of them have been famous for a long time. They are the most promising existences to break through to the half-step sovereign realm in the near future. Lei Badian is from the Immortal Court of Radiance Immortal Domain. I didn't expect him to appear here. It seems like the attraction isn't Jiang Chen, but the Great Void technique. Jiang Chen, you're audacious enough to kill the genius disciple of the Immortal Court of Miluo Immortal Domain. So you'll follow me back now and accept the trial of the Immortal Court. Lan Tingyan spoke as soon as he arrived, wanting to take Jiang Chen away. Lan Tingyan, you don't have the right to speak here. Don't forget that this is Ethereal Immortal Domain, not your Miluo Immortal Domain. Even if Jiang Chen wants to judge someone, it should be us, the Immortal Court. It's not your turn to judge him. Upon hearing that Lan Tingyan was going to take Jiang Chen away, Wang Xianfeng couldn't stand it anymore. This was no joke. He was ordered to come here. This was the territory of Ethereal Immortal Domain. If Jiang Chen was taken away by someone else, where would his face be? How was he going to show his face in the Immortal Court in the future? Calm down, Brother Wang. Although this is Ethereal Immortal Domain, it's a fact that Jiang Chen has killed the genius of our 2 immortal courts. Not only that, many disciples of the major powers of Radiance Immortal Domain and Miluo Immortal Domain have also died in his hands. He has committed a heinous crime. In my opinion, the 3 immortal courts should join forces to judge him. Lei Badian spoke. He was a smart man. He could already see that it was impossible to bring Jiang Chen away alone. Wang Xianfeng would never agree to it. Just like what Wang Xianfeng said, this was after all the territory of ethereal immortal domain, not their radiance immortal domain. In that case, the two of you can follow me to the immortal court to be judged. As for taking Jiang Chen away, don't even think about it. It's impossible. Wang Xuanfeng's attitude was firm and domineering. It seemed that he wouldn't be afraid even if he had to fight the two of them. After hearing this, Lei Batian and Lan Tingyan exchanged a glance and nodded. They knew very well that they had come here with the same purpose. It was obviously impossible to take Jiang Chen for themselves. Wang Xianfeng had already made the biggest concession by asking them to enter the immortal court of ethereal immortal domain to judge Jiang Chen together. It would be unwise for them to continue to be entangled with Wang Xianfeng, and they wouldn't get the result they wanted. It wouldn't be beneficial for them to have a conflict with Wang Xianfeng in ethereal immortal domain. Jiang Chen's face darkened. He didn't say a word. These three bastards were treating him as a prey, a cooked duck. This kind of feeling made Jiang Chen very uncomfortable. Jiang Chen, let's go. Wang Xianfeng looked at Jiang Chen and said in an indifferent tone. At this moment, the old ancestor of Nanbei family walked out, bowed to Wang Xianfeng and said, "Venerable Tornado, this Jiang Chen has killed so many of our geniuses and caused such a great loss to us. We don't need any compensation. We just want to see Jiang Chen's punishment with our own eyes." Whoosh! At this moment, a ray of golden light suddenly pierced through the air and collided with Wang Xuanfeng's palm. Bang! The void exploded in an instant. Wang Xuanfeng's body was shaken. His facial expression changed slightly. He raised his head and shouted, "Who's there?" "Wang Xianfeng, aren't you a little too arrogant?" A voice rang out from the void. After that, a silhouette walked out. It was a dirty old man who didn't care about his appearance. However, his eyes were abnormally bright and the aura he exuded was enough to cause people to tremble in fear. Old liar. Seeing the newcomer, Jiang Chen's face lit up and his mood relaxed instantly. This fella was extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Wangqing came to Jiang Chen. After looking at him from head to toe, he patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said, "Not bad, not bad. You're much more powerful than I imagined." The old liar rarely praised others, but he was full of praise for Jiang Chen. "Looks like I've troubled you again." Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly. Immediately, he withdrew his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. With Xiao Wangqing here, he didn't need to do anything. "Who are you?" Venerable Xianfeng looked at the old liar. He felt that the old liar's qi was somewhat familiar, but he knew almost all the famous venerables in the immortal world except for this old man. "Wang Xianfeng, I've been gone for so long. Have you completely forgotten about me?" The old liar turned to look at Wang Xianfeng with a smile on the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help releasing his qi. "Venerable Wangqing, Xiao Wangqing." Wang Xianfeng, Lei Batian and Lan Tingyan exclaimed almost at the same time, because they had seen through the old liar's true identity. A person's appearance could be changed, but his qi couldn't. Who didn't know the fame of Venerable Wangqing? If there was an existence below half-step sovereign that they feared, it would undoubtedly be Xiao Wangqing. What? Venerable Wangqing, Xiao Wangqing. I never thought that this old man is the legendary Venerable Wangqing. My God! Venerable Wangqing has been missing for so long. Many people thought that he was dead. I never thought that he would reappear in the immortal world today. Even such a figure has been attracted by Jiang Chen. The famous Venerable Wang Qing. It seems like he's going to protect Jiang Qin. When did this Jiang Qin become friends with Venerable Wang Qing? That's incredible. According to rumor, the exalt of Wang Qing is extremely handsome, and he's a renowned handsome man in the immortal dimension. Why has he become an extremely filthy and dirty old man now? Isn't the difference too great? It really is disappointing. Even Venerable Wang Qing has appeared. But there are too many people who want to kill Jiang Qin now. All three immortal courts want Jiang Qin's life. I'm afraid that even Venerable Wang Qing won't be able to save Jiang Qin's life. Chapter 17:16. Good. Sure enough, a miracle has happened. Jiang Qin is indeed a man of great fortune. He even befriended a peerless venerable like Xiao Wangqing. As long as Xiao Wangqing is determined to protect Jiang Qin will have a chance of survival. Yang Yu's face was filled with excitement. The appearance of Xiao Wangqing was undoubtedly a miracle. The situation had changed rapidly. Everyone was on tenterhooks. Countless people were sighing. They didn't know what would happen next, but one thing was certain, they didn't watch the show in vain. Putting aside the fact that they couldn't see those old ancestor-level figures, those peerless venerables were legendary pinnacle existences. Now that Xiao Wangqing had reappeared in the world, no one could keep their calm. Xiao Wangqing, you're still alive. The Thunder King Venerable Lei Badian said. You old guys are still alive and well. Hi, Xiao Wangqing, naturally can't die in front of you, said the old liar with a smile. His tone was filled with the bearing of a peerless venerable. He was incomparably arrogant, as though he didn't put the other party in his eyes. Xiao Wangqing, this is the matter of the immortal court. I hope you won't interfere in it, said Wang Xianfeng with a frown. This Xiao Wangqing wasn't easy to deal with. He wasn't a fool. Previously, when he attacked Jiang Qin, Xiao Wangqing had also stopped him. His purpose was obvious, to save Jiang Qin. I naturally won't interfere in the matter of your immortal court, but I won't allow you to kill Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin is my man. No one is allowed to touch him, said Xiao Wangqing casually. Xiao Wangqing said casually, but the firmness in his words was evident. Xiao Wangqing, I'm afraid you can't interfere in this matter. All three immortal courts want Jiang Qin's life. I'm afraid you're not qualified to do so, right? Said Lan Tingyan. It's not up to you to decide whether I'm qualified or not. You don't even have the right to speak in front of me. Xiao Wangqing's expression was indifferent. He would stick his nose into this matter to the end. The arrogant Reverend Wang Qing. He's in existence on the same level as those three, a peerless reverend. And now, he's saying that they don't even have the right to speak before him. Isn't he being a little too confident? They are indeed a little arrogant. If the three of them join forces, I'm afraid Xiao Wangqing won't be a match for them. Let's see. Jiang Qin now has a powerful backer. Maybe a miracle will happen. Jiang Qin has disappeared for so long. No one knows how terrifying his combat strength is now. Everyone was shocked by Xiao Wangqing's domineering manner. The bearing of a peerless immortal venerable was evident in his body, but many of them were guessing how powerful he was to be able to ignore three peerless immortal venerables of the same level. Ha! Xiao Wangqing, aren't you a little too arrogant? In that case, let me see if you're still as powerful as before after disappearing for so long. Wang Xianfeng suddenly burst into laughter. He had already lost his face because of Jiang Qin's matter. Now that Xiao Wangqing had appeared, who was even more arrogant than Jiang Qin and said that he didn't even have the right to speak, how could Wang Xianfeng bear it? This was a naked slap to his face. A powerful qi rushed out of Wang Xuanfeng's body. As a peerless venerable, who didn't have some courage and domineeringness? What they couldn't tolerate the most was having their dignity challenged. Wang Xianfeng moved, fully exerting the aura of a peerless venerable. A dazzling palm strike was launched at Xiao Wangqing. Countless eyes were fixed on the scene. It was a great honor for them to be able to witness a battle between peerless venerables. Incredible. No wonder he's Venerable Xianfeng, an existence that's infinitely close to the half-step sovereign realm. I'm sure I'll be killed if this palm strike is used against me. Yang Yu was appalled. Not just Yang Yu, even the eyes of those late immortal venerables lit up. They had seen the gap between them and these peerless venerables. Now, everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Wangqing. They all wanted to see how powerful this legendary peerless venerable was. Was it really as he said, that not even someone like Wang Xianfeng was qualified to speak in front of him? The scene was silent. In the face of Wang Xuanfeng's destructive palm strike, there wasn't even the slightest fluctuation in Xiao Wangqing's eyes. His body didn't even emit the slightest bit of qi. When Wang Xuanfeng's palm was about to reach Xiao Wangqing gently flicked out a finger. That's right, just a finger. Pu qi. Xiao Wangqing's finger landed precisely on Wang Xuanfeng's palm. Under countless rays of light, Wang Xuanfeng's palm was pierced by Xiao Wangqing's finger. Blood spurted out crazily and all the energy in his body collapsed immediately. Arg! Wang Xianfeng exclaimed and retreated hastily. He felt that his entire arm had gone numb. Blood flowed uncontrollably. Wang Xianfeng looked at Xiao Wangqing with incomparable horror. The fear in his eyes began to spread. Why, you have stepped into the sovereign realm. As soon as the word sovereign realm came out of his mouth, an uproar broke out, especially Lei Batian and Lan Tingyan. The way they looked at Xiao Wangqing had completely changed. Others might not be able to see it, but they absolutely could feel that Xiao Wangqing had pierced through Wang Xuanfeng's palm effortlessly without emitting any qi. The only explanation was that Xiao Wangqing had already stepped into the sovereign realm. If that was the case, Xiao Wangqing's words weren't arrogant at all. They weren't qualified to speak in front of a half-step sovereign. My God! A sovereign realm expert. No wonder he's so arrogant now that he has advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. Amazing! A half-step sovereign has appeared. I've actually witnessed the demeanor of a half-step sovereign today. This trip is worthwhile. Sure enough, Xiao Wangqing has the qualifications to be arrogant. He has actually advanced to the sovereign realm after disappearing for so long. Everyone was shocked. The shock brought by a peerless venerable and a half-step sovereign was completely different. They couldn't be compared at all. Looking at the back of the old liar, Jiang Qin couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. It seemed that Xiao Wangqing had finally broken through to the sovereign realm. This was something worth celebrating. Chapter 17:17. Xiao Wangqing's transformation was tremendous. In just a minute, he had transformed from a filthy old man into a green-clothed young man. He had a stalwart body, a handsome face, eyes as bright as the stars, and silky black hair. He seemed to be in his 30s. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. His oppressive qi made people not dare to look at him directly. Jiang Qin gaped in shock. He couldn't believe that this handsome young man was actually the old liar. The huge contrast made Jiang Qin unable to accept it for a moment. However, Jiang Qin also understood that Xiao Wangqing had abandoned himself to become a filthy old man, an old liar who only knew how to eat and drink. Now that he had broken through to the sovereign realm, it was only natural for him to regain his former glory and become even better than before. This is the real venerable Xiao Wangqing. No, he can no longer be called a venerable anymore. He has already become a mighty half-step sovereign. Everyone said that Xiao Wangqing is the most handsome man in the immortal world. Now, it seems like he's indeed extraordinarily handsome. Isn't this bastard a little too handsome? I'm afraid even women will be jealous of that face of his. This is Xiao Wangqing's original appearance. The filthy old man was just a disguise. Now that Xiao Wangqing has become a half-step sovereign expert, he has distanced himself from Wang Xianfeng and the others. Jiang Chen is finally saved. No wonder Xiao Wangqing said that Wang Xianfeng and the others aren't qualified to talk to him. Now, it seems like he really isn't qualified. No matter how powerful a peerless venerable is, he's still just an ant in front of a half-step sovereign. That's right. Although there's only a step between the late immortal venerable realm and half-step sovereign realm, no one knows how many people have been killed in this step. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. There's no comparison at all. Xiao Wangqing is a pinnacle existence among the peerless venerables. Now that he has advanced to the half-step sovereign realm, his strength is unfathomable. Who would dare to stop a half-step sovereign from protecting Jiangqin? Xiao Wangqing's elegant demeanor had won the admiration of everyone. At this time, no one thought that Xiao Wangqing's words were arrogant at all. More importantly, Xiao Wangqing's appearance was another turning point. Jiang Chen's death was broken just like that. Each of the old ancestors of the major powers had an ugly expression. They knew that it was impossible for them to kill Jiang Qin. With Xiao Wangqing protecting Jiang Qin, who would dare to make a move? Now, they could only rely on the immortal court. Although Xiao Wangqing could deter them, he couldn't deter the immortal court. I've said it before. In front of me, you don't even have the qualifications to speak. Xiao Wangqing stared coldly at Wang Xianfeng, Lan Tingyan and Lei Badian. These people who were once on the same level as him could only look up to him now. Boundless sovereign aura gushed out of Xiao Wangqing's body. An invisible pressure pervaded the air. Many people's facial expression changed. Even immortal venerables shivered under such pressure. They couldn't resist such a powerful pressure at all. Pudong pudong. Many people with low cultivation base immediately knelt down and prostrated themselves on the ground. Their bodies were trembling. They had never seen a great sovereign before. It was even the first time for them to see a half-step sovereign. In their hearts, great sovereigns were supreme beings. They were like gods that needed to be worshipped. Many of them knelt on the ground. The pressure of a half-step sovereign was just too great for them to bear. The faces of Wang Xianfeng and the other two turned ashen and unsightly to the extreme. They didn't dare to look at Xiao Wangqing's imposing aura. They knew very well that there was an insurmountable gap between them and Xiao Wangqing. In front of Xiao Wangqing, they were like ants. Wang Xuanfeng's injuries were all thanks to Xiao Wangqing's mercy. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse by now. One should know that the consequences of offending the dignity of a half-step sovereign were very serious. Hua Law. With a face full of arrogance, Xiao Wangqing retracted his great sovereign qi. Countless people heaved a sigh of relief, feeling as though a huge mountain had vanished from their shoulders. The scene was incomparably quiet. No one dared to speak. Who would dare to act rashly in front of a half-step sovereign? Wang Xianfeng, Lei Badian, Lan Tingyan, the three of you go back and ask your experts to come here. I'll be waiting for them in Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire tomorrow to discuss the issue of Jiangqin. Xiao Wangqing spoke to the three of them. The three of them exchanged a glance, then nodded at Xiao Wangqing at the same time. Yes. The attitude of the three peerless venerables towards Xiao Wangqing changed completely, because the person standing in front of them was no longer the familiar venerable Wangqing, but a mighty half-step sovereign, an existence that they couldn't possibly deal with. Go. Xiao Wangqing waved his hand at the three of them. The three of them immediately turned and left, not daring to stay any longer. The dignity of a half-step sovereign was inviolable. If they disobeyed Xiao Wangqing, they would die in vain. Subsequently, Xiao Wangqing's eyes swept around casually. The old ancestors and venerables of the major powers kept quiet out of fear, lowering their heads and not daring to say a word. "Kid, come with me." Xiao Wangqing turned to Jiang Qin and spoke, then vanished with a sway of his body. Jiang Qin followed closely behind and vanished as well. Watching Jiang Qin disappear in front of them, the old ancestors had a look of helplessness. At this time, there was nothing they could do. Xiao Wangqing's appearance had made them completely helpless. Damn it. That kid has Xiao Wangqing as his backing. Are we going to let go of our hatred just like that? What can you do? Should he go against Xiao Wangqing? He's a half-step sovereign. If he's enraged, he can kill all of us with just a finger. This matter isn't that simple. The three immortal courts won't let this matter go. Xiao Wangqing didn't say that he would protect Jiang Qin, but asked the immortal courts to come out for a discussion. This shows that he's still very afraid of the immortal courts. Many geniuses of the three immortal courts have died in the hands of Jiang Qin. For the sake of their dignity, the immortal courts will certainly punish Jiang Qin. Let's wait and see. There will be an outcome in tomorrow's meeting. Chapter 17-18. Did you hear it clearly just now? Where is Senior Xiao going to hold the conference? Yang Yu looked over at Venerable Ling Long and Hua Gai. He seemed very excited. He had clearly heard it clearly, but he still wanted to confirm it again because he couldn't believe it. Yang Yu, stop pretending. Senior Xiao said that he's going to hold a conference in Genius Prefecture. Hurry up and go back to prepare it. Hua Gai glared at Yang Yu in annoyance. Swoosh. As soon as Hua Gai's voice faded, Yang Yu vanished from where he was, running faster than a rabbit. Upon seeing this, both Venerable Ling Long and Hua Gai were speechless, but they could imagine Yang Yu's current mood. Xiao Wangqing had chosen Great Qian Empire of all places. This had already indicated to the world that he had a good impression of Great Qian Empire. To a major power, being favored by a half-step sovereign was already a supreme glory for Great Qian Empire. If Great Qian Empire could establish a relationship with a half-step sovereign, who would dare to provoke them in the future? This point alone was enough to make the other major powers jealous. I've told you that little Chenzi won't die so easily. Now, we can finally rest easy. Han Yen said with a smile. Not necessarily. It depends on the outcome of the conference tomorrow and Senior Zhao's attitude. Hua Gai said. Given Xiao Wangqing's ability, it's enough to intimidate him. Is there a need for him to hold a conference? Mo Wuqing asked in puzzlement. His thinking was very simple, solve everything with violence. In his mind, Jiang Qin was a half-step sovereign. It was enough for him to have a half-step sovereign protecting Jiang Qin. There was no need for a conference, which would lower the prestige of a half-step sovereign. Ignorant. Venerable Ling Long gave Mo Wuqing a glance. It seems that you can't see through Senior Zhao's good intentions at all and have underestimated the immortal court. Half-step sovereigns are indeed supreme, but they're nothing to the mighty immortal court. Besides, even if Xiao Wangqing can protect Jiang Qin, will Jiang Qin have to live under his protection in the future? Xiao Wangqing can protect him for a while, but not forever. Plus, a fledgling under his wings can't fly. What Xiao Wangqing needs to do is to help Jiang Qin resolve the biggest crisis. As for the rest, it still depends on Jiang Qin himself. This way, he can protect Jiang Qin and create a good environment for Jiang Qin. Venerable Ling Long is right. That's exactly what Senior Shao is going to do. He's going to clean up little Chenzi's mess instead of confronting the three immortal courts for Jiang Chen's sake. In that case, both sides will suffer great losses. Tyrant nodded, knowing that what Venerable Ling Long said was true. This was also the reason why Shao Wangqing wanted to hold the conference. Moreover, Senior Shao has a purpose in holding the conference in Great Qian Empire. Firstly, it's to help Great Qian Empire become famous and strengthen the empire's prestige. Secondly, it's to give Jiang Chen a reasonable reason to return to Genius Prefecture. Previously, my father has announced to the world that he has expelled Jiang Chen from Genius Prefecture, so there's no reason to summon him back now. If Senior Shao comes forward and allows little Chenzi to return, everything will be reasonable. Yang Bufan said with a smile. Currently, everyone was very happy. The gloomy atmosphere had been swept away. Things had begun to develop in a good direction. All of them now admired Jiang Chen very much. They admired Jiang Chen for being able to make friends with a peerless figure like Shao Wangqing. Moreover, Shao Wangqing was willing to confront the three immortal courts for him. This was very rare. I wonder how Brother Shirsan is doing now. Lan Lingji was still worried about the safety of Long Shirsan. She had already lost all hope, but after hearing that Long Shirsan was still alive, she felt relieved. Then, when she saw that Jiang Chen was besieged by so many experts, she became even more nervous. It wasn't until Shao Wangqing took Jiang Chen away that she felt relieved again. The ups and downs of this period of time were really not a good feeling. Don't worry. Since little Chenzi has said that monkey is fine, he will be fine, comforted Han Yen. He believed in Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was the person he trusted the most. Let's disperse, everyone. Tomorrow, Genius Prefecture will be open. We'll go there and have a look. I hope that Senior Shao can get a good result. We shouldn't celebrate too early before the result is out, said Venerable Ling Long. Everyone nodded, knowing that what Venerable Ling Long said made sense. Everyone nodded, knowing that Venerable Ling Long's words made sense. The attitude of the Immortal Court was still unknown. They would certainly send out immortal emperors tomorrow. They didn't know what kind of attitude Shao Wangqing would use to negotiate with them, but they could imagine that the Immortal Court wasn't an easy opponent. Therefore, it wasn't a good thing to celebrate too early before the outcome of the negotiation came out. The experts of the major powers had left in a bad mood. They thought that they would definitely kill Jiang Chen, but such a big incident had happened, involving a half-step sovereign. What would happen next wouldn't be up to them, and they could only rely on the Immortal Court. However, they would all go to Genius Prefecture tomorrow to put pressure on the Immortal Court. They must seek justice for them. East Xuanyu was destined to be turbulent. No one knew how many years it had been since such a big scene had appeared. Tomorrow's conference was the most crucial and the biggest climax of Jiang Chen's time. Almost everyone was looking forward to it. In the depths of the void, Shao Wangqing was looking at Jiang Chen with a smile. Why are you looking at me like that, senior? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. When he first came into contact with Shao Wangqing, the latter was a filthy old liar. But now, he had turned into a handsome man. It was impossible for him not to feel uncomfortable. Kid, you're ruthless enough to create such an earth-shattering event. It seems like I've underestimated you. Shao Wangqing chuckled. Don't make fun of me. If it wasn't for your appearance today, I would have been killed by those bastards. Jiang Chen shook his head. There was nothing he wouldn't dare to do, but today, he had finally witnessed the terror of the immortal world. He knew that there was always someone better than him in this world. Given his current cultivation base, he was still far from reaching the immortal world. They won't be able to kill you as long as I'm here, but I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for your guidance, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to break through to the sovereign realm in this lifetime. Chapter 17-19. You must be joking, Senior. I'm just speaking my mind. It's all because of you that you can achieve what you have today. Jiang Qin smiled. He now had incomparable respect for Xiao Wangqing. Including the incident of the heaven-devouring devil ape, Xiao Wangqing had saved him twice, and both times were when he was in the most critical situation. Jiang Qin really didn't know when he would be able to repay this kindness. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Do you know why I'm holding this conference? Xiao Wangqing changed the topic. Senior is wiping my ass. It's impossible to go against the immortal court directly, and you can't protect me all the time. I, Jiang Qin, have to rely on myself after all. That's why you're holding this conference, to resolve the grudge between me and the immortal court. Given how smart Jiang Qin was, he could naturally see through Xiao Wangqing's intention. Jiang Qin was touched by Xiao Wangqing's good intention. To be honest, Jiang Qin was flattered that Xiao Wangqing would appear at the most critical moment and not hesitate to go against the immortal court. Well, you're very smart, kid. Everything depends on tomorrow. Let's go to Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire. Xiao Wangqing nodded. He liked smart people. He would never feel troubled when talking to smart people. He only needed to make a single move to make the other party understand what he wanted to do. At this moment, the entire Great Qian Empire was bustling with activity. Yang Yu had summoned all the immortal venerables to Genius Prefecture. Even the old emperor of Yang family had come out to welcome the arrival of a half-step sovereign. To Great Qian Empire, this was an absolutely major event. No one dared to neglect it. On the square of Genius Prefecture, there were more than 30 immortal venerables lined up neatly. Each and every one of them had a solemn and excited look on their faces. That's right, all of them were immortal venerables. There wasn't even a single half-step immortal venerable. Yang Zanqing and Dong Fangyu could only stand at the back. Over 30 immortal venerables. This showed how strong the foundation of a major power like Great Qian Empire was. These immortal venerables were usually in seclusion and didn't have the time to come out, but today, Xiao Wangqing was here. The Great Qian Empire had more than 30 immortal venerables. From this, it could be seen that the other major powers wouldn't be much inferior to the Great Qian Empire. This time, the immortal venerables that the major powers had sent out to encircle Jiang Qin were only a small portion. When is Senior Xiao coming? The old emperor looked at Yang Yu with a somewhat excited expression. Although he was a late immortal venerable, he was no match for a peerless venerable like Wang Xianfeng, let alone a half-step sovereign like Xiao Wangqing. It should be soon. He has taken Jiang Qin away, saying that he will hold a meeting with the bigwigs of the 3 immortal courts in Genius Prefecture tomorrow to settle the issue of Jiang Qin. Yang Yu said. Great, our Great Qian Empire hasn't had a half-emperor before. This is our honor. That's right. If we can establish a relationship with Senior Xiao, it will absolutely bring us endless benefits. Let's just stand here and welcome them. We have to pay attention to the situation. We cannot make Senior Xiao unhappy. The immortal venerables of Great Qian Empire seemed incomparably excited. These old men who were usually high and mighty were now standing respectfully here. It was a beautiful scene. Countless disciples of Genius Prefecture were watching from afar, not daring to approach them. For many of them, this was their first time seeing so many immortal venerables and the first time knowing how strong the foundation of Great Qian Empire was. There are so many immortal venerables. I never thought that the foundation of Great Qian Empire would be so strong. Even the old emperor has appeared. This is my first time seeing the old emperor. Sure enough, he's a wise and mighty late immortal venerable. I wonder when we will be able to reach this realm. I heard that Xiao Wangqing is coming and is going to hold a meeting in Genius Prefecture. Otherwise, do you think we will have the chance to see so many immortal venerables? It's all thanks to Senior Brother Jiang. Senior Brother Jiang is just too heaven-defying. He's the most terrifying genius I've ever seen. He single-handedly stirred up the entire immortal world and annihilated a major power, Corpsine sect. I can't believe it. Now, Senior Brother Jiang has joined hands with Xiao Wangqing. I heard that Xiao Wangqing went against the 3 immortal courts for Senior Brother Jiang. It's a pity that he couldn't be there. AI. If I can become as famous as Senior Brother Jiang one day, it will be worth it even if I die. You. Hurry up and take a piss and look at yourself. You're far from being comparable to Senior Brother Jiang. Nowadays, Jiang Chen's name was resounding in the entire Genius Prefecture. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen's name was already resounding in the Golden Horizon. Those disciples who entered the Golden Horizon had witnessed the last brutal massacre of Jiang Chen. Such a genius wouldn't appear in tens of thousands of years. In the hearts of countless genius disciples, Jiang Chen had already become their idol. Many of them felt sad and regretful that Jiang Chen was expelled from Genius Prefecture. The old emperor, Yang Yu, and the others seemed very excited. Just at this moment, 2 silhouettes flickered in the void and quickly descended on the square of Genius Prefecture. They were Xiao Wangqing and Jiang Chen. Upon seeing Xiao Wangqing, the old emperor and the others hastily went forward and saluted him. Junior Yang can greet Senior Xiao. The tone of the old emperor was incomparably respectful. He knew that this was a figure from the same era as the ancestor of Yang family, Yang Junlong. And, get up. The descendants of Yang Junlong are not bad. Your great Qian Empire didn't disgrace Yang Junlong, said Xiao Wangqing. Apart from Jiang Chen, part of the reason why he chose to stay in Genius Prefecture this time was because of Yang Junlong. He had a good relationship with Yang Junlong. If he could take care of his friend's descendants, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. The entire great Qian Empire is honored by your presence, Senior Xiao. Yang Yu said. Senior Xiao, I have already vacated the biggest conference hall of Genius Prefecture for tomorrow's conference, said the old emperor. There's no need for that. The people of the Immortal Court aren't that important. Tomorrow's conference will be held in this huge square. Tomorrow, Genius Prefecture will be fully open to the public. Let those who want to come in. Xiao Wangqing said. Yes, Senior Xiao. Chapter 1720. The next day, when the sky was just beginning to light up, there was already a sea of people outside Genius Prefecture. Today was a major event in East Xuanyu. Xiao Wangqing, the half-step sovereign, was convening a conference. The people who would attend the conference might be at the same level as Jiang Chen, and also the supreme experts of the Immortal Court. No one wanted to miss the opportunity to witness the demeanor of a half-step sovereign. Moreover, Jiang Chen's matter had already reached the point of no return. Today, there might be a complete result. Everyone was very concerned about this result, especially the experts of the 8 major powers. Their current mood was very complicated. They could have solved the problem themselves, but now, they could only watch. Given their foundation, they had never thought that they wouldn't be able to subdue a puny immortal emperor one day. Now, the only thing they could do was to wait for the experts of the Immortal Court to appear. According to the Immortal Court's practice, they would never compromise. Killing the people of the Immortal Court was equivalent to slapping the face of the Immortal Court. Jiang Chen would certainly die. Even with the protection of Jiang Qin, they were afraid that he wouldn't be able to save Jiang Chen's life. The disciples of Genius Prefecture had also come out. Their faces were filled with excitement. They had been in Genius Prefecture for so long, but they had never seen such a spectacular scene. There was a sea of people that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were just too many people. The Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire had never been the focus of attention like this. There are so many people. I have never seen such a grand scene in my life. All of them are here for Senior Shao and Senior Brother Jiang. Among the young generation of the immortal world, I'm afraid only Senior Brother Jiang has such great ability. Look, even the old ancestors of the 8 major powers have appeared. There are so many immortal venerables. This camp is just too huge. If it was during normal times, I'm afraid that Genius Prefecture would be on high alert and nervous when facing such a camp. How would they dare to remove their defense like now? What's there to be afraid of? With a half-step sovereign in charge, no one will dare to act rashly, unless they don't want to live anymore. I wonder if there will be any half-step sovereigns in the 3 immortal courts and what the result of today's conference will be. I hope Senior Brother Jiang will be fine. It's a great loss for Genius Prefecture to lose Senior Brother Jiang. If Senior Brother Jiang can stay and serve Great Qian Empire, it will only be a matter of time before our empire rises again. For Genius Prefecture, today was a very significant day. All of them were very excited. They were very clear about the great things that Jiang Qin had done during this period of time. Each and every one of them worshipped Jiang Qin to the extreme. Naturally, they didn't want anything to happen to Jiang Qin. At this time, even a fool could see the potential of Jiang Qin. As long as he continued to grow, he would certainly become a pillar of Great Qian Empire in the future. The entire empire would rise in his hands. An hour later, the sky was completely bright. More and more people had gathered outside the mountain gate of Genius Prefecture. No one knew how far the crowd had spread. Venerable Ling Long and Hua Gai had also arrived. They were directly invited into Genius Prefecture by Yang Yu. Yang Yu's action was to tell the world that his Great Qian Empire was going to establish a good relationship with Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. If it was in the past, although there was no conflict between Great Qian Empire and these 2 major sects, they didn't have much contact or friendship. But this time, because of the matter of Jiang Qin and Longsher San, the 3 major powers had directly joined forces. As for the 11 major powers in East Xuanyu, no, there were only 10 major powers left. Corpsean sect had completely disappeared from East Xuanyu. It was indeed a great benefit to have 3 major powers join forces. The old emperor of Great Qian Empire was very happy about the alliance with Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. According to Shao Wangqing's invitation, there was nothing in the center of the empty square, not even a chair. Not long after that, under countless expectant gazes, Shao Wangqing led Jiang Qin to the center of the square. The old emperor and the higher-ups of Great Qian Empire were standing on both sides, waiting for the arrival of their opponents. Innumerable eyes fell upon Shao Wangqing. He was clad in a green robe. His eyes were sharp. Every movement of his exuded the domineering and majestic aura of a half-step sovereign. His black hair was tied up in a bun on top of his head. He looked so young that it was unbelievable. His handsome face could even make women jealous. It's said that Venerable Wang Qing is known as the most handsome man in the immortal world, but I didn't have the chance to meet him. Now that I've seen him today, he really deserves his reputation. He's just too handsome. Shao Wangqing can be considered a legendary figure. Jiang Chen is really lucky to have such a peerless figure personally come to help him. I wonder when the people of the Immortal Court will arrive. Do you think the Immortal Court won't show any respect to Shao Wangqing? Impossible. Even if the immortal court doesn't show any respect to Jiang Qin, they will certainly come. After all, Jiang Qin is still alive and well. The immortal court will certainly come. Jiang Qin is their target. The atmosphere gradually became tense. The appearance of Xiao Wangqing meant that the important figures of the immortal court wouldn't be far away. It was almost needless to imagine that the immortal court would certainly send powerful experts. The weakest of them would be at least at the same level as Xiao Wangqing, because a figure like Wang Xianfeng had already appeared yesterday. They weren't qualified to negotiate with Xiao Wangqing. All of a sudden, 3 extremely tyrannical airflows vibrated from 3 different directions. Countless gazes looked over and saw that the 3 airflows were extremely fast, arriving at the sky of Genius Prefecture almost at the same time with lightning speed. They're here. Everyone held their breath, their faces filled with excitement. The ones who had come this time were all figures of the immortal court. To them, it was already a great fortune to be able to see the supreme experts of the immortal court once in their lifetime. The 3 airflows quickly turned into 6 figures, standing in pairs. 3 of them weren't unfamiliar to them. They were the 3 peerless venerables who appeared yesterday, Wang Xianfeng, Lei Batian and Lan Tingyan. Wang Xianfeng was injured by Xiao Wangqing yesterday, but his injury had already recovered. After all, Xiao Wangqing didn't kill him. It was very easy for a peerless venerable to recover from such an injury. However, the 3 peerless venerables from yesterday could only stand behind 3 other people today. Those 3 people were the real focus. The 3 middle-aged men seemed to be in their 40s, and each of them emitted an unparalleled aura. The overflowing aura made people tremble in fear, and they didn't dare to look at them directly. Since Li Wangye looked down on Jiang Qin had to be domineering. He wanted to let Li Wangye know that he had the strength to negotiate with them so that the negotiation could continue. Xiao Wangqing, what qualifications do you have to be arrogant in front of me? You're just a half-step sovereign. I don't put you in my eyes at all. I'm already giving you face by coming here today. Don't be so shameless. Li Wangye's aura fluctuated. It seemed like he was about to attack. Ha! Li Wangye, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you've become a half-step sovereign earlier. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Since you said that I'm not qualified to negotiate with you, then let's see if I, Xiao Wangqing, am qualified to do so. Xiao Wangqing burst into laughter. With a sway of his body, he flew up into the sky and waved his hand, directly opening up an extraterritorial battlefield. Powerful half-step sovereign aura was released like raging waves. Challenging Li Wangye. That's right, Xiao Wangqing was challenging Li Wangye. This action made countless people widen their eyes in disbelief. Even Li Wangye was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Xiao Wangqing would come up and challenge him. Xiao Wangqing, are you challenging me? Li Wangye's tone was cold. That's right. Li Wangye, come up and fight, then we'll negotiate. Xiao Wangqing's green robe fluttered in the wind. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear in the face of the powerful Li Wangye. Very well, then I'll let you see how powerful I am. I'll let you know how arrogant and ignorant you are. Li Wangye was a high and mighty figure. How could he be afraid of Xiao Wangqing's challenge? As a powerful half-step sovereign, he couldn't stand such provocation. What the fuck? He's going to fight without a word. I'm not even prepared yet. Isn't this supposed to be a negotiation conference? Why are they fighting before it has even started? Are you kidding me? You guys don't understand. Xiao Wangqing has just become a half-step sovereign. Li Wangye and the others don't put him in their eyes at all. They think that Xiao Wangqing isn't qualified to negotiate with them. That's why Xiao Wangqing challenged Li Wangye to prove that he's qualified to negotiate. Otherwise, today's conference wouldn't be able to continue. That's right. But can Xiao Wangqing really fight Li Wangye? After all, he has just become a half-step sovereign while Li Wangye has been famous for a long time. The title of Blazing Prairie isn't for nothing. Look, don't underestimate Xiao Wangqing. I think he's very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to challenge Li Wangye. He knows very well that once he loses, he'll lose the qualification to negotiate. Then, there's no need for the conference to continue. The scene instantly became restless. Two half-step sovereigns started fighting because of a disagreement. However, this battle seemed to be inevitable. Otherwise, the conference wouldn't be able to continue. It can't determine the winner or loser, nor can it represent the true strength of a half-step martial emperor. The real battle will begin next. Xiao Wangqing is indeed a peerless genius. I just don't know if he can still fight Li Wangye to a draw in the upcoming battle. I think it's going to be very difficult. Li Wangye is, after all, a half-step martial emperor of the older generation. His strength isn't something an ordinary half-step martial emperor can compare to. No one wasn't shocked. The way they looked at Xiao Wangqing had changed. However, the real battle had just begun. In their hearts, Xiao Wangqing still couldn't fight against a figure like Li Wangye. Xiao Wangqing, it seems like I've underestimated you. But don't think that you're qualified to negotiate with me. Next, I'll let you see how terrifying the name of Prairie Blazing Flames is. Li Wangye was infuriated. His body began to emit steaming flames. That was the powerful Saint Flame. He was much stronger than Lan Tingyan when it came to playing with fire. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the name of Prairie Blazing Flames. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just attack. Xiao Wangqing didn't show the slightest fear. His whole body was steaming with the monstrous battle intent that would only appear when he encountered a peerless expert. Li Wangye didn't say anything else. He chose to take the initiative to attack. His hands formed a fire seal, and golden flames filled the air. The fire seal was branded with ancient patterns, and any flame that shot out from it could burn the void. The fire seal grew bigger and bigger. In just a blink of an eye, it became more than 30 meters in size. Under Li Wangye's control, it rushed towards Xiao Wangqing. Hong Long. The towering fire seal was like a huge fireball. This casual strike was enough to create a huge hole in the sky. If an ordinary immortal venerable came into contact with this fire seal, he was afraid that his chi alone would be enough to destroy the fire seal before it could even reach his body. Who? In the blink of an eye, the fire seal had arrived in front of Xiao Wangqing. Facing such a powerful attack from Li Wangye, Xiao Wangqing unsheathed a long sword. It was an incomparably cold sword with cyan sword chi. It was a peerless combat sword that exuded a ruthless aura. It was a ruthless sword, a sword of slaughter. Any living being in the heavens and earth would be destroyed by this sword. That's the legendary Wangqing sword. I've heard that Xiao Wangqing's sword technique is unique and ruthless. I never thought that I would be able to see this sword with my own eyes one day. Li Wangye's life-seizing flame is also abnormally terrifying. When these two great experts collide, it can be said that they are facing each other head-on. However, in comparison, Li Wangye still has the upper hand. After all, he has been stuck in the half-step sovereign realm for a very long time. Chapter 1723. Who won? Han Yen couldn't help but ask curiously. The previous battle was completely obscured and he couldn't see the battle clearly. At this moment, both Xiao Wangqing and Li Wangye were unscathed, so it was hard to determine who was the winner. Jiang Chen didn't answer, but the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. On the battlefield, Xiao Wangqing spoke aloud, "Li Wangye, can we sit down and talk now?" Li Wangye's gaze towards Xiao Wangqing was still filled with astonishment. Others might not have seen the battle just now, but Li Wangye, who had personally experienced it, knew it very well. Qiu Qianyun and Qin Xianbing also saw it clearly. Their expressions were also filled with astonishment. Humph! Xiao Wangqing, you really shouldn't have interfered in the affairs of the immortal court. Li Wangye harumphed coldly. Then, he flew down and landed on the spacious square. His action had undoubtedly acknowledged Li Wangye's strength and proved that Li Wangye was qualified to stand here and hold a meeting with him. Did you see that? Isn't it obvious who won and who lost? A figure like Li Wangye wouldn't have landed on the square even if he had the slightest advantage in the battle. Jiang Chen said. Senior Xiao is really amazing. You have just advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. The rest is up to you, said Han Yen with a smile. Han Yen said with a smile, but now wasn't the time to relax yet, because it was time for them to confront each other. Although Xiao Wangqing had shown incredible strength, it wouldn't be easy to solve Jiang Chen's problem perfectly. After Li Wangye landed on the square, Qiu Qianyun and Qin Xianbing also landed. The two of them hadn't spoken a word since they arrived, but after witnessing the battle with their own eyes, they were ready to listen to what Xiao Wangqing had to say. Even if Xiao Wangqing was powerful, he wouldn't be able to make the immortal court give up on the pursuit and trial of Jiang Chen. Xiao Wangqing, tell me, how do you want to solve this matter? Jiang Chen has killed many geniuses of the immortal court. We can't just let this matter go. Li Wangye stood there and said. Countless eyes were fixed on them, especially the old ancestors of the major powers of the ethereal immortal domain. Now that they had placed all their hopes on the immortal court, they must not let Jiang Chen go. Li Wangye, you have also said that Jiang Chen killed your geniuses. I think it's just a matter of strength in the battle between the young. The Golden Horizon has always been a place of slaughter. All of you should know this better than anyone else. For a long time, it's already considered good if half of the geniuses who entered the Golden Horizon can come out alive. The fact that your geniuses died in the hands of Jiang Chen only shows that you are incompetent. Xiao Wangqing said loudly. Xiao Wangqing, don't you think it's too easy for you to say that? If it's a real battle, we naturally won't say anything even if your geniuses died, but you have forgotten that Jiang Chen relied on the Sun Divine Feather to kill them. That's a completely different matter. Now that the Sun Divine Feather is in his hands, if the immortal court doesn't come forward to suppress him, who else can suppress him? Qiu Qianyun spoke, disapproving of Xiao Wangqing's words. His determination to kill Jiang Chen seemed unshakable. You peerless immortal venerables and even half-step sovereigns have come forward to deal with an immortal emperor junior. This will surely affect your reputation and face. What I want to say is, don't you have any geniuses in the immortal court? Could it be that the dignified immortal court can't find a young man who can fight against Jiang Chen? If it's the geniuses of the immortal court who attacked Jiang Chen, it's the matter of the younger generation. Chapter 1724. Hong. Li Wangye, Qiu Qianyun, and Qin Xianbing were furious. Their eyes that were glaring at Xiao Wangqing were about to bleed. It could be seen that they were gnashing their teeth in hatred. As half-step sovereigns who had made a name for themselves for a long time, they had never been threatened like this before. no one had ever dared to threaten them. But now, Xiao Wangqing's threat was so reasonable that they couldn't refute it at all. Just like what Xiao Wangqing said, unless the three of them joined forces to kill Xiao Wangqing, there would be no peace in the immortal world once Xiao Wangqing left. Xiao Wangqing was a crazy man who would do what he said. However, the three of them knew very well that even if they joined forces, it was absolutely impossible for them to kill Xiao Wangqing. They could not even leave a scratch on Xiao Wangqing's body. They clearly saw the battle between Xiao Wangqing and Li Wangye. If it was a life-and-death battle, Li Wangye was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for Xiao Wangqing, let alone kill him. As a matter of fact, even if Li Wangye could defeat Xiao Wangqing, defeating and killing were two completely different things. How could it be easy to kill a half-step sovereign? Not to mention that Li Wangye himself was no match for Xiao Wangqing. For a time, the scene was in a stalemate. Both sides were at daggers drawn. If Li Wangye and the other two compromised in the face of Xiao Wangqing's threat, it would be too shameful, but if they didn't compromise, they wouldn't dare to attack Jiang Qin either. However, this stalemate couldn't go on. At this time, Jiang Qin walked out and strode to Xiao Wangqing's side in an imposing manner. Facing the pressure of three half-step sovereigns, Jiang Qin's expression remained unchanged, as though such powerful pressure couldn't threaten him at all. Today, I, Jiang Qin, openly challenge the geniuses of the three immortal domains. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill both. If you're afraid that your geniuses will throw away their lives, then kill me. Jiang Qin's voice was loud and clear like a thunderclap. The sound waves rolled in the sky, causing the souls of many to tremble. Xiao Wangqing smiled at Jiang Qin with an expression of admiration. Without a doubt, Jiang Qin's words broke the deadlock and gave the three half-step sovereigns a way out. With him and Xiao Wangqing echoing each other, one threatened and the other goaded, the three half-step sovereigns had no choice but to give in. Brat, you're too arrogant. How dare you say that there's no one in my immortal court? Li Wangye was furious. Well done, Jiang Qin. How dare you openly challenge the geniuses of the immortal court? Since you're so confident, I'll show you the true monstrous geniuses of the immortal court. You'll know that there's always someone better out there, and how ignorant and ridiculous you are. As soon as Qiu Qianyun finished speaking, he left with Lei Batian. The meaning of his departure was obvious. He had accepted Jiang Qin's challenge. In other words, he had agreed to Xiao Wangqing's conditions. Today's situation was bound to come to an end. Jiang Qin's provocation had undoubtedly given them a way out. As a matter of fact, everyone knew very well that it was Jiang Qin's threat that made Qiu Qianyun give in, not Jiang Qin's provocation. Brat, don't think that you can sit back and relax just because I'm not interfering. You'll only have one ending if you go against the immortal court, death. Qin Xianbing left a harsh remark before leaving with Lan Tingyan. They were all smart people. They knew that it was meaningless to stay here any longer. With Xiao Wangqing here, they wouldn't be able to kill Jiang Qin no matter what. Humph. Brat, just wait for your death. Li Wangye also left with Wang Xianfeng. The experts of the three immortal courts had left in an instant. Today's meeting had come to an end. This was the ending that Li Wangye wanted the most. Everything was going according to his plan. How could this be? Don't tell me that the little bastard managed to escape again. Damn it. Even the immortal court can't do anything about Xiao Wangqing's protection. Even a half-step sovereign like Li Wangye is afraid of Xiao Wangqing. We can't let the great sovereigns of the immortal court take action. That's impossible. The great sovereigns are the supreme beings of the immortal world. They won't appear just for an immortal emperor brat. They can't afford to lose their dignity and face. No great sovereign will interfere in such a matter. Even in the immortal court, those in charge are all half-step sovereigns. Don't tell me that we're just going to let this go. That bastard Jiang Qin has killed so many of our people. How can we swallow this humiliation? Plus, his growth is just too fast. Even if we lose the Sun Divine Feather, we can't let him continue to grow. The threat he poses is just too great. Don't worry. The Immortal Court won't let this go. I estimate that it won't be long before they send out their heaven-defying geniuses. The moment they return, it will be the time of Jiang Chen's death. At that time, Jiang Chen won't be able to show himself even if he wants to. That's for sure. He can't go back on his word. Each and every one of them was fuming with anger. They had been hoping that the experts of the Immortal Court would stand up for them, but they had never thought that it would end up like this. The power of Xiao Wangqing had reached such an incredible level that even the Immortal Court had to retreat. Even so, the determination of these major powers to eliminate Jiang Qin didn't weaken at all. In fact, they couldn't wait any longer. All of them had seen Jiang Chen's potential. Such a figure had to be eliminated as soon as possible. They couldn't give him too much time to grow, otherwise, they would end up like corpse insect. Of course, they weren't afraid of Jiang Qin because they had sent a lot of geniuses to the Immortal Court over the years. Now, it was time for them to return. The strength of the true geniuses of the Immortal Court was unimaginable. Now that Jiang Qin had lost the Sun Divine Feather, there were just too many people in the Immortal Court who could kill him. What are you waiting for? Xiao Wangqing frowned and spoke to the experts of the major powers, Leng Leng. Voila! In less than 3 seconds after Xiao Wangqing's voice trailed off, the crowd outside Genius Prefecture became incomparably quiet. Everyone left in an instant, fearing that they would offend a great god. Xiao Wangqing was an existence that they absolutely couldn't afford to offend. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.